You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it all. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity, telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall, stand tall, stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall, stand tall. I'm a black strong man.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a break? They all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work.
Hello and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series ESL Challenge Finals. My name is Holler, with me is Terrence, and we have Echo versus Yudo Red Giants eSports up first on Stream B. This is, of course, the best stream, but Terrence, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling excited as well. It is going to be a pleasure to be casting with you as well. But at the same time, I'm extremely excited to see how things are going to be going in here as well. And if you guys are just tuning into the Snapdragon Pro Series, here's a little bit of update, guys. Okay, this is the opening of how things will get a little bit interesting for the main event to come, especially when the best of the best from all around Southeast Asia is going to be competing for a slot to the main event, which is going to be happening in Jakarta. So that's something that I'm extremely excited to see there, Howler.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it's one of those things where, I mean, we have the sponsors that's going on, hashtag bring on the legacy. Let's bring it to Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. Make sure that you do have that and check that one out. This is all about that series, and it's going to be about Snapdragon here. But again, kind of going back to your point, you know, there's a lot of teams that are from Indonesia. It's going to be home ground. It's, you know, Jakarta. I mean, the energy is going to be electric. We've kind of already seen it with the other league that's going on, MPLID. But it's one of those things where it's going to happen. But Terrence, this is 12 teams, international teams. It's going to be very different in that sense.
Hey, before that, we're going to talk about the phone that they are going to be using on the venue itself here. It is going to be the Galaxy S23 Ultra, where they are going to be performing at their peak performance. And without these phones, they won't be able to play at their best. And of course, when it comes to being the best, of course, the B stream is going to be the best for sure here, Howler.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I'm glad you said that. Like, there's ever any sort of competition at this point, right? If you're on A or C, you're doing it wrong. Come back to the B, because this is where all the games are going to be. We have a locked and loaded lineup that's going on. We have 4 matches that's going to be going up today, and we'll kind of go through all of those things. But again, 12 international teams. We have plenty at stake. There's a lot of money, and of course, there's going to be a whole bunch of bragging rights going into this one. And of course, this is a live event. We wanted this in terms of esports, and Terrence, I mean, the vibe is going to be electric, right?
Oh boy, I can't wait for it as well, because that is going to be the one to be watching out for. Like, seeing everyone, you guys here in Jakarta is going to be very, very important. And of course, the emotions when it comes to, you know, the plays, the games, you know, the wins and losses, and that's what drives the story. And that's something that I'm very, very always, you know, in all my life in my career here, always yearn for this kind of experiences as well. And when it comes to this, we would like to thank all of you guys for tuning into the stream, and we hope you guys enjoy the games to come. But for now, when it comes to the playstyles, there has been a lot of interesting factors when it comes to the teams, when it comes to the players. There's roster shuffles, there's a lot of meta gaming when it comes to quote-unquote meta, not just the drafts itself, the strategy and the preparation they are going to be making here for the grand finals, or maybe even towards their respective MPL / maybe heading towards M5 series.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting, right? I mean, the whole emblem system's been revamped. You have, different metas. Like, we're kind of seeing things like kind of shape out with some of the other leagues as well. So, like, who makes the first step? Who's going to make that initiative and really define the meta? I think that's going to be super interesting seeing up to it. And we have up until this weekend, and we have plenty of games ahead of us to get ourselves to that point. But I think that, man, to be honest, I'm looking at the 12 teams that are there right now, and almost every single one of them is a killer.
It's scary. It is definitely very, very scary as well. But in case you missed out as well, let's take a little bit of a video into the groups. We head into a short video for the group stages.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the exhilarating Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3. We're now gearing up for the highly anticipated Challenge Finals, where the best of the best will battle it out in Jakarta. After an intense challenge season, 6 teams have proven their worth and secured their spots in the Challenge Finals. These teams fought their way through tough competition and showcased their skills on the battlefield. Let's give a round of applause to these exceptional teams. Joining them are 6 invited teams, the gold medalists from their own respective regions. They will bring an extra layer of excitement and competition to the Challenge Finals. But before we dive into the heart-pounding land event at Istora Senayan, we have an important group stage to determine the top contenders. The 12 qualifying teams will engage in a 3-day round-robin battle. In the group stage, the 12 teams will be divided into 2 groups, as determined by a group drawing session held right after the challenge season. Each group will consist of 6 teams, creating a fierce battleground where every match counts. The teams will battle it out with each other, showcasing their strategy, teamwork, and individual skills to secure a spot to play at the big stage, Istora Senayan, Jakarta. Only the top 3 teams from each group will earn their well-deserved ticket to the LAN event, where the excitement and energy will be off the charts. However, for the bottom 3 teams in each group, their journey in the Challenge Finals ends here. Though their path may conclude, they have shown incredible dedication and skill throughout their journey. As we approach the climax of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3, get ready for mind-blowing plays, jaw-dropping moments, and a once-in-a-lifetime experience with us at Istora Senayan, Jakarta, where the intensity will reach its peak. Thank you for joining us today. Stay tuned as we witness the culmination of this incredible journey in the Challenge Finals.
Well, there you have it. That is pretty much a summary of how the group stages is going to be going on as well. But in case you're just tuning into the Snapdragon Pro Series, this is how things begun. We started things in the earlier of May with the open qualifiers, where teams from multiple regions have been competing for that slot through the open finals, and top 2 makes it into the open final stages on May to June, where the teams also going to be playing. They definitely played during the Swiss Art format as well, where the top 4 advances into the challenge season, which happened in the previous weeks as well. And of course, during the challenge season, we had 6 teams already making it into the challenge finals, and now we're finally here. Okay, it has been a very long journey for some of these teams, but here in the challenge finals, the top 12 teams thus far is going to be fighting for the 6 slots to be played in the main event in Jakarta. So that's something that I'm extremely excited for as well. And in particular, I'm going to give a special shout out here. I want to see how Aura Faria plays this, because they made it out all the way from the open qualifiers, and now they're here in the challenge group stages. It's crazy.
I mean, yeah, definitely crazy. I mean, they earned their spot to get themselves here. I mean, you talk about Aura Fire, that's the success story. I mean, is there a better Cinderella story going into this one? I'm not entirely sure, but hey, there's 12 teams, 5 of them happen to be from Indonesia, right? So it's a little bit of a homegrown advantage, I would say, but at the end of the day, You have Indonesia, which are probably the kings of MLBB at this point. It's one of those things where, yes, maybe I'm kind of overstepping boundaries on that one, but I think it's very safe to say that they're very in firm control. And to see them get to this level of the Challenge Finals and to play against the big boys, I think that that's perfect for them because that's going to be some experience as they go on. And then, who knows what they can do in the future.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what kind of adaptations they are going to be made as well. Especially this is where we catch a glimpse of how some of the teams from the other regions are going to be preparing themselves before they play it as well. Of course, when it comes to Indonesia, they've already started their respective MPL, and that's something that I think a lot of us are already starting to analyze their strategy to take into its SPS in general. So that's something that I think we are going to be analyzing a little bit more in terms of the playstyles, and when it comes to rosters as well, we still don't really know who's going to be played and who. And from what I'm hearing so far, based on Group B stream here, the teams that are going to be playing, we have a little bit of a surprise where specific players won't be playing in their teams and they are being subbed out. And that's something that I want to see. Why are they being subbed out? I'm curious to see as well. Why? Is it because they're a better team, they're getting replaced, etc.?
I don't know if they're going to get replaced. We're going to have to go into that. But let's talk about the 12 teams and, enough of this in terms of, let's see who actually qualified, who is here. Let's see that one that's going to come up. You already talked about Aura Fire Indonesia. I mean, that's going to be the first team. That's the open qualifier team. Then you have, of course, Bigatron Alpha, another Indonesian team. But
I gotta cut you right there, man. Let's cut to the chase. We are gonna let's just watch the video, man. Let's just watch the video.
Okay, fine.
Firstly, congratulations to all the teams who've qualified to the Challenge Finals.
Well, this is it. This is your time to shine.
Skies is looking for a second final slash. Getting in the second decimate chain into the third, a triple.
EVOS Icon, a really strong team.
I have a lot of hopes for these players. They're still very young, very hungry. In Group A, it's going to be difficult for them because they're up against a lot of veterans. Throw out everything they know. I see a lot of potential for them. They're future stars for sure.
There have been a lot of people saying, a lot of rumors saying that they're even stronger than their MPL counterpart.
EVOS Legends lebih banyak experience dibandingkan dengan EVOS Icon. Cuman dari kita EVOS Icon ya kita lakuin terbaik aja. Moga-moga bisa to the best sampai champion lah.
EVOS Legends is a bit of a tough one.
If they don't change anything and they don't change it fast, I don't even think that they'll qualify for playoffs.
Belajar dari turnamen-turnamen sebelumnya yang kita mungkin kurang persiapan, sekarang persiapan buat turnamen SPS ini.
They've been able to completely just regen their team, reform and refine it to a point where they're using a good mix of veterans and rookies to create this very good mold.
Van in the jungle has been incredibly insane.
Wave Dragon dari Van masih mengejar ke arah belakang dengan ada sebuah pattern execution. Satu hit terakhir dan Van.
If we're talking about Kabuki, he is a prolific marksman, prolific gold laner as well.
Di season sebelumnya sih memang belum siap aja sih. Makanya kita bisa di peringkat paling bawah. Dan di turnamen ini gue cukup yakin sih dengan tim gue yang sekarang.
I've always been a Bigot Trooper. I think this is the strongest they've ever been. This is peak Bigatron Alpha.
I don't want to admit this, but I think Bigatron is a potential to win the SPS. Super Ken is a beast. All of us Indonesians, we call him actually one of the child prodigies. We're giving birth to really talented junglers that can compete on the international scale.
Super Ken is back in by 2-0. Now the door rose on to 2.
For Onyx eSports, they are the kings of kings. They recently were able to dethrone the Filipino dynasty.
It's going to be flickering. That's Kyrie who picks up the kill on the go. Red tree on point. Kyrie picks up the turtle right now.
Trust them. They'll bring the trophy back to Indonesia. Kyrie said as well that he will become the greatest player of all time.
I know I said this once, but I will say it again. I want to be the best MLBB player.
Super Red is really making sure that there's consistency in the team, and the best thing about them is that every single game they seem to improve. Even the final day of Snapdragon Pro Series where they lost against Flash in the very same day, they managed to win that one.
He's looking for a second final slash, getting in the second decimate chain into the third, Thorna triple coming in for Skies.
They're going to be in Group A, if I remember correctly, and that's not an easy group. I don't think any of the groups are going to be easy regardless, but it's a good testing ground, right?
I would say the best thing about Euro Red Giants right now is people always say we learn from our mistakes. They put those words into action.
When we fight someone, we can really copy their meta, so we can adapt any meta.
Todak, I think they're in a volatile position. They're making a interesting transition overall, and
Toda has always been one of those teams that you can never really anticipate what's gonna happen.
Maybe lah sometimes orang akan buat draft yang pelik, orang akan guna hero-hero yang pelik juga.
Now, Burnix Flash, really interesting team, right? I think Chima, ridiculous jungle. I think this is going to be a very interesting meta for him specifically, and I want to see how the team kind of evolve. Now with the new patch, people are going to be very surprised with Burnix Flash.
And ACM just in time. Meanwhile, in the back with the tournament memory. The 7-5-1.
They dominated in their group, and honestly, they still look like they're in their gold medal form.
Bren here in the challenge season reminds me of Bren eSports in season 11 regular season, where they've been on top week after week after week, and they're so clean.
And I know they're still super hungry to prove that Bren lang malakas.
RSGPA, they actually got the old gang back together. This is the MSC 2022 winning RSG.
I think my team is at least top 3 because we've been playing for so long and we still have the chemistry.
I'm pretty sure Echo has a huge chip on their shoulder. We all know they really wanted to win MSC for the Philippines. The Orcas really well. Now they have a chance for redemption.
They're going back to the land where they won that World Championship, back to Jakarta. I hope it awakens something in them, and I hope it shakes them back up to their prime form.
We won once early this year. We will bring home the trophy again.
RSG is being put into Group A. I wouldn't say that it's the easiest group in the world. I definitely think it's tough, but for RSG, I think it's about preparation. That's been the biggest question of all. Diablo got away with a lot of damage fighters, and I think this particular patch will be interesting for him, but I think this time is going to be the true test of skill, right? Was it a fluke? Was it not a fluke?
And the Raging Storm follows through. Diablo is massive. That's a double kill. Buck is going to be caught low by the...
So 12 teams get split up into 2 groups. Group A and as well as Group B gives a lot of diversity, right? Literally the best of the best battle it out in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
All right, Terrence, we've got now the breakdown. Aura Fire from Indonesia. We have Bigatron Alpha from Indonesia as well. Bren Esports from the Philippines. Burnix Flash from Cambodia. Echo from the Philippines. Evos Icon from Indonesia. Evos Legends from Indonesia. Onyx Esports from Indonesia. RSG Singapore. RSG Slate PH. Todak Malaysia. And of course, Euro Red Giants Esports from Malaysia as well. And we're going to be seeing Euro Red Giants Esports. They're going to be going up against Echo to start things off. Your thoughts on that game? And actually, let's talk about the groups first. What are your thoughts on that one, Terrence?
You know, I was a little bit surprised as well, but I'm really glad the other casters did bring up a very, very good point. It seems like Group A seems to be one of the more difficult group to be watching out as well. A lot of skill play needs to be involved, and I feel like there's just so much to talk about when it comes to individual players, especially coming from the Indonesian regions, considering that it's been a while, but finally they have toppled down the Philippine dynasty in the recent M series. And the MSC as well, it's going to be something that during MMC. So can they continue this streak here in SPS and then take the W in home ground? So this is something that I think we can get a little bit more details, more specific players here and there. But I'm really excited to see who is going to be the starting lineup for Echo going up against Euro Red Giants.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you talked about the fact that some of the players who are out, Carl T and Benny QT, are going to not be participating. They have Zyda and Outplay. They're going to be joining in. But again, let's go back to the groups here. I mean, we're looking at both of these ones. You talked about the fact that, you know, most tend to agree that Group A is the stronger of the two. But the thing is that if you're kind of looking at it from just like an outsider, I think maybe, is it because of like a balance, a shift in balance, so to speak? Maybe Aura Fire kind of being, one of the teams that kind of snuck in, so people kind of have a bias against that, Terrence?
Oh, most definitely, 100%. Like, Aura Fire started all the way from bottom, and now they're here. But the question is, can they reach the top? So that's something I'm definitely looking forward to as well. But besides Aura Fire, let's talk about a little bit more of a conspiracy that has been happening and also being speculated throughout the previous group stages as well. Evos Icon versus Evos Legend. Evos Legends being the main team, Evos Icon being the sub team, and there has been a lot of rumors as well. And I quote, for Merkel, EVO's icon had a scream against EVO's Legends 50 times, and they have won 43 out of 50 matches against EVO's Legends. So that has been a lot of speculations, but of course, we have not seen the official matches yet. That's going to be something that can or cannot be talked about during the main event if they qualify. But of course, TLDR, Group A, Group B, top 3 from each group will advance. And of course, Group A seems to be very, very, very scary if you think about it.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake. And I mean, those teams are all vying for this, which is, of course, 150,000 USD. First place gets you 65K, second 32, third place was 17, and so on, all the way down to 1,800 in 12th place. So basically, every team, if you're participating in this, you've made it. You've earned some money, and this is this could be life-changing money for some of them. I mean, there's so much at stake, and not only bragging rights, but also this huge chunk of change.
Yeah, that is going to be a lot of money to talk about as well. And when it comes to money, who doesn't love money, And here's my question here. What would you do if you got first place with 65,000? And if you split 5 ways, that's about 10K USD. What would you do with $10,000 each, man?
Honestly, I would probably get the next Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. That would be the first thing. I would upgrade my phone, make sure that I have the best level playing field, so to speak, and especially if I'm going to continue on. But, I think, 65K is just the beginning, right? It's just the foundation and knowing that, hey, this is the long-term plan. We're going to continue to play well and continue to go on. But unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be winning first place anytime soon, Terrence. Thanks for making me feel bad.
Well, we can only dream, we can only hope. But of course, when it comes to the next thing here, I'm curious to see the schedule, and you guys are as well. And you guys currently watching on the B stream here, this is going to be the schedule for this stream that you guys are currently watching. We start things off with Echo PH going up against Yudu Red Giants, and then after that, we're going to have Todak going up against Bigatron Alpha. Once again, we will see Yudu Red Giants back again for the third series, but this time they are going to be facing another Philippine team, and that is going to be RSGPH. And last but not least, we will close things off in the B stream with Bigatron Alpha going up against Aura Fire. Well, I definitely have a very, very big bias towards Aura Fire, but at the same time, let's see if that's going to be an interesting one. But of course, not just the B stream here, this is also going to be the schedule for the respective streams.
Yeah, and if we're looking at it, I mean, I don't want to talk about A and C. No, I will, though, because Stream B is still the best. But nonetheless, let's talk about Stream A. I mean, we got to see, what the other teams are playing on. But Burnex Flash, they're going to be going up against EVO's Icon, Onic Esports against AP Bren, Echo against EVO's Icon, Onic Esports against EVO's Legends to kind of finish out the stream for Stream A. Now, if we're looking at Stream C, it's going to be the Battle of RSG. That's going to start things off. RSG SG, of course, going up against PH. EVO's Legends going up against Aura Fire. Burnex Flash going up against RSG Singapore. And Todak versus AP Bren. I think that you're going to find, no matter what stream you are on, you're going to find a good game somewhere.
Yeah, I'm pretty... This is the best of the best here in the group stages here. It's just a little bit of a warm-up as well, in case you guys are wondering what's happening here. They are going to be fighting for that slot into the main event in Jakarta. In this case, the LAN event is going to be happening in about 3 days' time. So be sure to book your tickets. But before we talk about the tickets, the teams have to advance there. Because as of now, from what I'm seeing based on the schedules as well, the first day dictates the momentum of the team, and it is going to be a huge morale booster for them if they're able to take their first series to continue forward. Because as of now, based on the grouping respective as well, you need a minimum of 3 game wins to pretty much guarantee top 3 for yourself. So winning 3 teams pretty much guarantees for you, but 2 games isn't too bad as well if you think about it.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you don't want to be on the bottom looking up, put yourself in a bad situation, and it's a very stressful situation knowing that you won't get into it. But of course, you talked about how to get involved. Of course, the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals is live. It's going to be July 21st through the 23rd. Istora Senayan Jakarta, please do come on down. The tickets are still available. You can still make your way there and, of course, see everything live. But again, they got us qualified. That's the biggest thing. How do they do that? How do they make sure that they're, how do they balance from trying new things out in a new season versus making sure that they play well to get, into the finals?
Exactly. And of course, when it comes to ticket sales, guess what? Well, we've pretty much upgraded the package for you guys here. Previously, it was 20k rupiah. Now it is going to be 30,000 rupiah, upgraded from a medium-sized coffee to a large-sized coffee now. And you can get your tickets at esl.gg/SPSMLBB tickets, starting, once again, 30,000 rupiah only to actually participate for the event in Historic Anaya. And it is going to be happening in this coming weekend. So it's about 4 days time. Get your tickets before it's sold out. And of course, if you guys have been following the SPS series as well, all the premier seats were sold out right from the first week, and it's crazy. First week, when we were promoting this, was almost 2 months ago, by the way. 2 months ago. That's crazy.
I mean, it's a great opportunity to see some of the best, right? In terms of MLBB, this is a great opportunity to kind of to feel the energy, right? And there's nothing like it, especially when it comes down to that, the last finals, the grand finals, everything's going on. Obviously, there's a ton of build-up. There's a bunch of storylines that could happen. Making sure that your team does get involved in getting, to that level, seeing that growth, so to speak, it's unheard of. So make sure that you do get yourself some tickets, get yourself there, enjoy the show, because we have plenty of games to get ourselves to that point. But again, this is, of course, Stream B. My name is Holland. With me is Terrence. And of course, we're going to go into this one. This one's going to be Yudo Red Giants eSports versus Echo. Now, this is two teams that haven't played too much. There's not a big track record between the two. But what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know, man. Like, I really want to see who is going to be starting lineup for Echo as well. I really hope Benny QT as well as Kyle TC is going to be playing coming from Echo. I've heard a little bit of bird as well. I've heard a little bird that they might not be playing, which is something that I feel a little bit bummed out. Is it because there's going to be internal issues, or is it because they're preparing for something big? Because I know this is going to be, I would say, pretty one-sided. Not gonna lie, Yudo Red Giants, they have been growing, they have been learning and adapting, but is it good enough to be fighting against the best in the business thus far? Grand finalists for MSC, and that's something that I think maybe this is the perfect time for Yudo Red Giants to actually kind of sneak a game off the entire group stages.
But if Echo doesn't have Carlsey or Benny, and I mean, they're playing, 3 out of 5 of their starters, so to speak, but is that enough, do you think, to take on Yudo?
That's the thing, right? I feel like it may be enough, but that's the thing. Yudo Red Giants, they have the element of surprise, and even during the group stages when they were playing, they barely qualified over. They did have a little bit of element of surprise, and what I mean by element of surprise is that Super Red is a very young blood coming in from Malaysia, shown himself that he can try and keep up with the best of the best, especially when it comes to jungle positions. So that's something that I think is very brought out as well. I think Eterna, during the previous interview, in part of the videos, he did mention as well, it's come to a stage where junglers really make a huge impact on being volatile, being precise, and also being flexible in their roles now, especially when it comes to the meta. It's the jungle, is the tank jungle meta, is the assassin metas as well, and especially, and like you said as well, when you brought up emblem changes, changing the dynamic of the game once again. We might see potential assassin jungles. It's something that I think Echo as well as Yudo Red Giants do play it in their composition, in their arsenal.
Yep, and now's the time to kind of set it up, but let's check out the first video going into this one. Answer, I mean, unfortunately, Carlsey and Benny are not going to be there. Sanford, Zaida, Sanji, Outplayed, Yaoi are going to be your lineup for today. I'm still thinking they're still going to be a very strong team, and they're going to want to play very well in this, especially in the first matchup of this league.
Oh boy, when it comes to the San combo, this is something that Echo PH is still very, very scary for as well. And in this kind, not having Caldeezy and betting QT puts them in a very, very awkward position. Can they adapt in time? So I don't think it's going to be a big issue coming from Echo PH, but considering the fact that Sanford and Sanji is still going to be playing here, and they have been adapting, and it's weird when it comes to watching Echo PH because of the fact that when we talk about dual combos, it's always about the roamers and mage. But when it comes to Echo PH, somehow Sanford and Senji always makes ridiculous plays to actually win for the team. And it's crazy because these are two completely different roles, but they somehow gel really well and securing kills. And it's crazy coming from Echo PH.
Yeah, it just happens to be one of those things where they play well together. They've had that experience. They've kind of gotten, they've gotten so many reps in, so to speak, that they understand where they need to be. And of course, obviously, XP and the mid laner a little bit different. But it's one of those things where if you've got a great XP or mid laner, you're going to kind of ensure that you have two good lanes, right? Obviously, the jungler, we talked about the fact that, hey, this might be the jungle meta, things might be changing and all of that. It can dictate a game. But at the end of the day, if you have these pillars, so to speak, on the team in terms of Sanford and Sanji, you're going to have a decent time. I think Echo Esports, they've got nothing to worry about. I'm still questioning why there was a change to be had in the first place. I mean, this is still, third place at MSC. These are your previous M4 world champs. I mean, they were voted even the mobile team of the year by the Mobies just recently. So this is a team that still has a lot of power and is super scary in this league.
Yeah, this is something that I want to see as well. However, let us jump into the video for the opponents right now.
Yudo Red Giants, this is what we wanted, right? Goja Seki's Zach Super Red and Pancake. And I mean, you've seen these boys in action, so to speak, and they've kind of caught your eye, so to speak. But, what are your thoughts on this team, Terrence?
That's the thing, right? When it comes to Yudo Red Giants, they are still relatively new. And what I mean by new is that they pretty much made their debut in the previous season of MPL. They did pretty decent, but they had a little bit of roster swaps here and there in between mid-seasons, and that is where we started to see signs of them growing. And now, after them losing Soren, they have been a very, very rocky start. But what really surprised me was that Super Red as well as Skies are two players that kind of took those losses and learned from them and tried to make their own meta to actually make a W. But the question here is it enough to compete with one of, I would say, the veterans in the scene, a seasoned team like Echo PH? So I think that's going to be the question, where is discipline going to be able to win the game, or being unpredictable, being raw, being, I would say just young in general, can they actually win the game? So that's something that I'm curious to see coming from Yudo Red Giants.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that's kind of, I would say, almost like a dark horse, right? And the fact that they were, the last spot to be qualified even for the Challenger Finals. They lost, 1-2 to Team Flash, and then later on in the decider match, they came back against Team Flash and beat them 2-0. So you talk about the growth, the fact that they're learning and they're constantly getting better, something that, this is a team that you need to be worried about. But, let's talk a little bit about predictions here, right? Snapdragon match prediction. Cast your vote in the Twitch chat. Let us know which team you think is going to win. But Terrence, I mean, we'll go to our own predictions a little bit later, right?
Yeah, I'm curious to see here, but personally, I have a very, very soft spot for Malaysia team, man. And, represent Malaysia, love Malaysia, best place in the world, most multicultural place, we share everything, but at the same time, okay, I guess my prediction is kind of fair, right? You get what I mean, right? Yeah.
To be honest, I think that this is probably going to go to a third game. I wasn't 100% sure. This is one of those things where I kind of went with my brain in the sense of I've seen this past success of Echo. I've seen them do well. But again, it's the whole shakeup of the team that kind of has me worried. I'm not sure where to put this team. And I think that, starting it off as a match one is perfect for Red Giants. Because, again, they don't really know, and they're going to find out what's going to happen.
Hey, in my defense, if I knew that Kyle TZ and Benny QT is not playing, I would probably say Red Giants would take 2-1. Okay? I didn't know. I did not know.
Okay.
But, all things considered, every team has made their preparations. They start their rosters for a reason. They know that they know what they're doing, right? That they're a reason why they are a management team. There's coach, there's analysts to kind of test the waters as well, especially when it comes to the meta ships as well. Where things are a little bit more unpredictable now when it comes to emblem chains. But now, let's talk a little bit more into what's the drafts here coming from both sides, because when it comes to playstyles here, Red Giants really likes to lean a lot into the Arlet gameplay with, I think it's Gojaz that actually sets it up for the team to actually secure the wave. And if Gojaz does not have a very, very good lane like XP lane, Red Giants do have the tendency to kind of, I would say, fall apart if they do not get those space to create. Whereas Echo, I'm curious to see, can they actually do what they're doing right now?
Okay. All right. We're going into the draft, and that's coming up in about 20 seconds or so. And you talked about the fact that, hey, this is the first one. There's a lot at stake. There's a lot of question marks going in. But if you were, again, the coach of one of these teams, which of the teams would you think that, hey, we must win this game one to set the tone?
I think that's going to be Yudu. That's a little bit more pressure on top of Yudu because of the fact that if you can beat one of the best in the business in your first series, it is going to be a huge morale booster for yourselves. And by the same time, it does put a big target on your ass, on you, because how do you beat Echo? And that's something that a lot of teams have been struggling, especially in the previous tournaments as well. So now, without further ado, we are going to be jumping into the draft right now, and I'm curious to see who is going to be the starting lineup. And so far, based on statistics as well, there has been a lot favoring on towards the red side, a little bit more now compared to the earlier days of the recent meta.
It's good to see, and I'm happy to see how this one kind of starts out, right? I think that there's a couple targeted bans already with like the Fanny and the Diggy and all that. But, just kind of getting into this one, you like the red side. What about the red side that really just kind of makes it a little bit easier for the teams?
Because of the fact that if you are going to be batting, if you're not batting power pickups, definitely in the first phase draft, red side does have the advantage to actually take on towards that. Lean towards that direction. In this case, Arlot is something that you can lean on. Novaria is something that we are going to be looking for. Maybe even Freddy Martin to a degree. So I like that, Echo, they're keeping all this open just because of the fact that they can kind of dictate the tempo they want to set here. And this Diggy ban coming from Echo is very interesting because of the fact that recently, I can't remember what was the team as well. There was a team during the group stages. They brought in a very interesting composition where they brought in the Novaria to pair up with the Guinevere and the Minotaur just because of the fact of this, I would say, knockback wombo combo strategy. And because of the fact that Novaria's out kind of increases the hitbox, it makes it very difficult to play against, especially if you do not have those purifies.
Yeah, it's going to have to add up right here. But if we're looking at what the first pick happened, it looks like Echo are going to just go with the Claude to kind of start things off. Gold laner, I mean, Claude seems to be pretty popular already at MPL ID as well. But your thoughts on a first pick, Claude?
That's the thing, right? Like, starting of the meta, I think Claude isn't like the first pick material because like Melissa is just good, Beatrix is just so much better. But when it comes to marksman department, you have to think about plan B. In this case, when it comes to plan A and plan B, plan A pretty much win your lane, at the perfect lane, win the game, right? But when it comes to chances of making a comeback, heroes like Beatrix, heroes like Melissa, their comeback mechanics are very limited because of the fact that it is so difficult to find farm across the map, especially when your enemy team is going to be snowballing you. having a Claude gives you that flexibility because you have split push, have escape mechanisms, you are going to be forcing people to put so much commitment onto you to actually make a play. And this is something that I think the Indonesian teams and Philippine teams understands and knows how to play around this composition, and it's scary. And as of yet, interesting. Angela as well as the Ling being brought out, and recently there has been talks as well. Angela having a little bit of buff changes because of the emblem, but for them to play this hyper carry strategy, I am not sure what Echo is thinking about this.
Yeah, it seems a bit of a weird one, kind of just going into this. Again, maybe they're looking to just shift things up. Again, if we're going to kind of refer back to MPL ID, which I think is a good indicator of where the meta should be because of the fact that, you know, the new emblem system, it's a new season that's starting out. But if we're going to talk a little bit about Fredrin, he's 1-5, he's 16% win rate. But on the other side, if you're looking at what Faramis has done, he's the 5th most picked. He's won 6 times, lost once. So, I mean, between the two, they're about 50-50. Just very interesting to kind of start things off. But again, kind of first phase, first 3 picks, you can kind of see how Euro Red Giants are wanting to play.
Give me a target.
Wow, this is a very interesting draft coming from both sides. Like, the core requirement playing against a team such as Echo or maybe even Blacklist International to a degree is you have to be very, very spot on in your macro gameplay. And I like that Echo is playing towards their strengths. Their macro gameplay has been very, very expected. These are pretty clear cuts that having Ling, having Claude, they are going to be split pushing all the way through, which is something that Euro Red Giants may kind of struggle a little bit when it comes to committing to these fights, because all Echo needs to do is just not die and just give space away. And this is something that if they can kind of split push all the way through, Euro Red Giants won't be able to do too much in punishing this unless they play extremely aggressive. And having this Hilda pickup is great. And I like that Euro Red Giants, they're betting to kind of enable this Hilda to just annoy this Ling right from the early first 4 minutes of the game. I guess pre-4 if you think about it.
Yeah. I like the pickup. I think it's pretty well rounded. I think that, you know, you want to see, you got your control, you got your tankiness, you have your survivability, so to speak. But is it good enough to go up against Ling and you know, and the Claude, right, which had that potential to burst, get in, get out, and, you know, move on with their lives, so to speak. But it's one of those things where now Echo, how do they round themselves out? Understanding that the Faramis is there, you're going to see the Cult Altar. That's going to be a nuisance when it comes to team fights, and you have to work around their cooldown. What exactly are you looking to pick up here as Echo?
As Echo, that's the thing, right? They need 2 very, very annoying heroes to actually push them back and buy a little bit more time. In this case, I feel like if they want to play this tanky strategy, they can still go for the Esmeralda, which is something that Sanford can actually play. And with this Angela, it kind of enables it to do its own thing. You need a space creator, and having this Uranus kind of banned off as well, it feels like they don't really need to farm. They don't need to take team fights. All they need to do is have 2 very, very annoying heroes, buy time for this Ling and Claude to be enabled. So I feel like they might be leaning on this Esmeralda coming from Echo, but Euro Red Giants, they need to be able to identify this. Are they going to save up their XP lane? So Beatrix, personally, not a big fan, just because of the fact that when the Ling dives into Beatrix, not really the greatest to get away. I was expecting them to go for the Melissa, but considering that there is the Claude as well, I guess you need to have some way to trade damage, I guess, coming from Euro Red Giants.
I mean, Beatrix has it all, right? In terms of damage, it has mobility. It's one of those things where if the positioning is perfect, you know, yeah, you're safe. You're going to be fine. But it's one of those things where, can you be safe? Can you actually get away from everybody else? It's going to really come out to the you know, the supporting cast, so to speak, to ensure that your Beatrix can really pop off. But it's going to be one of those moments where, you know, there's going to be a target on her.
Payback. Your team.
Oh, okay. Not the Esmeralda. I was expecting as well, but the Terizla works just as good as well. Provides a little bit of CCs, does have the damage potential to kind of threaten the back lines. In this case, I don't think the Hilda is gonna have too much of an issue coming from Euro Red Giants, but I definitely feel like the Faramis Cult Altar is gonna be completely shredded. So based on this composition coming in from Echo, I don't really like it. just because of the fact that they don't have a very, very strong frontliner when it comes to those head-to-head clashes. But I like the idea that they have in this draft, which is macro gameplay, which is something that Yudo Giants right now is very lacking here. And when it comes to split push, there's absolutely nothing Yudo can do right now unless the final ban comes in. But nope, they are gonna double down in this CC composition fight. So I guess if Yudo Giants is able to just play aggressively and catch Echo Bit off guard, this snowball coming from Yudo is gonna be extremely scary. So it is gonna be a hit and miss coming from me.
All right, my concern right now is the Beatrix here, right? I feel like if you focus the Beatrix, you take her out, then you're gonna really struggle. Yeah, you have a whole bunch of control, you have a whole bunch of, you know, tanky guys, so to speak, that can just get in the way, but I think you're gonna have a bit of a rough time. There's a lot of eggs in one basket, whereas in Echo, like, there are so many avenues of attack. They have different angles. They can outposition you. They do need to be very careful. And yes, they are squishy, so they do need to play a little bit, you know, perfectly in the positioning game. But, you know, if we're looking at lineups aside, which one do you think is just easier to play overall?
Personally, Yudo Giants draft is definitely easier to play because the draft that Echo is trying to play right now is very, very difficult and it requires high-level communication and high-level teamwork. And of course, I'm excited to see how they are going to be playing here because as of now, we are going to be jumping into the game. The first game here on the first day for the challenge finals here, the group stages. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Echo going up against Yudo Giants and I'm extremely excited to see how this goes.
This is going to be an amazing game. It's going to be the start of exactly what we wanted to go into it. Of course, Echo Esports, Yudo Giants Esports, both, you know, two teams that really have a lot to prove. We're going to see exactly how they play this one out. And again, Yudo Giants already have the red side. You talked about the advantages that they got. I think going into this one, laning is going to be super important for them.
Yeah, this is not something that Yudo Giants want an opening. They need to find a way to punish Link. However, bottom side though,
oh, Sanford is already about half life. And yeah, they're kind of skirmish a bit here. Nothing to really worry about. But okay, if you had to just pick a team that's like, hey, this one needs to do a much better job in the laning phase, which is that team? As I say that, Immobile, Zach, getting a little low. Pancake's going to go in. He's going to do a little bit of damage. He's going to be stunned himself. And now Zyda's joined the fight. Pancake's going to be on the run. Go under tower. Zach is going to cover that. And they should be fine.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful defense coming from Echo Israel. Like right from the get-go, from the entire start as well, they knew exactly what Yudo Giants was trying to do. This is, I would say, the perfect starting pre-4 coming from Echo PH. Like they're getting so much pressure on the lane. They're able to stop this, I would say, this Hilda coming from Pancake from delaying Zyda's farm. So I would say the first condition for Echo PH to kind of win this game is to not give too much space to Yudo Giants. So they are currently putting this wall where Yudo Giants can't seem to penetrate as of yet. But as soon as I say this...
Oh, but Sanjay solo! Zach goes for the flicker play. He doesn't actually get the kill. Now Zach is going to be worried. He's going to be looking to be left for dead. But Zyda gets first blood, and that is not what you want to see. The Link picking up that first blood money.
Same time, Yudo Giants, they were able to sacrifice a player. They do trade the turtle instead. So a little bit of miscommunication, but it feels like Echo PH, they weren't expecting this place, but at the same time, Pancake, can he see the
Pancake? Oh, he'll easily take that one. Oh, Zyda somehow survives the Tempest of Blades, keeping him up. And he's going to be back, and they have the Immobile. They're going to go for this one. Zyda, Pancake is continuing on. Pancake's going to be on the run. Yawi flickers. He's going to be fine for now.
Oh boy, that was so close. He could have gone a little bit sideways here, but Echo PH, they do secure the football from side here, so that's a little bit of plus point for them. But now, finally, Yudo Giants getting the space they need. They are going to try and force a fight.
Oh, nice two-man knockout. Zach getting low. Sanji's going to do that. The feathered airstrike, that's going to be connected. Flicker away to Gojens. He's going to get out, and they're going to let him know he's going to be killed. Sanford will take that one. So 3 early kills going the way of Echo.
Oh, mistakes. It's not over yet though, but it seems like Yudo Giants, they made a little bit small mistake. They thought for a fact that they were able to drop Zyda down very, very low, but that's the thing about Link, right? You can rotate between lanes as quickly as you can if you have those purple bubbles. In this case, they were able to utilize this, punish Yudo Giants for this overextension, and I would say a little bit of a miscalculation, and so far, they are playing in towards their strengths, and as of yet, Echo PH, they're trying to get this power bomb here, but they are going to scout a Pancake though.
Oh, the Feathered airstrike right onto him. It's the perfect setup. You have your stuns. Pancake is going to be killed, and that's going to be 4 kills going the way of Echo. This net worth lead is at 1,500 at this stage.
Yeah, this is not going well coming from Euro Giants because, you know, things should not be going in this way, but Echo just predicted every textbook play that Euro Giants coming, but now a ballsy attempt coming from Sekis though.
Oh, they've got the Fenrir, and it looks like they're going to go for more. They do have the Isekis. He's going to be slowed down. He's going to dash over the wall. They have the second side. The turtle's now been spawned, but Zach, the Cult Altar, that's going to be the first one. Zach is trying to flicker. He gets killed. Zyda will take that. The Tempest of Blades actually going to be a little off the mark. They have a nice 3-man stun. Sekis is going to be killed. Zyda's going to be killed in return, but now Gojas is on the run. He's being focused. No real way. He gets dashed. He does get killed in the end. Not able to get away. 7-1 going the way of Echo.
Yeah, this is a beautiful play coming from Echo as well because, like, Euro Giants, they overcommitted to stay a little bit too much. The good play was that they were able to force Zyda in that earlier fight with this purple buff, but because of how long this fight was drawn out, even though the retribution from Zyda was used, it was pretty much resetted, and then they actually got the kill, forced Euro Giants back, got the kill onto its Sekis, and because of that, they were able to secure the turtle for themselves. So I would say it's a big W coming from Echo PH, knowing that, oh no, Zyda does not have retribution. Okay, what can we do? Let's force a fight, prolong it enough, buy enough time, and once I have the retribution, okay, I'm going to secure the turtle for myself. So Euro Giants just wasn't expecting Echo PH to hard commit in that situation.
Yeah, timing was great. I mean, understanding cooldowns, right? And when to take that fight. I think it was super important. Now, if you're Euro Red Giants, what are you doing to get yourself back in the game at this stage?
Ooh, that's a very difficult position here. In this case, maybe getting a kill onto Sanford would be a pretty good one as well, because as of yet, he's pretty much the brick wall for now, because top side though, Sekis, they're gonna make a 10.
Zeki's going 1 versus 4. He was just trying to invade the enemy jungle, not able to do anything. But I mean, you've attracted a lot of attention. I seem that's pretty good work. But now Echo have been a picture perfect almost with their defense, understanding the different lanes. And if we're looking at this net worth lead, yes, it's about 2.6. But, you know, Euro Red Giants doing what they can, trying to find any sort of gaps in the Echo defense.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. Considering how Echo is just playing around this situation, pay attention to the map as well. Like, they're having Outplay just playing all the way on the other side of the map. And they actually went for a swap here where the Cloud is playing against the R1. Not exactly the most ideal matchup coming for Euro Red Giants, but it does give Outplay a lot of room to secure those farm. And that is something that they're just doing so much better, right? Like, they understand that this matchup is going to be favoring them, and if we're winning all these matchups, we are going to get those level leads. And in this case, they are starting to scale away bit by bit against Euro Red Giants.
It's a very, very confident, you know, matchup, right? The fact that you're putting the Cloud up there, but I mean, he's kind of left alone. He's basically isolating things. I mean, this is going to be pretty huge in terms of the turtle, and it looks like Bennett's Rage is going to be a little off the mark. Sanford doesn't do any of this. They have the vision of the turtle getting very low. Who's going to go for this one? Sekis will secure that one. That's a good win for them. They do have the nice little knock-off. Gojas is going to be knocked up in a nice 4-man stun. Sanford continuing on. The penalty zone was just on point. The feathered airstrike is going to be raining on top of them. Super Red is going to be killed, and now Euro Red Giants on the run. You've got nothing left. All you have is Sekis and Pancake, now just trying to get to safety.
Oh boy, Sekis, he's just stuck right now, and Sanford getting the kill coming from Echo PH. Beautifully done. Euro Red Giants, they were a little bit desperate for the turtle, but there's just no turning back in this scenario. Echo PH just catching them with their hands, and in this case, not having those major ultimates and not dishing out those damage is gonna hurt them so much. However, they find Sanji.
They find him, but he does get away. The feathered airstrike just actually zones them away. And they thought, I mean, they had the numbers, and they're not going to go 4 versus 2. And they're going to realize that, hey, we got to play this a little bit safer. We're going to slow things down.
Yeah, in this case, you know, Echo PH, they're just getting what their win condition needs. And in this case, getting farm on the spot. And Outplay right now is getting a little bit too scary. He's level 10. He's got major damage out of the power spikes as well, and that's something that Euro Red Giants may be a little bit losing out. But no, the purple buff stolen coming in from Zyda, and Euro Red Giants is in a very, very tough spot right now.
The worst part about that was that Euro Red Giants had numbers. There were 4 of them, and they were all kind of waiting in the bush, and it seems like they're almost playing scared, which is very worrying at this stage. You don't want to give Echo that advantage. I understand you don't want to take a bad team fight, but sometimes you need to understand where, hey, the numbers are actually in my favor. We need to defend our purple buff. We got to make sure that Zyda doesn't take everything from us.
Am I seeing this right? Is that a lightning trunking on the Claude?
Oh, I didn't see it in time.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but at the same time, if Outplay actually played that, that's pretty much next level. I've never seen a lightning trunking being played from a Claude, but yeah, as of now, Echo, they are gonna try and test the waters here, try and threaten the fight against Euro Red Giants. And currently, this is not a great time for Euro Red Giants because if you pay attention to Seki's level, it's level 10 as compared to Zydo's level 13. So the retribution battle, it is going to be heavily favored on towards Echo, and it's not a great time for Euro Red Giants to even contest this at all, if you think about it.
Yeah, but the Feathered Airstrike, that was used very, very early. I think a little premature for my taste, but it looks like they've got him. Sanford is getting a little bit low. He's going to kind of spot them out. Euro Red Giants are making a beeline for the Lord, realizing that they need to go. Nice knockup. Outplay is going to be killed. That's a huge win for them. And Zyda now looking to fight this. The Cult Ultra's already been expended as well. Now the Tempest the Blade, slices and dices, kill Super Red. That's a lot of the damage, but you have the control. Pancake is going to be killed. Zyda now on the run. Sanford is very low. Is he going to be able to do this? He does get the kill. He's somehow out healing everything, doing the damage, and that's what you want. Sanji's going to be killed as well. Doja's now on the run. He's going to be killed. Zyda will secure that one. Now 3 left standing. They're going to focus on the Lord.
Yeah, that was a beautifully executed fight as well coming from Echo PH. There's just nothing Euro Red Giants can actually do. And the question with this composition is that Euro Red Giants, they have this strong front-to-front CC composition, but they just don't have the right lockdown and burst to actually take down this nimble hero. In this case, Zyda pretty much getting free reign all the way through. They don't have a hard lockdown to actually punish this Cloud, and this is starting to be a very, very big problem coming for Euro Red Giants because they are designed to play for prolonged team fights, but Echo PH, they're not here to drag it out. They're here to isolate pick fights, get one, take them out. That's pretty much it. And now look at this, Echo PH looking for the catch.
Oh, the blazing duet! The Venice Rage used defensively, but Super Red just gets blown up. No chance. We talked about positioning. Not going to happen. Goja's going to be killed as well, but Zyda will fall a little too ambitious. He does go down, but again, it's one of those things where if Gojas go down, you're going to, or Super Red, excuse me, you're going to have a bad time.
Oh, this is tough. This is brutal, but clean so far. Echo PH continuing to assault Sanford, making the attempt here. Is he gonna get anything? No, but seems like
this is just a
no.
Right? I mean, you've got the Lord here, that's pushing, but Sanford's just up front, just being this menace. Yeah, you got to deal with him, but you can't get free shots onto the Lord. I mean, this is a very difficult situation, but as I say that, Bennett's Rage will do some damage, and Sanford will fear that one. Now the Lord's gonna be left for dead.
Yeah, that's the thing, right, Oller? This is a very, very brutal game coming. I would say a textbook game coming from Echo PH, right? If you think about how they're playing, like they're understanding their values, they're understanding their traits really, really much in favor, and they know when to apply pressure when it needs most. And this is something that Euro Red Giants don't seem to understand. And as of yet, they just don't have the tools to punish Zyda. And look at this. Again, another purple ball being stolen here. Winter, I would say the Winds of Nature also being purchased from this Cloud. At this stage, they just don't have the magical damage to actually kill off Echo PH right now.
Yeah, no magical damage. I mean, it seems like, you know, they've been focused on, they've been very reactive. Euro Red Giants, that is. Like, almost every single team fight, any sort of initiation that's happening, Echo chooses who they want to kill. And they just pretty much burst you down, don't give you any sort of chance to protect that person, right? And again, it comes back to the Beatrix. Super Red, you got to keep him alive. It's been very difficult for him. He hasn't had the game that he's wanted, but this is one of those situations where, you know, as a team, what can we do better to give ourselves a chance?
Yeah, and also when it comes to this plays here, I feel like giving them a chance. I feel like Euro Red Giants right now, they need to find a way to enable I would say enables Becky's to play safe.
There
but
we
no,
go. That's going to be used. Pancake, he's going to get a little bit low. The feathered airstrike, but Sanji's already been killed. Pancake's going to be killed in return. The Tempest of Blade, that's going to do some work. Zach is going to be killed in that one. Sanford getting a little bit low. Gochis is down for the count. Zaida doing some work, but he's going to fall. And Super Red did survive, at least for the time. He's doing some damage. He's on the run, but now everybody's drawing a beat on him. They want to make sure that they kill him, and Sanford will take your triple kill. He has the most damage of the game, and now 10 kills to his name.
Oh boy, GG, well played, man. Like, just like that, now Outplay gonna be securing the Lord all by himself. They don't really have Zaida for this, but due to Red Giants, they can't really do too much. Zach QT, the only one left, but with this, they are gonna try to prolong this fight. Sanford, oh no, the tower is not even aggro on Sanford. Feels bad for you, Red Giants, man.
Yeah, feels bad, but it was one of those things where, you know, Echo were taking the Lord. They were actually doing a little bit of, you know, chip damage on that T3 mid. They were doing as much work as they could possibly do. You talked about how maybe they should slow things down or whatever, and it's like Echo is like, no. We just got our foot down on the gas pedal. We're just trying to end this game as quickly as possible, and you can see it.
8K network lead with a lot knocking in. Echo PH, they're just not taking any unnecessary risks. As you can see, they're just playing this very slow, soft poking, securing the outer turret before taking it as well. Red Giants, they need to force play, but it seems like Echo PH is just not giving it to them at all. Look at this, they're just not overcommitting. They're syncing up the lanes, they just want to take turrets bit by bit.
Yeah, you can play it safe. I mean, you have a level net worth lead. You have, I mean, everything is going your way, right? This is one of those things, and I say that Gochis is going in for this one. Sanford, that is, he's just trying to get to safety. He gets back out. He somehow survives most of that. The Appraiser's Wrath, a little off the mark. Seki's going to back up with a feathered airstrike right on top, and he slams it down, kills him, and it looks like they're going to get something out of that, which is, of course, just Seki's life.
That was a clutch play coming from ROV. Like, if the hard guard wasn't on time, I'm pretty sure Sanford would have died, but it's not over yet. Look at this, Outplay zoning them out, and Gochis as well. Gets a nice hit onto Zaida, and that might be the comeback that Red Giants actually needs to stay alive right now.
Okay, it's just one kill, right? You know, Zaida, if anything, has been playing a little bit over-aggressive in the sense that if they've almost played a flawless game. 8 kills to Yudo's name, and 4 of them have gone the way to Zaida, right? So if anything, you know, Zaida's been like, okay, I can play this one. I'm going to be as aggressive as possible, give my team some space. And Echo eSports, yeah, you play a little aggressively, but we just know when to back off.
At the same time here, with the turret also being zoned off, Red Giants, they finally get the zoom that they need. However, the bigger question here is, can they replicate that play? Because Gochis now going to be making an attempt.
Oh, Sanford going very deep. That was actually very deep, but he somehow survives. Does a lot of AoE damage, but they're going to back off here. Sanji's going to kind of, you know, skirmish a bit, but, you know, again, they're going to back off at the right time.
Oh boy, like the amount of layers that Red Giants needs to go through to figure out what actually works, they finally found that secret sauce, and that's going to be Gochis catching the right target with those final flashes. And Echo PH, they need to realize that if they are caught out in a very awkward position, it is going to be spelling disastrous for them. However, Red Giants, they messed up I would say, the skills a little bit, you know, allowing Sanford to kind of use his ultimate to get out, but pay attention to his kills. This Terizla is 10-0-10, and technically this is supposed to be a tank XP laner, and for him to get 10-0-10 shows that there is a reason why Terizla is in the current meta. It's just really good, especially with the recent emblem changes.
Okay, you talk about the 10-0-10, but Yawi, 0-0-18, as a fellow roamer myself, let's give a little shout out to where Yawi's playing well as well. The fact that he hasn't died speaks volumes about this team and the way that they're doing, they're 24-8 and they have this 5K net worth lead. They have firm control. As I say, that the Lord now is going to be focused on, but it's only 2 members from Echo.
Yeah, when it comes to getting Brave Smites as well, as long as your skills are hitting people, you are going to be able to get some sort of HP back in return. In this case, Sanford and Outplay going for that means that it is going to be very difficult to actually take them down. So I would say having those Dominance Eyes and Necklace Endurance will help to a certain degree, but to what avail. But as of now, concealed plays coming from Yudu Red Giants. They want to try and punish Sanji, and they do try and make an attempt. Unfortunately, it misses his timing, and now Pancake needs to run for his life, and he's going to be good. However, the Lord commits right here as well. They need to try and commit to this as well. Two gets it, and it's going to be Zida that actually gets it once again. And now Yudu Red Giants, they need to back off. Sekis with the appraisal's draft, not getting the finish at all, and now they are in a little bit of an awkward spot here. They try to kill off Outplay, but they just can't kill him at all, and now Echo will go in for an all-out brawl. Go just straight one, but now Super Red for a kill. He's gonna try and kill Sanford, but does buy enough time, and Super Red will be picked off, and that's gonna be a triple kill for Sanji for Echo PH.
Yeah, I mean, that's looking to be all she wrote, at least for game one. I mean, the minions are here. The Lord is going to be crashing. That was actually the perfect fight that you wanted to Echo to kind of slow things down, or to finish the game, so to speak. But the Tempest of Blade slices and dices. Zach, no real chance, and it's going to be completely wiped out. GG, game one goes the way of Echo. Does it in 19 minutes. Does it in style.
Wow, that was a big clutch coming in from Echo PH. Like, them going for, I would say, the Brave Smite emblem up on the marksman as well as Terizla just kind of forced them in a very awkward position, because this is a very unique way of drafting their composition. Like, it's just not, it's not just the heroes as well. They're thinking from the emblem aspect, and I feel like Echo PH just executed their game plan really well, and they read Yudu Red Giants like a book in this game one, and it's scary. It's really scary.
Very scary. I mean, this is one of those things where if you're Yudo Red Giants, like, what exactly are you thinking about at this stage? Like, how do you recover from a game like that? Is it more about the draft? Is it more about, strategy and the laning? Like, what could we have done better, Terrence? You're coach. You tell me what I need to do. Go.
Well, to be honest, I need to do a lot of homework on how to utilize emblems to synergize with our composition, because if you pay attention to how Echo PH plays it as well, this draft, if you're just talking hero to hero, this is how it's gonna do. But how do you enable it further? And in this case, Echo PH played this composition where, because they went for this Brave Smite on Claude and Terizla, and along with the heals coming from Angela, it's just infinite amount of heals, infinite amount of sustains, infinite amount of pokes, and there's just nothing, I would say, Yudu Red Giants can actually do. So in this case, I feel like Yudu Red Giants, instead of leaning towards the meta, pick heroes that actually has more flexibility to deal with multiple situations. In this case, they need to find a way to shut down Ling, and so far, I think, brush it off. As a coach, brush it off, rethink the draft, game number 2, and then just win the game. That's just about it. Win game. Sorry, I messed up in the draft. Let's fix it again.
Okay. All right. So I guess if Yudo Red Giants, if they're fans out there or the players, let them know that Terrence actually messed up for them, right? This is clearly how it works, right? No, but as I said, that's only game one. No, I think that you bring up some good points, right? It's one of those things where you kind of just, brush it off kind of thing. It's just game one, right? Let's breathe. Let's calm down a little bit. Let's see where we made some mistakes and kind of watch the replay. I think it's going to be super helpful for them to understand the movements and when they actually had advantages that they should have taken advantage of, which they didn't do in the end. And that's kind of where that snowball got going. But again, this Ling pick, that's tough. Is this going to be first phase ban now?
Yeah, I think no, it's definitely not first phase ban worthy. But when it comes to the meta itself, they do need to lean on heroes that kind of enable the composition, right? Because Yudu Red Giants play the composition expecting Echo to kind of lean into this front-to-front play style, but at the same time, they were lacking in terms of a lot of magical damage as well, and it's difficult. It's really difficult to play against a team like Echo PH, in particular the drafts as well, and their understanding of the game. It's scary, but if you don't match that, it's nearly impossible to play. And so far, Yudu Red Giants, they need to be able to identify what went wrong. Was it the drafts? Was it the emblem choices? And etc. Because the draft that Echo PH played is technically a very difficult draft to play, but they understood their win condition and they understood the weakness of their draft, and they found a way to block those holes, like to cover those weaknesses, and it's scary because Yuru Giants, their composition was designed to have this Hilda annoy the heck out of Link right from the pre-4 game. Boom, their rotations just stop them here, stop them here. Okay, buy enough time for Link. Level 4, we're Gucci. We get space, we get time. And once that's happened, mid-game, late game, how do we play around this? Oh, we've got healings, we've got the Brave Smites coming in. Guess what? If you don't calculate your damage properly, you're not gonna kill me. And that's what happened to Yuru Giants multiple times, because a lot of near-death experiences, they almost got the kill. Technically, if they were playing standard Emblem playstyles, they would have gotten the kill. But because, you know, they brought in this Angela, they brought in this Brave Smite, they've gotten this, I would say, level lead, it was just impossible.
Interesting that you bring up that as well as the emblems. You're basically saying that like Red Giants are kind of still adjusting to the meta, still understanding what things need to be done. But you know, I think a lot of teams were caught off guard. A lot of players, the draft especially, the Angela one, it kind of threw a little bit of a wrench in the wheel, so to speak. Not really expected. Something that's very nice to see, right? We want to see the game evolve and kind of create its own meta. So I do like what they've done. Now, Echo eSports, let's look at it from the other side, right? They kind of won that one in convincing style. Is this more of, hey, let's just continue doing the same, or should we look to just change things up a bit? What are your thoughts on that, Terrence?
To be honest, I want to see them try that again, and Yuru Giants kind of counter that. Personally, I would like to see a Baxia pick up the deal with this healing composition. I'm a big fan of Baxia, even though I know the meta is a little bit weird, straying away from the Baxia meta. But it does gives you a little bit more leeway to actually go for this anti-healing composition, right? So I think when it comes to Yuru Giants is that I personally don't think there's an issue with their micro gameplay. It was more on their macro aspect, and in this case, understanding what can be done and what cannot be done is something that it feels like they looked a little bit lost. And that's the thing, right? You're facing off a tier 1 team, the best in the world. So I would say it's still a learning curve. It's not over yet for Yuru Giants. Like, you know, I wouldn't say that game 2 they're going to be able to that, but if they do that, it is going to help them grow even further.
Okay. Now, is it going to be where Yuru Giants, they actually throw something completely unconventional, just try to shake things up? Maybe you kind of, if you throw them off guard, right? You do a little bit of a different draft, or is it more of, hey, let's just stick to our tried and true, meta, try to evolve from there? Or like, again, what are your thoughts on that?
To be honest, Echo PH brought in the surprise for me. Like, they picked up one of the most unique drafts. Yeah. But if Yuru Giants is confident enough, why not try out their draft for a change? Like, if they go for the exact same draft for Echo PH just to deny it from them and try it out themselves, just maybe, that would actually catch them off guard, because I know for a fact that Echo PH, they know what's weak and what's strong is this composition. And even during the drafts as well, Yuru PH had very clear intentions that they wanted to have this Hilda coming from ZQT to kind of win the game for them. That's why in the second phase of ban, they actually banned the Valir, they banned this, and these are two heroes that kind of just stop him from doing what it needs to be done. But that's the thing, right? Angela and Ling still, you think we're worried about Valir? We're good enough. We don't need you. We don't need your Valir and stuff like that.
Yeah. And that's what I like about this draft, right? I think the bans that they had around it were protecting it. They were, kind of evolving as we speak. I really like how they were doing that. Now, I'm looking more towards, the future, right? This is one of those things where, as Yuru Giants, you kind of go up against the powerhouse of Echo eSports, and then they have other games down the road. This is one of those things where you're playing more than one series in a day, right? It might be tiring. You might be on the losing end on a lot of these moments. But again, it's one of those things where if I'm learning, and yeah, we can blame Coach Terrence for all of these games that we lost, but at the end of the day, I need to ensure that I'm getting better, right? And it's drafting and stealing, Echo's draft is one idea, but, I need to do something in the moment right now. What is that?
pull a completely different strategy. And what I mean by different strategy, don't play the traditional front-to-front play style. Stray away from the meta that we've seen so many times in our ranked games, so many times in competition. And what I mean by that is that no Fredrin, no Arlut, no... What's the call again? Faramis. This tree, stay away from it, try something new, and you actually kind of win games. In this case, I think Yudu Red Giants pretty much actually have this opportunity to bring in Zero. But before we get into that here, let's talk a little bit more on the post-game match on how things went down as well. Based on items here, yeah, like I said as well, 2 Brave Spikes coming in from Yawi as well as Sanford here. That pretty much gives them so much sustainability. It's great that it is up on Yudu Red Giants, but that's the thing about this scenario, right? There were so many instances that Sanford would have gotten killed in this scenario, and Yudu Red Giants just couldn't kill him off because the Blazing Duet is just soaking up so much HP off that alongside with the Winds of Nature, the DHS, etc. So technically from Yudu Red Giants, they just don't have the tools to prevent this healing right from the get-go.
Yeah, tough situation, right? I think just this draft overall, I mean, look, I'm going to give a shout out to Outplayed on the Angela. I think the 0023 does stick out to me. I know that most kind of look over that kind of thing. But, you know, if you're looking at their lineup, I mean, their KDAs were on point. The Turizla was just insane. I mean, there was just so much damage, everything that they could have done. But if we're looking at objectives as well, yes, you got a couple turtles on Yudu Red Giants, but it seemed like they really struggled in that laning phase.
Yeah, they definitely did. When it comes to winning through a traditional front-to-front as well, the triple tank composition from Yudu Red Giants technically should have won against Echo PH, but Echo PH was able to hit their timings really, really well, which came down from the starting fight as well. So I like how Echo PH, they really took advantage of their lead and having Outplay kind of play this, I would say, this Angela with complete damage items all the way through. Whenever you go for Harsgard, you are just not just supporting your teammate, you are also dishing damage and threatening the bad lines. And time again, the slows coming in from Angela alongside with X Queen 1 is the reason why Yudu Red Giants are always getting punished for their over aggression, right? Yeah, you just casually just throw your spells time and time again. It's such a long range. You can stun lock people, you can slow them down, and Yudu Red Giants just could not disengage. And for a Faramis, you can't really do that, right? And I would say in terms of mobility, Yudu Red Giants just lost that straight up, and Echo, that's really nice to see how they actually took advantage in the scenario.
Okay, but let's check out the highlights of that last game. That was going to be, of course, Game 1, Echo and Yudu Red Giants.
Now, when it comes to the highlights as well, like, yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, in case you're just curious, like, for you guys just watching as well, you guys are, like, don't know what I'm trying to explain as well, is that it all starts from the pre-4, and you can see Echo PH, they were able to get a level 1 lead, which kind of snowballed little by little, forcing Yudu Red Giants in awkward positions where they just can't really do too much in this scenario. And every single time they almost try to get a kill, they just can't seem to get the kill. And you can see, like, it's just difficult if you think about it.
Yeah, tough situation. I mean, look at all of the fights, just how well placed they are. Right, you have all of your squishies like Sanji and, like, you know, in Outplayed kind of in the back, or Outplayed just choosing his angles of attacks. I mean, throughout the entire game. But, you know, Sanford was just on point. His stuns were amazing. He had, what, 4-man stuns, 3-man stuns. He was just everywhere. He had the most amount of damage. And Sanford, he's got to be the MVP of this game, right?
Yeah, he's definitely the MVP. You can even see his face on the right here. But at the same time, yeah, I agree. Sanford, you know, he did his job really well. He was able to dodge so many spells. He was able to beat multiple spells coming from Yudu Red Giants in this commitment wins penalty zone. Like, he uses it in very offensively and defensively, and every single time he uses it, technically he should not be able to get away with it. But Yudu Red Giants is just, you know, fumbling because of the mishaps. Like, Sanford is just able to bait out so much, and on top of it all, how does Sanford get so many kills? And that's something that is baffling my mind if you think about it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at this. Like, almost every single fight, like, Outplay. Look at this. 1 versus 4 on the back end. He does an amazing Blazing Duet, does some wicked damage. He gets images to safety. He gets back in or out, then he goes right back in. He's not afraid. I think he does die in the end, but he just did so much work for the team, and that's exactly what you want is at Echo Esports. Everybody pulling their weight, doing as much as they can, ensuring that they're, securing themselves for victory.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting as well. But now, I'm curious to see how things are going to go down when it comes to their playstyles. But when it comes to execution, Echo PH definitely has the one up right now. And they're feeling confident here. I love the drafts. I like how unique they're thinking in this angle. This is something that I think Udore Giants needs to be able to adapt here. They need a little bit more pep talk. And currently, despite how aggressive and how proactive Udore Giants is trying to do, like we see a little bit of plays coming from Sekis, we see a little bit of plays coming from Gojaz, we see a little bit of play from ZQT. I would say it's a little bit different for them to actually kind of play this out when it comes to execution, right? When it comes to just zoning them out, when it comes to just making a plays, they just feel very discombobulated if you think about this. And it's scary. It's really, really scary. But at the same time, all in all, I feel like all things considered, it's still a good learning lesson. It might be just a bit out of draft, but so far, Echo PH just looks stronger than ever. Sanford just played absolute monstrous game if you think about it. And I want to see more of this Terizla play. I really want to see a little bit more here, Holler.
Yeah, definitely. Is this one of those things where, like, you respect Bannett, or I mean, like Sanford was just on another level, and I'm struggling to find a hero that just kind of locks him down and doesn't let Sanford play Terizla the way he wants to play it, right? Which is kind of just this dominating hero that was not only tanky, but it was controlling the enemy team, did most damage, had so many kills. Like, I'm struggling to find, a hero, whereas I need a team strategy to deal with him.
That's the thing, right? Like, personally, I know Gideon is going to hate me for this. He loves his Terizla. In my mental picture, Terizla is the definition of, like, a brute force strength hero. And what I mean by that is that all muscles, but no agility. You're just like, hey, I can hit really, really hard, but I've just got no agility. I've got like 9,999 strength, but I've literally got 100 agility. And it's got one of the shortest leg in terms of mobility. And how Echo PH kind of adapted was that, hey, you know what? Let's compensate his mobility with some sustains. Let's compensate by nerfing the enemy hero. And getting that Angela kind of forced the issue for them. But now, roles are reversed. Udore Giants on the blue side. And surprise, surprise, Echo PH, they just don't want to play. Don't want to let that happen. They don't want to give the Angela. They don't want to give the Claude. And that's a bummer. No chance of Udore Giants playing their composition now.
Yeah. I think that they're gonna kind of protect it. They're gonna have something new. I mean, they have the Valentine, and then the Uranus picked up here as well. But it's one of those things where I could see this. I would struggle to see them try that same strategy against them, even if they were to let the Claude and Angela go. I feel like it's one of those situations where we can give it to you because we know what the weaknesses of this draft lineup are. Right? And I think Echo banning it here is probably, why not test it out? Why not see if the other team can pull it off as well as you can?
Yeah, definitely. But as of yet, seeing the bans here, Dero being picked up, interesting enough, huh? I like it. I definitely like it because of the fact that the armor shredding composition just breaks through the Uranus armor. Sustains here is going to be a very, very difficult task. However, all things considered, because Echo PH picked off the Ling and the Angela is going to be banned as well, the hyper strategy might not work. However, when it comes to the Philippine teams, they really think outside of the box. And this is something that not many regions do. They can still bring in the Florin in play. And I know this Florin play was brought in from the Indonesian side as well, but they do have this Florin kind of being enabled in the mid lane and then kind of snowball from the side lanes. And Joy being in the pool as well, we might be able to see it if they decide to play that composition.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see how they would play that. Again, if we're going in this one, but the Dairoth and the Cho, you got a little bit of control, you got ways to deal with it. But what about those two? Are you picking into, the Ling and the Uranus?
Yeah, this is
my pleasure. Your team is
I would say it's just a safety net in the sense that Echo Page still wants to actually lead on this HP composition. Whereas you do, instead of going for their traditional front to front, they are looking for a pick-off composition, right? Like now, pretty clear tells Cho, very, very good catching mechanics here. They were struggling to actually punish, I would say, Zaida with those link plays. So I would say in that scenarios, they definitely needed some sort of lockdown mechanics from game one. So I would say this is better adaptations, but execution is going to be a problem. However, Kufra being banned, pretty good tell here that they want to play on this mobility composition. So Hayabusa might be the way to go coming from Udara Giants. But at the same time, they can still look to enable the Dairoth to play in the jungle here. So I guess if that were to be the case, this is going to be a much better early snowball for them compared to having this Hilda to annoy the Link compared to game one.
Yeah. It's going to be different. They're going to have to change things up. But to be honest, I kind of see Echo Esports, and the characters are almost all different. But at the end of the day, I feel like the play style is just going to be the same no matter what, right? Like there's not too much of a difference. They've just kind of swapped out some of the heroes, but at the end of the day, I think the strategy will be the same for Echo Esports.
Yeah, definitely. But now, seeing how this goes, I'm curious to see what the final pick here. Are they going to go for Flory? No, it's not. But Udara Giants, they are going to go for the Beatrix once again. This time with the Paquito, but the Kaja being picked up means that they are going to play a little bit more standard now coming from Angle PH. So we're not going to see that crazy Florian play. I was expecting it, but this kind of puts a little bit more effort on towards what Zaida is going to be playing on this Link. But where does this Paquito go? XP or jungle?
This could be... that's a good question.
Right.
I'm not entirely sure at this moment. But yeah, it has options. I just feel like if we're just talking about the lineup in general of Red Giants, I just feel like they're kind of squishy. They definitely need to make that perfect outplay. Definitely a more difficult lineup than they had one last game. But Echo Esports, now, okay, you've got the Kaja, you've got the Divine Judgment. Who are you looking to just blow up right away, other than maybe the Beatrix?
Definitely punishing Paquito for sure. Like Paquito is just a good person to actually punish the Link. So that's something that I'm really, really curious to see as well. Because when you talk about that here, the pickup potential coming from Echo is going to be punishing the Paquito as much as possible, because Paquito can threaten the Link a little bit better in terms of the KO punches. Whereas Dairoth, you have the damage, but if you don't follow up, if your combo does not connect, you are going to get severely punished with that here. But without further ado, let's see how game 2 is going to go. This is going to be the match between Echo H going up against Red Giants. And of course, it is going to be match point for Echo BH.
Yeah, and I think that there's a lot of momentum. There's a lot of confidence definitely going into this one. That was a very convincing win by Echo Esports. Definitely something that you want to kind of start off the Snapdragon League, the Challenge Finals, that is. But if we're looking at how they need to play on this one, Zaida ensures that he gets it. This Ling is a problem, right? I feel from minute one, Red Giants, maybe you just kind of sacrifice your own farm and just try to make sure that he has a bad game, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. But at the same time, I like Red Giants' composition from the drafts itself, but after seeing the battle spells coming from Echo PH with double purifies on Sanford and Sanji, they're just like, it feels like their only target right now to get off farm is going to be like setting up for the perfect way of the dragon onto a Zaida. And that is if you even get a kick of Zaida in the best angle possible.
Yeah, everything, like your stars need to align. You got to ensure you get that perfect engagement, and they have the potential to do it, right? If Red Giants does it, I mean, they're going to win that team fight. But as I say that, Sanji, Takes a little bit of damage here. Yaoi's going to back off as well. And this is what you want. You want to kind of force the issue. Again, it's 50-50 to start this off. It's very, very early, but Sanford here, all by himself, going up against Goji's and Seki's. You know, what do you think about this Uranus? There was a lot of talk about just the emblems, the heal, the support one was just too powerful on him. But as I say that, Sanford gets away. Oh, the flicker.
Oh, seems like it's not going to be over as well. Yudo Red Giants, they thought they had the damage, but Sanford is just so much better in this scenarios here. And that's the thing, Brave Smite, baby. Brave Smite changes the game. And if you pay attention to what happened here, they had the damage onto its Yudo Red Giant, but because of Brave Smite, I would say the first skill coming from Uranus was able to connect a tree, was able to sustain this, but at the same time, Turtle, secure from Yudo Red Giants, they made the space pretty clear for this play, and this is a big W from Yudo Red Giants.
Yeah, that's a huge one, right? You just got to start with the objectives. You got to start small, make sure you're there. As I say that, Yaoi's going to walk into this trap, and he gets terrified. No real chance. He's been suppressed. He's been pulled, but the flicker. Oh, and Yaoi will be just fine. Wow, that was close.
Wow, I definitely did not expect that as well. But the great stunts coming from Sanji to actually slow down the momentum burst coming from Yudo Giants. They just needed about 3 more auto attacks to actually burst him down. So I would say Sanji definitely saved his buddy right there. That was very, very precise stunts. But at the same time, Yudo Giants, they definitely have a little bit more room to work with now. Like, they're still needing those kills. Like, they're playing a little bit more aggressive to try and snowball against Zyda. But at the same time, they just need to get those kills. Because as of now, in terms of jungler versus jungler, if Zyda gets caught out with one of the KO punches coming from Seki's, he is going to get melted here. This is not a great jungle matchup for Zyda. So they need to play those macro aspect. But Sanford, ooh, boy.
Okay. That was not the greatest. Goji's actually, he actually forced out the flicker as well. I mean, he forced everything trying to get that kill, and Sanford just knowing the limits, right? This Uranus is super annoying, back to full already. No real chance, just kind of farms.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. However,
Divine Judgment, that's going to be it. But the flicker back from Pancake keeps him alive. Oh, that was close too.
Yeah, it's all about a game of baits, and so far Echo PH is just baiting major spells here to find opportunity. And so far Echo, they're just understanding what needs to be done. But what's curious is that Yudo Giants, they're sick and tired of this. We are going to try and trade a middle gold plate, so they are able to find things here and there. But Seki's, he misses the combo! He might be in a little bit of trouble. He will get out of safety. Zyda is going to be showing a little bit more force, but once again, not getting the right kills here. But the turtle is going to be up for grabs right now. But looks like Yudo Giants, they just can't commit. They don't have those retributions yet available on him.
That was crazy. The fact that, like, he just barely got away. It just, like, a little miscalculation, right? Like, you go in for this one, you're burning the farm, so to speak, trying to get everything. But, like, I don't know if Echo is just incredibly lucky, or they're playing things to the T in the sense of understanding when to disengage. But here we go, the Divine Judgment that was stolen. They actually end up getting a little bit of a skirt, because Andy's going to go down. That's going to be first blood, but Zyda's been killed, and that's going to be a pretty big win. That's 2 kills going the way of Yudo Red Giants to start things off.
Huge plays coming from Yudo Red Giants as well. Like, this is much better here. They've got more tools to work with here. The Valentina is able to take advantage of the Divine Judgment, the choke catch as well. There's only so much you can do with 2 purifies. In this case, Yudo Red Giants finally finds that opportunity. However, coming in from Echo, they need to find a way to allow Zyda to scale into his level 15. And so far, it is very difficult now, considering that he's died once, and this time not even having the purple buff in his favor. So this next few minutes gives so much room for Yudo Red Giants to kind of punish and extend their lead right now.
Yeah, and this game just feels very different. I mean, Yudo Red Giants already up to a 2K net worth lead. This is what you wanted to have done. You wanted to force the issue. You've gotten, what, the 2 turtles, you've gotten the T1 mid, which is actually a huge objective. I mean, this is exactly how you want to play this one. You want to ensure that Zyda has a rough game. He's already been killed once already. And this is, again, they're doing things differently. They're forcing the issue. But it looks like there's going to be a concealed play going top.
Oh, Pancake going for the kick. They do find him as well, and that's gonna be outplayed. But it's outplay.
Okay.
Tried to get a little bit cheeky. However, it forces Sanji to get a little bit of trade damage. However, that is still a pretty flashy play coming from outplay, but Yudo Red Giants still gets the kill.
Oh, just barely getting it. It was one of those things where, oh my god, did they mess up? But they did get it in the end. Outplay did get killed. And again, just very different game by Yudo Red Giants, understanding how to play this one.
Yeah, it's scary. It's really, really scary. But Yawi, he's thinking about it. But as of now, Sanji is in a very, very awkward position because so far having Purifies is great to disengage coming from Echo PH. But when it comes to re-engaging, if you are in the wrong position, it is going to be hard considering how mobile Yudo Red Giants is. So it is going to be a game of rock, paper, scissors. Whoever messes up the first move is pretty much going to lose the entire team fight. However, first move coming in down mid.
Down mid, Pancake, he's gonna look to go for this one. He goes, and he's gonna be getting, Sekis is gonna be killed. Nice feathered airstrike. That's gonna start things off. Sanford looking to just kind of zone things out. The turtle's gonna be there. They're all gonna stay in the brush. What is the play? Go just goes for this one. The double dash. He tries to get it. Sanji gets blown up. Super Red will secure that one. He gets a double kill onto Yawi, and they're looking to actually get the turtle as well, but Zaida will actually steal that one away. Zach is continuing to fight. Zaida still on point. He's looking to go. Gojas has been killed. Now they've got Sanford, who's just basically attracting the attention of 3 members of Yudo Red Giants.
Oh no, Sanford, he might actually get a kill here because as of now, Yudo Red Giants, they can't really do too much about him. And Sanford, look at him. He's just showing so much confidence. And Echo PH now has to play from behind here. But okay, hold up. Let's bring it a little bit more back here to how things is going over here. Because right now, Yudo Red Giants, they have the tools to punish Zaida. They have the tools to punish the entire composition for Echo PH. But right now, Sanford is a very, very big red flag for Yudo Red Giants because of the fact that they just, even though they have this burst composition, they just don't have the anti-heals to kill off Sanford. And this is eventually going to be a big problem because if Sanford buys enough time for Outplay and Zaida, Echo PH will get back into the game. And based on the economy lead right now, it might actually happen. Oh my goodness. As soon as they say it, they find the opportunity at Pancake. What was that?
That was not good. That was not good. Zach actually saw the white van, saw the candy that was being offered, and he's like, I'll take that one. And it looks like Yawi just gobbled him up with the Divine Judgment, pulled him into the van, and they took him out. That was a very good win by Echo. Now it looks like they're back in this one, but again, objective, very focused in that sense. And if you're seeing what Super Red's doing, he's providing a lot of space.
Oh boy, that should not have gone where they wanted to be. But at the same time, Echo PH, they do trade a tier 2 up top, so that's a little bit more economy lead, and they're slowly getting to where they need to actually make a comeback. The next power spike here is going to be on Zaida, and look at this! He still has a total buff, and Zaida has finally got himself out into his weak spot right now, and that is ignoring the fight against Sekis, because Sekis is pretty much the only one that can threaten him right now in all these engagements, and alongside with Pancake, of course. But right now, Yudo Red Giants, they need to make a play. Do they make it though?
Oh, they're gonna go. They got Divine Judgment right onto Sekis, who has the shield. He's gonna be fine. He barely limps away. But now Yawi, here we go. This is going to start things off. They do have the Ring of Order, just kind of zoning. The Lord is going to be started by Sanford. And mind you, Sekis is not in the play. He's going to be dealing with the top lane. So this is going to be very precarious here.
Yeah, and now with the Lord Dance coming in, concealed play as well. But Pancake, okay, Pancake. Get a little bit spicy. He really wants to punish Zaida. And currently, Echo is just baiting them out. They're just buying time. And as of that, Yudo Red Giants, they definitely need to find a way to stop Zaida from getting the Lord hit. And this is a difficult dance, and it seems like it is going to be a stalemate, I guess. Like, it's just not worth it to fight right now for Yudo Red Giants. Whereas Echo, this is playing really well in their favor, based on how they're holding the roar right now.
You're right, but it's one of those things where Zaida, where is he? Oh, the Yudo Red Giants, they're going for the flank. They get the stun onto Pancake. To start things off, the load is about half. Zaida's going to make an appearance again, but they've decided to kind of rotate their way there. They do need to be careful about the lanes, though.
Yeah, they definitely do, but as of now, Yudo Red Giants, they are in a tough predicament. They need to find a catch, and Yawi is going to get caught off.
The dragon! They kick back Yawi, they go for him, and it looks like he's going to back off. They do have to conceal. Yawi goes right back in and pulls him back. They have the feathered airstrike. Now Go just gets a little bit low. That was super close. The feathered airstrike did some work, but now Yudo Red Giants a little bit hurt right now. Do Echo eSports force the Lord?
Oh boy, they should. They technically should try, but at the same time, it's still hard because ZQT, he's shown himself he's got the divine judgment, but he doesn't have the HP. Sanford, once again, gonna be in a stalemate here. It seems like Echo PH's strategy is still the right play. Buy enough time for Zyda to hit those 15. He just got his level 15, and they're trying to chip away the macro aspect, and outplay is only level 12. So I would say it is still all within Echo PH's win condition, whereas Yuru Red Giants, they will slowly scale off, especially coming from Sekis and also Gojaz. So they need to find a way to allow a good team fight in their favor, and Echo is just holding them down by the throat and saying like, you know what, come and fight me in this awkward position. If you do, we are gonna win this. And Yuru Giants, they do make the attempt now.
Divine Judgment, they found Sanford. That's one way to do it. You got 5-on-1, no real chance. Now they've got Conceal Yawi looking to get his own Divine Judgment, pulls him back. They have the nice two-man stun. The Ring of Order doing some work. The Tempest of Blades is gonna be used as well. Sanji's got the Feathered Airstrike, providing a little cover support, but now they're going to back off. They did get Goges. That's going to be one for two, that is. And it looks like Echo Esports, they're going to have a tough situation here.
Oh, first mistake coming in, but now here comes the Retro Battle. Does he get his Zekis? Secures it in the last moment here. A little bit preemptive measure coming from Zyda, but Zyda did not have his Retribution. So it was a little bit of a threatened moment coming from Yuru Red Giants, but of course, this is a good sign coming from Yuru Red Giants. They finally brought in something unorthodox, and it is working out in their favor. This Keto and as well this Derov is starting to put a dent towards what Echo PH is looking to do. Sustains and poking is not going to work out. However, can they continue with this lead? Because Yuru Red Giants finally showing that they are a force to be reckoned with in game number 2. However, Zyda force a recall back, and the Lord is still be knocking the crystal right now. Yuru Red Giants, do they commit? But it seems like they're not. They're just backing off. They're respecting the power of what Echo PH is doing right now.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit safer right here. It's one of those things, okay, yeah, they're not going to go for that. But for that Lord play, I felt like if Yuru Red Giants don't get the Lord there, I feel like it's so demoralizing. Like, I don't mean to say that the game would have been over, but it would have been a very difficult situation, especially since Yuru Red Giants have played so well this game thus far. They've given themselves a lead, but had they not won that one, though, that could have been a very, very difficult situation to come back from.
Yeah, definitely. But as of now, they're doing pretty well. In terms of burst potential, Yuru Red Giants has the bigger AoE to just one-shot people. Whereas Echo PH, they need to rely on this Divine Judgment Feathered Airstrike combo. And so far, Sanji, even though he's got the Purify, but if he gets bursted down and focused down, it is going to be very, very difficult considering that Gojaz can threaten it here. And time again, Gojaz has been setting up those perfect Abysm strikes alongside with his Flicker combo to kind of set up this debuff to enable what Super Red needs to be done. And that amount of armor shredding and penetration is what they need. And when it comes to armor penetration, there has been nerfs into the itemizations in this recent patch. So having this Derov kind of enable what was lost is putting Echo PH a little bit in an awkward situation right now.
I mean, that net worth lead is starting to get a little bit, you know, a little bit bigger. I mean, it's 3.7 at this point. They still have that chance. But now Yuru Red Giants feel like they're strong enough to actually invade the enemy jungle. And Echo Esports are on the somewhat defensive side, which is not where they want to be. They're not exactly familiar with that. But if we're looking at towers alone, Echo Esports really need to figure out a way to get into those T1s. Yeah, the top is kind of wide open, but it's a situation where if we win a big team fight, we just want to push down mid. And the fact that they haven't got the T1 means that they've got a lot of hurdles to overcome.
Yeah, Yuru Red Giants, their composition is designed to play 5v5. And Echo PH, however, they have the macro aspect. So by separating the right targets coming from Yuru Red Giants, Echo PH will be able to find a crack. And currently, they're just holding the Lord hostage once again by using Sanford in front lines. And again, Yuru Red Giants, they are in this exact same spot. How do they tackle this? And the Lord cannot go past that corner, because if it does, Yuru Red Giants is going to have a very, very long time. And Echo PH will just hold out long enough for outplay to hit those level 15 marks. And I think about 4 more minutes, if Echo PH is able to get those items up, this is where Yuru Red Giants will have a lot of struggle to close out this game.
All right, one thing to take note of, though, is that Yuru Red Giants are like kind of staying around, but they're not really farming. Echo eSports, on the other hand, have kind of, they've kind of locked down the lore. They've had that dance in the waltz, or so to speak. But Zaida has been farming on the back end, right? Their win condition kind of revolves around him, making sure that he does get that farm. So they're kind of playing for the late game, right? Yes, we might slow it down. We might not get the Lord at this point, but we're ensuring that we get farm. Euro Red Giants are looking for that perfect engagement.
Yeah, in this case, this might be it as well, because Echo PH, they're just dodging the way through. They need Euro Red Giants to be isolated to pick a fight, and that's something that Euro Red Giants cannot afford to do. They're strong as 5, and once they separate, this is where the cookie crumbles. In this case, Echo PH, they're playing the macro aspect to try and
conceal.
punish this, but here comes the play!
They've got the Divine Judgment, they've got him, and the Feathered Airstrike. Sekis is going to be blown up, Outplayed is going to be killed in return, but Super Red is turning it on. He's got 2 kills already, and Sanji now is being focused down by Gojas, but he's stuck on the enemy team. 1 versus 3, I don't know if that's where you want to be. Sanji gets killed, Gojas is continuing to go ham. Sanford is getting low, they do have it, and Super Red gets another kill, and that is the opening that Euro Red Giants have, and now they're focusing the attention on this T3.
This is the perfect game coming from Euro Red Giants, but Echo PH definitely in a very, very difficult spot, because, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into a game number 3, and Euro Red Giants takes game number 2, and so far so good. And of course, the drafts definitely helped out coming from Euro Red Giants, and this is something that I really, really liked as well. They brought in something that is off the meta, play something different, and they definitely bought the big game coming for this game.
Okay, Coach Terrence, that was completely on you, right? I have a feeling like all of the motivation, the tips that you were given at the break after game 1, everybody was listening in, but like, oh yeah, I need to listen to Coach Terrence. That's what we're gonna happen, because they showed up, man. And I'm impressed not only with what Euro Red Giants did, but also the fact that, hey, you were correct, man. Coach Terrence, like, they need to pay you more.
No, I just analyze what I can actually do. But at the same time, to talk about how things went in favor as well, the idea of what Euro Red Giants want to play was 5v5. Game 1 didn't go to plan, you know? They just did not have the tools to do so. Game number 2, they had a definitely much better plan. But on the contrary, the synergy and the draft play around Link for game number 2 from Echo PH was very, very lacking, because forcing the Kaja pickup was a little bit awkward. The Kaja and Farsa can't really synergize really well with the Link in particular, because of the fact that how can Link do his own thing if the Link doesn't have those hyper farms? And this is not the Link that we're talking about from back in days where I can 1v5 on my own without any kind of protection or heals. In this case, I would say it was pretty much outdrafted. No, sorry, I would say not outdrafted, more like overthought the process, because they had this double purifies to make sure that both Sand and Sand combo just survives this engagement. And because of that, it puts them in a limited spots where they just don't have those additional 1 step to kind of prolong the fight. And it kind of just allow Euro Red Giants to just do their own thing, you know? Perfect Abyssal Strike, boom. There's no way they're getting out of it, especially when they have 5 flickers from the side of Euro Red Giants.
Actually, that could not have been, I mean, it seemed a little shaky. There were definitely moments where it was very 50-50, but I felt like that was a game that, you know, Euro Red Giants really showed up. You know, that was very impressive as a team, right? Team win, understanding how to play against the Lord, understanding what you needed to have done. But the thing is that they also bounced back. That speaks volumes about a team. You talked about earlier, and I like the fact that you were bringing up the fact that this is a team that's consistently learning and getting better. And this could be a very scary team. They take their lumps and they actually get to the next level. They get, you know, better exponentially. So, you know, this is just the beginning of a team that I think that could actually make some waves. Obviously, it's still very early. This is the first series that we're seeing them in, but we have a whole nother series going on later today. And I want to see more because, and I almost kind of want to see them lose more just so that they can get even better going forward.
I don't know what to say about that, but all I know is my prediction is still alive. I predicted it's gonna be 3 games. I hate that I'm right, but at the same time, I hate that I'm wrong too, because of the fact of how Euro Red Giants has adapted. But I feel like Echo PH, they're just, you know, doubling down this strategy, right? And game number 3, most likely they are going to play something textbook here. They're not going to play around the Link again. And this is going to put Euro Red Giants in an awkward position because Euro Red Giants, They're great at adapting. They're great at reacting. But they're not great at just starting off and say like, I'm going to set the tempo and now I'm going to win the game. And this is something that I think Game 3 is going to be a full reset coming from both sides, because what happened with Yudu Red Giants from game number 2 and how they won was them adapting to the opening picks of Echo PH from game number 1. They pretty much have a rough idea what they were going to do, how they were going to do it. We tackled it, we won the game. Yes, sloppy early game, but there was improvements coming from game number 2. But now the question here is, Echo PH most likely is going to be going for something a little bit more standard, and that's not a lot of info Yudu Red Giants can rely on if they decide to go something a little bit different from game 1 and game 2. However, if Echo PH decides to go for Ling once again, well, Yudu Red Giants, you know what to do.
They know what to do, and they did it with style, right? It was one of those things where we got to shut it down. So I think it's more interesting that Echo eSports, they had a almost perfect draft in the first game, right? They played very well, understanding the limits of it, but then they were going into game 2 and they like banned their own heroes. Like they kind of like handicapped themselves. You know, it's one of those things where if the enemy team were to ban it, makes sense. Then you react, then you change things up. But again, stick to the Ling and, you know, you try to, you know, push ahead with that. But this was a situation that were like, no, we did it one way. Now we're going to try a different variant of it, you know? And I always look at this like, if it's like apple pie, you've got great apple pie, why change it, right? Why fix it if it ain't broke? Let the enemy team, you know, sabotage your apple pie so that you have to make blueberry pie or whatever it is, right? This analogy is not going to where I want it to go, but you know, it's one of those things where you got to get the enemy team to make the reactions for you, and then you kind of, you know, change up your lineup if you need to.
I think it's more like, can I say arrogant? I feel like it was a little bit arrogant of Echo PH for the opening pick, right? Their first pick was pretty much Ling. It pretty much showed up every hand coming from possible for Yudu Red Giants to kind of counter their way through. There are some specific heroes where, hey, first pick is safety net. You know, it's flexible. You don't really know what they're going to do here and da. But when Yudu Red Giants decided to play the last pick Paquito, initially my mind was like, hey, Deer of Jungle, I like it. You can, it's very snowbally, but it's not a direct counter against a Paquito. But when they moved into the XP lane and then jungle Paquito, once upon a time was known to be a very strong jungler back in like what, last year as well, known as the assassin counter when it comes to jungler, right? Any assassin jungler, you put out a Paquito, boom, that assassin is not gonna survive, because even for a Fanny, right? You go in, double KO, bye-bye Fanny. What damage, what cables. So I like that they're playing a little bit more safer, a little bit more textbook. They understand that, hey, we are gonna win our matchups. That's pretty much it. So I think Echo PH, once they get a little bit more serious for game number 3, it is going to be very, very difficult for Yudu Red Giants. And I have a very, very good feeling that Echo might not be trying the same strategy again. But if they decide to go for it, well, like I said, Yudu Red Giants, you know what to do. Malaysia, baby. Malaysia Bolay.
I mean, they know. They know what to do, but look, I don't want them to go so crazy at this point. This is still game 3. You need to win out every series, right? This is a very hotly contested, very competitive league where every series matters, right? You don't want to be playing something totally crazy off the wall. If Ling is your thing, you go with it, right? It's one of those things where you just need to ensure that you pick the right heroes, you have the right support. Maybe you go back to how draft 1 looked, because at the end of the day, yes, you know, Red Giants might be able to counter you, but if you have the heroes that you want, and this is the perfect lineup for you, make it very difficult for them to actually try to counterplay you.
You know, personally, I'm not a big fan of the assassin meta, but there is starting to be a very, very good recurring trend because of the fact that you can take advantage of the adaptive strike coming from an assassin right now. In particular, what's that skill again? It was previously called Magic Worship. Now it's called, give me a second, Lethal Ignition, right? So the more hits you hit, you do extra damage, and you kind of give this free glowing one on yourself. And you can use this skill on assassins now, which in this case kind of allowed Hayabusa to get that extra kill. You know, it's kind of similar to how Novaria, when he was first introduced, like, hey, I've got all this damage, something is missing, and they compensated it by getting dire hit on this Roman item. So I feel like a lot of people are starting to stray away from the traditional tank meta. But if Echo Beach decides to go for it, Yudo Red Giants will have this answer, and that's pretty much the Paquito to solve it. But before that, let's talk about the post-game items here. I would say it's pretty standard items coming from both sides, a little bit not too crazy, but I feel like a little bit greed coming from Yudo Red Giants here. They went full damage Pancake actually went for only the Hunter Strike, and it was just just tank all the way through.
Yeah. I mean, that's I think that's the way to do it, right? Look at this, like the 700 on Beatrix, like just the amount of damage, the positioning was perfect, right? I think Yudo Red Giants, one thing to take note of was that everything that their team fights, yes, they might have lost 1 or 2 members at a time, but they knew who needed to stay alive, and it was like everything that they could have done to protect their president, so to speak, in the fact that, you know, Super Red needed to stay alive, right? The Beatrix was the point, the tipping point. Anytime you can focus that one out, he's going to be killed. You're going to have a tough time, and Yudo Red Giants playing it to the T in that 10-7 victory.
Yeah, let's take a look at the damage the output as well. What's really surprising is that Yudo Red Giants, despite them getting the crucial kills, damage dealt here, Echo PH is still faring pretty well because of the fact that Sanford is just zoning them out time and time again, and that was a big problem for them. And Yudo Red Giants identifying that ignore Sanford, kill the rest, that's pretty much a win condition for them, which is something that they kind of identified as well. But yeah, pay attention to the total heals coming from Echo PH, like 123,000 heals because of the fact, I guess it's just partially because of Sanford. But I feel like in this scenario, based on the stats here, Echo PH technically played the macro game really well, whereas Yudo Red Giants just understood that, hey, I've got damage, I need to win this game before things get out of control. So I would say, in terms of drafts-wise, Yudo Red Giants just, I would say, understood that they needed to do this and this, and Echo PH was just buying time all the way through. So, well done. I would say it was a pretty close game still coming from both sides.
Yeah. And honestly, it could have gone either way. I think that it just shows how competitive the league is, right? The fact that Yudo Red Giants were just be able to just kind of come back and just ensure that they made every single fight somewhat contested, knowing that how you had to pull it to the limits. But again, Super Red, we talked about the Beatrix was just on point. 700, 70% kill participation, DPM at 2,585. I mean, GPM is 806. Like, that's exactly what you want as your gold laner, right? Somebody who can carry you to take over the game when you need it. And he was getting kills left and right and not focused by Echo, which is very surprising to me.
That's the thing about Super Red's composition, right? Like, Beatrix has been kind of nerfed to a certain degree. It's still a safe hero all the way through when it comes to Hunter Strike and MLBB Raw. Obviously, it can get those kills, right? When we talk about the recent changes on penetration, if you pay attention how Yudo Red Giants kind of play this as well, every single time the fight happens, right, there is going to be Gojess trying to set things up for the team. And once Gojess, as well as maybe ZQT, gets the stolen Divine Judgment, it kind of provides all this armor shredding to allow Super Red to get his kills. And even this play just moments ago, where the moment Gojess goes in, he catches like 2 people with his Abysm Strike. Boom! That's gonna be free value damage for Super Red to drop this ultimate. And even though one tick is, let's say, 10 damage, right? With the power of Gojess's armor shred, that 10 is amplified at least 2 times in all the scenarios. So that pretty much enables Super Red to just dish out the damage from him.
Yeah, they did a ton of damage. But look at, I mean, it just, from game 1 highlights to game 2, the biggest difference that I'm seeing is that most of Yudo Red Giants, they've been able to disengage. Like, they use their life bar as a meter, so to speak, in the sense of, as a resource, so to speak. Everybody was low, understanding that they had their limits, but they got out when they needed to. So they were just getting to the point of almost like the maximum limit of that, the hero, and playing it to the T. And Yudo Red Giants right here, just very well played game 2. I want to see more of them as we go into game 3. This is going to be the draft coming up.
Yeah, I really I want to see how things go as well. Like, can Yudo Red Giants keep up as well? And yeah, I agree with what you say. You actually brought out a very good point on they are able to disengage. That was something that Yudo Giants could not do in game 1 because of this Angela pickup with the Ice Queen 1, right? So if we were to take into this account here, play the traditional Eve composition with those slows here, or maybe even I would say Lilia with Ice Queen 1 to a certain degree, even though I'm not a big fan of it, might be the go-to strategy to actually take down Yudu Red Giant. So I guess if Echo PH decides to play a little bit more standard here, prioritizing and playing around Eve here, Yudu Red Giants might be in a little bit of a trouble, because that's something that they were lacking from game number 1. So if they will try to adapt, that might be the case. But I don't know. All things considered here, it all comes down to the coaches. It all comes down to how their opening draft is going to go. So it is a lot of rock, paper, scissors here. There is a lot of speculation being thrown out here by me. But that's the thing. That's the beauty of our competition, right? Expect the unexpected. Prepare for everything. And eventually, as much preparation as you can do, execution is what wins you the game. That's going to be the way to go.
Yes, and a lot of this, I mean, you can be well coached, and Coach Terrence, you've done a great job, thank you. But it's one of those things where getting in the reps, right? Having these opportunities to play against top-tier teams is a godsend, right? You learn so much of what they're doing, what you're doing, how do you compare, all of these things that you could do just to get yourself as a better player in the league. And, you know, going into MPLMY, I think that this is going to be good. No matter what happens in this situation, the fact that they're, you know, going head-to-head with this heavyweight and, you know, taking them to a game 3, really forcing the issue, and this is a huge confidence booster, right? So Yudu Red Giants are just getting better and stronger, and, you know, again, like, who knows what can happen? The sky is the limit for this team.
Sky's nice. I like it. You know, in this case, Skies definitely has demonstrated that he is no longer the Skies that we once knew in the previous season here. Because Skies, so far, he has been known to just play one-dimensional heroes like Frederick, you know, and to a certain degree, he just plays assassins. Now he's pretty much opened his pool by bringing in the Paquito as well. I'm curious to see how far can he go. Like you said as well, the sky is the limit for Yudu Red Giants, but how quickly can they adapt is going to be the situation, because Echo PH, I'm pretty sure they're not too happy about this loss. They are going to try their traditional composition, and as of yet, so far, let's take a look at the drafts as well, and this time, Echo PH will be on the blue side, and their opening pick here is going to be something standard here. That's going to be the Frederick, Kaja, as well as the Claude. For Yudu Red Giants, it is going to be the Brody, Angela, and Ling. Okay, Yudu Red Giants. Are they? Am I seeing this right? Are they going to try Echo PH's first game draft?
Your
this
team
time?
is banning.
I think so. It looks like they're going to be like, hey, I think we can do it better. We found out the weaknesses of what doesn't work. We're going to try it ourselves. And this is the ultimate flex, right? I think that this is one of those situations where they're really testing it. Like, and can Echo Esports really bounce back from almost a flawless game 1? And that draft was amazing.
You know what? I agree. And guess what? So does Echo. Instant deny pick. Hey, if you're gonna try our composition, don't copy it, Bren. We're not gonna let you copy it. We're just gonna ban Teresa. And now it's up to you to Giants to say, hey, you know what? I'll do you one better. I'll pick a better XP lane. In this case, Arlet's still in the pool. It's something that can do what Teresa does. But the difference is, Arlet, once you go in, you can't really get out. So I would say a hero that can get out here, Echo, just pretty much banning off all the potential XP heroes. And all these XP heroes, I feel like it is pretty much into as a hero I would say just off the hero pool list, but I don't think these are heroes that shows Goja's specialty. And so far, I think having the Lapu Lapu on Gojas isn't too bad to actually threaten the back lines. But if you go for that route, how will you do for the Claude? I wouldn't mind seeing the Yu Zhong as well if they decide to go for it, but is it enough, you know? Is it enough? Once upon a time, the Flying Duck was a famous composition. You know, the Angela with the Yu Zhong just completely shutting the back lines. But I don't know. Are they going to pull it? I'm not sure. I want to see it, but is it good enough? I'm not sure as well.
This is going to some of the weaknesses that, you know, Yudu Red Giants had in game 1, where, like, yeah, you have your Claude, but Fredrin and Kaja not exactly the most damaging. I mean, they can be built that way. They can obviously get there, but it's a situation where now you need something to kind of deal with all of the, you need some sort of control for Ling. You got to figure out, I mean, the Kaja was picked for that, but is that enough?
Ooh. Good question here. Very, very good question. But okay. Karina jungle. So that is gonna be the XP Fredrin coming from Echo PH. I like this. Like previously, Divine Judgment set up for Farsa not really did enough damage, but with the Karina, pretty much secures the kill. With the Kagura as well, pretty much secures the kill. I think Echo PH is still adapting from game number 2. They were afraid of the choke kicks. The Purify kind of limited their mobility a little bit here, but with the Kagura you have this in-game build Purify, so I guess this is gonna be the adaptation from PH. But Yudu, what are they gonna go? Are that it is again for Gojas, so they are sticking to the comfort here. Adaptations will be made, but this draft, I feel like Yudu Regice definitely has a little bit of an easier composition to play. But when it comes to execution, Echo PH's composition isn't too bad if you think about it.
Actually, I kind of like both of them. As weird as to say, they're both very balanced. They both have options. It's really going to come down to that team fight, that first initiation, right? Like that map control, that, finding the right angle of attack, right? Because if the Cho gets on you, you're gonna have a rough time. Is it gonna be the Yaoi on the Kaja? Is it gonna be with the Divine Judgment pull? Like how those fights are gonna start is gonna just dictate how almost like this game will go.
Whew, this is gonna be a very, very important match coming from both teams. Now, whoever wins this series will have that upwards momentum going into the next one here, especially in these group stages here, where the top 3 team will advance into the main event. And that's something that I don't think either of these teams wants to be in this position if they lose this series, considering how far both teams has adapted here. So I want to see how things go. Like Echo PH, they have a very unique draft. They have a very unique one indeed. But if they do not snowball with this Karina, things are going to go south real quick here. Whereas Yudu Giants, they have so much macro expect, and I like it. I love both sides' composition.
All right. It's going to be game 3, of course. This is Echo eSports Yudo Red Giants. We're going to go into this one right away to kind of start things off. I think that there's just everybody needs to ensure that their side, the Karina, the Lings of the world, everybody's getting the right amount of farm because there's just too much at stake at this point. But as I say, that Zyda will start one, and that's a huge win for them.
How why are you doing like pancake? Hello, like you've done this 2 games in a row. You expect Echo PH not to adapt? And hey, good read coming from Echo PH, but now Yudu Giants, they have no choice but to play with a 600 deficit right from the get-go. It isn't too bad, but Sanji now gonna be in a little bit of trouble here. But at the same time, wait, let me recollect what I just saw. This is a Mage Angela, right? Yeah, it is a Mage Angela. So once again, Yudu Giants in a very similar position from game 1 though. They don't have enough magical damage. Like their entire magic composition will be designed around ZQT, and Echo PH can just itemize accordingly. And in this case, they are gonna try to force a fight now. Zeki's gonna be looking, staring them down. Zyda shows himself, and ZQT might actually die to this. And he is gonna get picked off. Oh my god, feels bad. Feels bad for Yudu Giants.
Feels bad in the sense that Zach actually tried to flicker to safety. Thought he was fine. They tried to push the initiative, but just unable to get away. And Zyda showing up at the right time. And you were talking about how Karina needs to get the farm. 2 kills to the name already. Looking to start the turtle. This is looking to be a perfect start, at least for Echo eSports.
Yeah, this is great. This is huge as well. They've got double adaptive strikes coming from Zyda as well as Sanji. There is still a lot of damage that can be done. And I feel like right now, Yudu Giants, they need to respect that this Ling is not going to be able to contest Zyda at all. And speaking of contest, bottom side though.
The flicker play, the energy eruption. Sanford's like, I got him. Just make sure you knock him down because the rest of his team is right there. And Zyda and Sanji will help secure that one.
This is smart. This is smart coming from Echo PH. They understand the draft of what Angela is really weak at. Like, they played this really well, but hold that thought for now. You do Giants, though. They do get a nice kick onto Sanji. That's the longest kick I've ever seen as well. And Sanford now forced to pause the fight. Appraiser Rock connects him too. It does a lot of damage, but where's the follow-on? Here he comes. It's going to be Zaida with the mega kill. They trade him off, but Echo PH were able to get a little bit of trades here and there.
Okay, this is like it looked like Sanford was trying to call for his friends, called the cop. You know, he's like, buddies, I'm getting jumped on. And then your buddies get you and you've already been beaten up. Like, no real chance. I felt like the timing on that could have been a little bit better, right?
Yeah, I agree. You know, when it comes to timing, definitely they just weren't expecting to have a super red Ultra Instinct. Yawi going for the cheeky plays though, but he will be able to get out for now. So that's a little bit of small wins coming from Yuru Giants. But the question still remains, right? How do they play this? Because Echo PhD know perfectly well how to deal with this Angela Link composition. Punish Angela when they're alone. In this case, Demon Judgment comes in.
Judgment! Right onto Pancake. He's going to be killed. He just gets instantly bursted. And I mean, Echo eSports, that was a perfect like ambush. They were hiding in the bush. No real chance. Found Pancake. I mean, as Udora Giants, you're kind of like, Pancake dies, not the worst thing in the world. At least it's better than anyone else, right?
Yeah, and now Yuru Giants are swapping their roles a little bit here. They're sending Angela down mid once again. Wrong side of wrong wood, but Gojes once again, you know, showing some really man fights here. He's doing his job, but if he's not careful about this, he will be actually caught out. Zaida, meanwhile, refocusing on Turtle. That means Yuru Giants, they can look to contest or look to punish top side. However, based on the macro map here, they're still debating if they can do so because top side, they're thinking of going for outplay. It's not going to happen here. But the kick comes in, Pancake. But where's the follow-up? Nope, no follow-up. Yeah. Disengage immediately coming from Yuru Giants.
That one I can only summarize as awkward. I mean, he got the kick. That's exactly what you wanted. But again, no follow-up. Nobody was there. But, I mean, the flicker. Stanford wants to go for this one. Gojes, that was very ambitious by Stanford.
Yeah, speaking of ambitious, he gets the final snatch, but here comes the hard guard to keep him alive as well. They want to turn the fight against Sanford. Sanford does have reprisal draft, does the neck, drops Gojes, but he's got the sustain. And it is going to be outplay coming from Gojes and ZQT. Echo PH just did not expect that at all. That's going to be a big dub coming from Yuru Giants.
Okay, that could have been so bad for Gojes. He actually went right into the Appraiser's Wrath. He got slammed down, but I mean, you know, ZQT as well, just the team up was on point. That's exactly what you want is a nice little duo in the bottom right there. Making sure that you do get that. But let's talk a little bit more about the top lane. Outplayed, largely been, you know, untouched. Hasn't really been seen much. Gets perfect out. Just makes things very difficult. Now, Seki's, on the other hand, has been, it's been a much different game, I would say.
Okay, this is huge. This is actually huge for MLBB. Like, they barely used any major spells here besides the Divine Judgment. They force out the Hard God. So, as of now, they're in a perfect condition. Oh, wait. Hold that thought right now. Sanji, what were you thinking, man? Why are you so far away? And Pancake is going to get a very nice trade. Echo PH, can they salvage the situation? They're getting a little bit greedy with this play. They need to back out, but Echo PH just lost the kill just like that. I'm not sure what Sanji was thinking about the play.
Yeah, that was not sure what that was as well, but you know, again, Pancake with some good kicks. You know, the way the Dragons have been on point, ensuring that they get themselves back into some of those games. They've defended well, and that's what you want as Yudo Red Giants. But now Echo eSports, they do have, I mean, they have that lead, and I thought it would snowball actually much faster off of the back of Zaida, but you know, the 4-0-1, that's another good kick. Throws back Sanford, but the Tempest of Blades, that's going to be used, and Yaoi will take out most of that. The Energy Eruption slows him down. Pancake about half-life. They have the final slash, that's going to be used. Sekis is continuing to fight though, but Pancake has been killed. Zaida, that's his 5th kill of the game, 6th on top of that with Super Red, and now this is looking very rough for Yudo Red Giants as Gojes is looking to go down as well.
Oh, mistakes were made. Echo PH take all for nothing. They capitalized on Pancake's mistake because of the fact that Sanford is the tankiest hero coming from Echo PH. So there's pretty much no way that Yudo Red Giants does have the burst potential to take him right from the get-go. Took advantage of it, got a couple of trade-offs, got the kills, and then on top of it all, they even took a tier 1 up top for outplay on this spot. So nothing is going well. However, Pancake looking for the kick. Is gonna get bursted down, and
so will Zaida as he goes in the back line. 2 shots the Brody, and now he's looking for more Gojas in an awkward position, but it's going to be Sanji with the auto attack to get the kill, and that's going to be 4-0 in favor of Echo PH. Yo, you've got 10 kills, and it's not even the 8-minute mark. Zaida has been a absolute assassin, right? The fact that he's been everywhere, ensuring that he gets all of these kills, and that's exactly what you don't want to see as a Yudo Red Giants sport fan. You know, this Karina just being able to pop off, being super, like, again, just picking up anybody who walks alone. Yeah, in this case, the biggest threat here is going to be Zaida. In this case, and for now, going to be starting these over conceal play.
Oh, the flicker.
He do get the catch as well. Super Red just completely shut down. The damage is just unfathomable. And now Yudo Red Giants just cannot do anything against Echo PH because of how strong Zaida is. Look at him. 8 minutes game, level 13, 11-0-5. And to top it of all, who can actually kill him from Yudo Red Giants? This is like the Michael Jordan meme, right? Where they lost game 2, and Zaida was like, and I took offense to that, right? The fact that he's completely carrying this game, I feel like Yudo Red Giants, the only opportunity to get back in this game is if they figure out a way to draw a beat onto this Zaida, like lock him down, let your team blow him up, because you got to stop this bleeding. This is absolutely crazy. The fact that this net worth lead was like 1.8 at like, 5 minutes, and now it's almost 10K at 9 minutes, all off the back of Zaida, who's literally just destroyed your team. You know, the biggest problem that Yudo Red Giants has right now is that they need to find a way to shut down this arena, but it's near impossible because of the fact that they don't have this burst capability to just isolate him and just one-shot him. And to top it all, even if they try to, all Zaida needs to do is just pop a Shadow Dance, and everyone from Yudo Red Giants just cannot kill him. It's just an inbuilt game, an inbuilt skill of having a free Winds of Nature on Zaida, which you can pop anytime if Yudo Red Giants just doesn't burst him off. And that's going to be a big problem because eventually they just can't kill him off. And right now, the only dream pickoff from Yudo Red Giants is that they need to catch Zaida in the most awkward position and just win the game. Yeah. I mean, you talk about the problem, but now this problem's on your doorsteps. They've got the Divine Judgment, pulls back Sanjay, and it looks like Pancake, he's going to be killed. Zach is going to be killed as well. Zach is going in for this one, and Super Red, Zaida just turning it up, and he does die, so that's some, semblance of hope, I would say. But the Lord now, Sekis is going to have to just run back in. And now the rest of them are just going to wait for this minion wave. 3 members, and it looks like this is going to be game 3 going the way. Seki's no way to slow this down. They focus on the base, and that's going to be it. Echo eSports pull this one out, win game 3. GG, well played to Echo PH. They played to their strengths. Very, very good draft. And you can see the enthusiasm coming in from Echo PH to actually scream their way through here. In this case, curious to see what they were saying. I'm not exactly sure. We don't have the actual sound from the players themselves. Maybe we'll get a little bit of a mic check later on. I'm not sure about that. But if we do, I'm curious to hear what they have screamed right there, because that was I guess they were not too happy that they lost game 2 about that. Yeah. For sure. This is a huge confidence boost, right? Get yourself back in. There's so much momentum on this one. And you can see the passion of the players. They want this, right? The fact that they were in it, they were in full control. That was a almost clinical game, I would say. They didn't really give them much of a chance to get back in it. That's exactly what you want to do. As a top-tier team, you cannot fumble the ball, so to speak. You need to ensure that you close out games and series when you can. They were given that opportunity. They played it to the T. Amazing draft, amazing play. Just great game 3. Yep, GG. I really like how the adaptation has been made here. But once again, like I said as well, Yudo Red Giants, they're great at reacting, but at the same time, it's back to a drawing board for them here. So it's not over yet for Yudo Red Giants here. They still have a lot more games to go because it is going to be a round robin between their groups here. The top 3 is going to be advancing, but from Group A itself, Echo PH takes the dub in this first series and from these 3. But 2-1. I would say there is still more points to be earned here, and having 2 points for them, 1 point coming from Yudo Red Giants, it isn't too bad right now from both sides. Yeah. And Terrence, how do you feel after that prediction? You were right on. You're spot on 2-1. You saw what tea leaves were you reading? Were you able to figure this one out?
I'm just sad that sometimes my predictions is so good to a point that I abandon my own country, man. Like sometimes I gotta have that 100% prediction so far, and it's funny because season 1 of SPS, I had 100% prediction in all my games thus far, and that's scary. Almost near everything was 100%. It is scary, but for now, I don't like this prediction thing, man. Like it puts me in a very awkward spot. Like, do I betray my country or do I betray my brain? In this case, my brain's telling me, Udare Giants will bounce back. Not this series, but they will bounce back for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw that bounce back in game 2. Again, we're going to see more of them even later today, even on this stream. Stream B, which is best stream. That's going to be on coming up later for you. But mind you, this is one of those things where I see your predictions, and I was actually impressed. Maybe do I copy off your homework and then, just kind of go ride with that one? What do you think, huh?
You know what's my homework? My homework is...
What's that?
Sometimes you gotta gamble with your predictions, man. You just pick a team, just close one eye, done. That's it. Wait, that's the safest picture. You wing it off it. If you hit it, treat yourself like a god. If you miss it, well, sometimes they're just a little bit too good. But of course, we are going to be jumping into a very, very strong interview here. I'm curious to see what Echo PH has to say about that game as we jump into his interview with Yawi.
Hello.
Hi. Congratulations on your win. How do you guys feel about that game?
Happy.
We
feel happy.
Good. So, okay. Sorry, I don't mean to steal Terrence's question, but you guys were screaming something at the end. What were you guys screaming?
Just a small trash talk by my teammates.
Will you translate? Will you give us some insights as of what some of the trash talking, what words were spoken at that point?
Weak, you're so weak, like that.
Awesome.
No, okay. I've got a question here. Yeah, technically they are so weak. You guys definitely were the victors in this situation here. What happened with game number 2? Because it seems like you guys were trying to play something very similar to game 1 with this Ling pickup. Is Ling currently in the meta? Because so far 3 games in a row, Ling has appeared.
I think Ling is in the meta right now, especially with Angela. Yeah.
By the way, your Angela play, impeccable. Nothing but full stars from me, right? Amazing play. You were on point. As a fellow roamer, a thumbs up. You guys are amazing on that one. But now, okay. As we go into the Snapdragon League, you have more games ahead of you. Which is the team that you're kind of scared about?
I think we're not scared of other teams. We just feel like the RSGPH is strong.
Okay. Any fighting words for RSGPH then?
Good luck to them, and let's give our fans a good fight.
Okay, Yawi, before that here, I've got a little bit of question here as well, because I was having my hopes up to see Benny QT as well as Kautizi play. Why isn't both of them playing here from this game itself?
I think they will just rest for this ESL, because since M4 we don't have a good rest. We have so many tournaments. That's why I think they just rest for this ESL. Yeah.
Did you guys miss them?
Yeah, we missed them.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you for your time. Anything that you want to, any shout out you want to give to your fans, your sponsors, your team, anybody back home?
Shout out to our fans, to the Philippines, and to the Echo, and keep supporting us, and we will do our best. And shout out to all our families. And yeah, that's all.
Well, thank you so much, Yawi. Echo loud, echo proud. We will look forward to see you guys continue their journey here. But for now, we are going to be closing out the series here. Thank you so much, Yawi, for this amazing interview. We hope you win more games, and we will see you guys in the next interview. Hopefully, of course, Yawi. Thank you. But
Thank you.
of course, Holler, this is interesting because when we talk about all these games, there is just so much to talk about. Like Angela and Ling being the current meta, who would have thought this might be the dream here for all Angela players, finally.
That's exactly what we wanted to see, right? Who's going to dictate the meta? Who's going to create that? And it looks like we've seen some good evidence of it. I think there could not have been a better first series. I mean, we went the entire distance. That's exactly what you want to see as a fan back home. That's exactly what you want, right? But let's go to the post game here, kind of break down some of that game 3, just see where we're at, right? Because there was so much action going on. And, how about you break some of this down, Terrence?
Okay, when it comes to these items here, I feel like from Yudore Giants, like they had a very clear cut, like they want to play around how Super Red just kind of, sorry, not Super Red, it was Pancake playing on the show, kind of set up this Wave the Dragon, just bursted down. But having this Angela pickup just put them in a very awkward spot coming from Yudore Giants. Like, I know you can actually flex the Angela as a roaming position and as a mage, but they needed a very, very strong frontliner. And for them, Echo PH, that frontliner was having the Terizla base off game number 1, and in this case it didn't really work out for Yudore Giants because of the fact that they just don't have this strong zoner. In this case, Gojas playing that Arlott in the early game just cannot do what a Terizla or even a Uranus do right from the get-go, which is a very, very big problem. However, what I want to talk about here is Karina. How do you kill a Karina with Shadow Dance, inbuilt Winds of Nature right from get-go, and Yudore Giants just doesn't have any magic damage at all? And the reason why I say I don't have magic damage is because technically Angela doesn't have enough magic damage to threaten people. It is a utility hero, it is a support hero, it is technically what helps your teammates win games. In this case, slowing down Karina isn't going to do much. You need to kill Karina, and currently, based on the damage down as well, you look at this, Yudore Giants, they've got 70,000 damage only. And how did he kill Zaida, if you think about it? If the Shadow Dance is popped off, and when that happens, Zaida is just gonna one-shot everyone from Yudore Giants from the early stage of the game.
Isn't it funny that Yaoi's like, hey, actually Ling Angela is the meta, but then they just beat the meta with their own, draft? Like, they're like 3 steps ahead, right? Just understanding exactly how to play this one. They're like, hey, we'll give it to you, Yudore Giants. See if you can outplay us, but we have the counter to that. Like, we have the Punk Buster, Buster. Like, we're so many steps ahead of you that you guys really don't have a chance. And they were in full control. That's exactly what you wanted to have done as Echo eSports. They closed the game out. That's a perfect game. I mean, the amount of damage they did, damage to tower, 0, right? They did not give Yudore Giants any sort of space to take any of their towers, to chip into anything. It just made their lives super difficult. And that's exactly what you want to do as Echo eSports.
Yeah, and exactly as well. And even in the total heals department, which is kind of surprising. I was expecting Yudore Giants to have a little bit more total heals, but Zaku, they just could not do all these fights because every single time Echo PH forces a fight, they have so much burst potential. But I'm curious to see who the MVP is coming from Echo PH, because as of now, the MVP is going to be none other than, who's it going to be? I think it's Zaida. Or is it Sanford? Who is it be? Guys in chat, let me know.
It's got to be guaranteed, right? There's no way it's a thought. It has to be. Like, there's no other way. We got a problem if it's not going to be. And we're going to see who the MVP is. Zaida was, to me, an easy favorite for this one. The fact that he was everywhere, he got all the kills and everything. He was just on point. But before we go to let's go into the highlights, kind of break down some of these ones. But look at Gojas. Barely away, and he somehow gets the outplay onto Sanford. That was actually very well played. And, Echo eSports just on point, just basically controlling it. This is the Zaida show.
Yeah, definitely, Hero. And pay attention to this fight as well. Look at how Zaida's HP is. He never drops a single hef every single time he makes an attempt. And there's just nothing much he can do. And even when he drops, it's because his Shadow Dance is pretty much on cooldown. And especially when now having the Twin Blades kind of the new item here for Magic here, it just kind of makes Karina even stronger because it becomes like a 2-in-1 mechanic from back in the days, having the Calamated Reaper, and I think it was the Feather as well. Sorry, the Twin Blades to a certain degree. So I feel like right now, Karina is in a very sweet spot where you can abuse the new item even harder compared to the previous Karina build.
No real chance. I mean, look at this. Seki's is like, I can't defend 1 versus 3, just completely controlled the game. We just closed out, but that was a very entertaining first series, and I'm actually very happy to have casted that with you, Terrence. I think that was a pretty amazing game, and although I hate to see the Malaysia team lose, we're going to see more of them, right? They're going to bounce back. They're going to be even stronger as we go on.
Yep, I'm curious to see. Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Holler. I appreciate it. We'll be casting this game here. I'm curious to see what more games come. Of course, for these guys that are watching at home, don't forget we have more games to go. But before we actually close out the series here, we'd like to thank you guys for tuning in. But we have still more matches to go, so don't go anywhere. But for now, we are going to be taking a short break before we continue with the next series for you guys.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the tank emblem. By upgrading the tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage.
Hello and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series ESL Challenge Finals. My name is Holler and with me is Monshel. Happy to have you on board. We've got a great series going on. It's going to be Todak, Bigatron Alpha. Your thoughts on that game, Monshel?
Thank you, Holler. And finally, production let me out of the back room. I was like, recap the previous match. It was so intense. I was just screaming, and you guys probably can't hear because my mic is obviously muted out. But that was a really intense and long series. But back to the current series, I would say Toda, as mentioned, they have a lot of changes towards their roster, and we don't really know how to go about it. But let's give a shout out to our sponsor, DHL, FA Bot Dash Cup. So, Holy, do you know you stand a chance to win 5,000 euros if you take part in this competition?
I will have to sign up. I didn't know it was something that I could do. I don't know if I'm actually eligible, but I think that'll be interesting to just sign up for that. DHL does some amazing things, and getting that opportunity to win that money would be huge. But let's talk a little bit about our second sponsor here. This is, of course, Monster Energy. After that first game and somewhat tiring and draining and going to the maximum, I've got myself a Monster Energy drink on the side. There you go. And Unleash the Beast, of course, making sure that you've got, well stocked and good to go for all the games that you've got ahead of you.
I was definitely feeling like really hyper after like having my monster. I really can't wait to go through this best of 3 with you, Holler, today. But overall, let's have a bit of recap. Since your first best of 1, let's run through our first lineup of today. It's going to be Toda from Malaysia.
So it looks like we've got Todak for maids, we've got Malik, Marty's, Ayumi, Hazelnut, and they're giving me the thumbs down. I'm not too happy about that one, Monshel. Your thoughts on Todak here?
As I was saying, that this is quite the roster change from Toda, and I would say everyone, like the viewers watching at home, come into this with an open mind, because like we don't know what these news face, the swordfish from Malaysia could bring to the table. So I would say keep our options open and expect a lot of surprises, because the way the meta has changed, it's like almost anything is viable. Like that Karina jungle earlier really shocked us. It really brings me back to like I think 1 or 2 years ago, all these like hyper carry junglers, and I like the shift from all these like tank, we'd say, just bulk from Fredwin. All you have to do is stand there and just tank damage. I really hated that. So like seeing like all these sort of high mechanical plays we get to see from these players is something I'm really looking forward to. But one thing I don't like is that the game seems to be dragging out a lot longer than we thought. You would think that Echo, for example, earlier they showed us like what their death ball composition can do, but even then you saw signs of life from Red Giants, like the fact that they still have rooms to make a comeback, but whether they're able to capitalize it. And hence we're going into like this ultra late game sort of meta, and this is something that teams have to consider drafting around, like planning for the ultra late game. Ling is a really great pick. I think Claude is more viable than ever, ensuring that you have a good late game marksman to carry your game through the victory. Of course, I've been talking for a fair bit, Holler, but what do you think overall in terms of the draft afterwards? But before we jump in, let's introduce the Red Robots Bigatron Alpha from Indonesia. Let's roll.
All right, but Bigatron Alpha here, that's going to be nothing. Chorizo, Super Ken, Moreno, Sakin, Super Vin. This is a team that has done quite well. I mean, they qualified, of course, going into it 2-1 over RRQ and 2-0 against Team Flash. They kind of made a name for themselves. But again, this is the 5th Indonesian team that has made an appearance into the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is very home favored, especially since it's in Jakarta. This is a team that's on the up and up, so to speak, but they've definitely made a name for themselves. And with 5 out of 12 of the teams being from Indonesia, your thoughts though on this one, Monchel?
Overall, I would say agree that Bigatron Alpha have really made a name for themselves, and they are also on home ground advantage. But overall, they're looking really like stronger than ever. I think like this team is known for really good like management support. Super Ken, their star jungle, this is someone they have brought up at a really young age. And I think fun fact, a lot of the viewers also know that they recently recruited this 11-year-old kid as their new trainees. Can you imagine like the amount of resources that this organization has put in to ensure that their teams had the right exposure and the right amount of training and support provided to now they're one of the up and coming teams in their local MPL. And overall, Holler, what do you think are the keys to victory for Bigatron Alpha for this series?
I think they just need to stick to their tried and true, right? I think that they don't need to kind of wow us with some crazy metas or changing things up. I think that they need to just work. They stick with what works for them, right? Which is kind of like more of a traditional lineup, I would say. I think that we're going to see more of that, and I'm hoping to. I have big expectations of them. I don't want to see them falter, especially early. But again, going up against another Malaysian squad, this is the second one, of course. Let's go into the predictions, because I think that this is going to be very interesting going into this one, Mancho.
Yep. And speaking of predictions, everyone, the viewers at home, cast your votes on Twitch chat to show your support your backstage team. Do you support the Swordfishes from Malaysia or the Red Robots from Indonesia? Like, just show your support and show us what you got.
I think that there's a lot on that one. Sorry, I thought it was going to be our predictions. I think we both made some crazy predictions. I don't know what the fans are going to think. I think it's going to be both on side, but it looks like we both went with Tora on this one. 2-1. I was actually kind of thinking I went Bigatron Alpha, but we're going to have to, I think in the end, it ended up being Todak 2-1. But both of us going for the Swordfish. To make it, I thought it would be interesting if, we were on both sides on this. I would kind of root for Bigatron Alpha and you would Todak, but it looks like we're kind of on the same side on this one.
I think this is a bit of a caster curse. If both casters, like you and me, vote for the same team, it could go either way. I don't know how this would work. It's like, this is one of my few international broadcaster, but I would say how this rolls out. But overall, in terms of talking about history about Toda, they're known to be the comeback kings, like all the way back in MPL Malaysia, since like from, I would say their origins is like they are known to play from behind and they really have a lot of flexibility, but a lot of fans would shut them down towards like flexibility means like really weird drafts that don't make sense on paper, and it could either work out really well or really bad, as you say.
Yes. I mean, it could go either way. I think going into this one, okay, which of these two teams do you think must win this one, right? Like, because there's so much momentum going into these things, right? Losing that first series is kind of rough on them. But what are your thoughts? Like, which team do you think needs it more?
If anything, Bigatron Alpha are like living on that high of their recent wins from MPL ID. Like MPL ID like just started not too long ago, like over the weekend, and they've been having a really strong showing. Keeping up the momentum is great, but if Toda can get at least one game off them, just it's like showing up and showing that everyone else in the competition that they have a say in this. They're not going down with the fight, because like, I'm gonna be real here. My expectations are like, I kept to a minimum. I don't want to get my hopes up because like Toda is known to be like the heartbreakers for our Malaysian fans, and I just don't want to go through that all the well. But I would say like I'm going to be neutral. I think Bigatron as a whole is like really like showing up, and I think they have to like keep running on that momentum that carries them forward. And past tournaments that I have casted of them as well, like Moreno, the focus is on him. That you don't usually see Moreno sub out in any way. It's like he's one of the cores of Bigatron. You give him a hero that's comfortable on, ensure that he is able to do well. Otherwise, like I feel like you will see cracks in the forming in Bigatron Alpha. Not to say that the rest of the composition, their team is weak in any way, but I think they do revolve around ensuring that they create enough space for their late game cores to scale up. And by doing so, their early to mid snowball means a lot to them. If Todak is able to kind of like disable that for now, they have a really good chance of closing out the series. Otherwise, on side of Bigatron Alpha, I think they're set up for success as long as they prioritize the necessary heroes for Moreno.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you bring up Bigatron Alpha's performance in MPL ID, which is ongoing right now. They played a game 2 days ago. They ended up with 2 victories, right, against Geek Fam and Alter Ego. I think that this is a team that's gotten a lot of practice in the new meta, in the sense that, you know, the new emblems, all of these things, plus the new league, you have a slight advantage. Whereas Todak, yes, I'm sure that they've been scrimming. I'm sure that they've been practicing every single day, but I don't know if it's the same level of scrim or practice that you would get from, you know, aside from playing in a league, right? MPL MY is going to be later in the year, so they really haven't had that experience, so to speak. So going into this one, it seems like, you know, I don't know if it's just another warm-up game or what, but Todak, I think that they're, I think that they're a little more worried, I would say, going into this one.
I would say all teams are kind of in the same camp where they're still really experimenting with meta, like trying to see what is good, what is bad. Because like even now, I argue like Angela Green Ling is really great combo, like especially if they're able to get that early lead. But you also see that teams are also figuring out a way to shut them down, and instantly like they don't have answers. So I think it's rather like teams have to draft the way, ensure that they safeguard their mid to late. They have to have comeback mechanics. They have to have like good like crowd control, CC abilities to catch off their opponents, because when you have hyper carry meta, you have to ensure that there has to be ways to shut them down. Otherwise, they're just gonna wreak havoc across the land of Dawn, and there's nothing done. I'm not sure what your thoughts about this, Holler.
Yeah, and I mean, it could happen. So every draft comes down to it has weaknesses, right? There are things that you need to do. You need to do, you need to control things. And if there's the hyper carries that are very fast and mobile, you need a way to lock those things down, right? But I think it comes back to what do you want to do at the end of the day? Obviously, these teams have a set idea and things that were going on. And I think if we go back to game 1 of the first series that we saw on Stream B with Udo Red Giants, is that their lineup was a very, I would say, almost outdated draft. I wasn't too impressed with it. It didn't seem like it was as, you're touching on the points of being able to be very quick and to kind of deal with like this Ling Angela meta, and they were very far behind. They were playing catch up almost the entire game, and that's not what you want to see going into this one, right? So you want to almost in a way dictate the meta, force things out, but at the same time do it in a way that you're comfortable with. And I hope that they've been experimenting, because the game's on the line right now, right? As we go into game 1 soon.
Yeah, exactly. And as you mentioned, like dictating this tempo from the start is very essential. But of course, keep a grab of your lead, ensure that you don't become overconfident and allow your opponent to capitalize on those mistakes. So it's a really fine balance. I think teams are still adjusting as much as they can, because even now we're rediscovering more things of what may be viable in this meta. I think anything could be played. I'm surprised I haven't yet to see a single Esmeralda across like day 1 as of now, but now we jump right towards the draft.
Yeah, and we're going to start things off, the Fanny Farmus, Fredrin, Ling. I mean, these are, I'm not too surprised here. Just kind of slow down the hyper carries that can kind of take over. So nothing too impressive there. But the Valentina, that's another ban. Your thoughts on that one?
I think Valentina is just meant for that utility, showing that Toda does not want to pick this. Maybe they're prioritizing something else. I hope it's not Uranus. Please no. If anything, maybe contesting Lancelot away from Supercan would be the idea to go, because Supercan, like as I mentioned, Star Jungler is so amazing on this lane. So overall, but I hear the Claude then over from the side of Bigatron Alpha. So they're just like playing like a matter of chess, but this also means like there are options like the Lancelot, Clue, Uranus. These are all picks I would say like they are able to play around for now. I think these are pretty good options for the side Toda.
Yeah, sorry, which of the ones you just named right now would you think to be the first pick though? Right.
I think if they really respect like Supercan's Lancelot, it's like I think he will go for it. But I hear Kadita, so instantly it tells a story of how Bigatron Alpha, like they want to be able to prioritize like going for pickups early on, and denying it away ensures that they don't get this early game snowball. Toda is playing for it, but my only beef with Kadita is that if you're unable to get this early game pickups, you tend to be just another body to throw towards the mid to late game, which I think Toda in this review is okay, but this opens up Lancelot for the side of Supercan, and in this case, they actually pick up the Paquito as well as the Kaja early on, which is really interesting and shows that Bigatron are showing a really different side.
I mean, not all that different. I mean, it's still very, I would say, a good, decent counter. I mean, you talk about the mobility and the catcher. Kaja is perfect for that, right? I think that you do have a lot of play for that. The Paquito is a little bit more, I'm not too worried about it. I still think it's very early. Yeah, you can flex it almost anywhere. But the Beatrix pick here, I think that it's okay as a gold laner, especially early. And I know that Todak really like to focus on that Beatrix. They think it's very strong, at least going on right now.
agree. And instantly you see how Toda intends to play. They pick the Kufa really early on. I'm not sure about revealing the roam so early in towards. Instantly, this is not Kadita roam. It's not flex in either way. This is Kadita mid. Instantly, this is information that Bigatron knows. And Beatrix is just like generally like really safe pick to pick on early on, because the fact that Bigatron has already banned out the clot just shows that they want to be able to pick up Beatrix for themselves. And for the side of Bigatron, I would agree. Pakido is like a really good flex pick. Super Ken has really showed up on this pick. So it really tells me like maybe they're leaning away from that assassin meta in a way. But for now, Melissa, this is not a hero we usually see. And this is a big counter towards the Kufra.
Yeah, it has a lot of potential. I mean, just get off me kind of thing, go away, and I'm okay with that, right? They've shown the Beatrix. They know that the laning phase can be somewhat 50-50, but you have options, right? Showing against the Kufra, very, I like that. I think that Bigatron Alpha, though, still very flexible, and I do like the way that their draft is kind of shaping out, where you look at the matchup more than anything else. So they still have a lot of options ahead of them.
Your team is banned.
And it shows instantly they ban out Trisla. I can't believe that this hero is like up and coming in this meta. Like Gideon, like one of our English casters, would definitely be really happy about it. Like the amount of sustainability and like surprising amount of damage he dishes out if you have the right like itemization as well as emblem is really shocking. But I think instantly this might be a telltale of that Pakido going towards EXP, because like you want to ensure that Pakido has the base lane possible, a winning lane ideally, and Trisla kind of counters it. And you can see that Toda is reading onto this, bans out the Lancelot. It shows that they're not just playing it, and they also don't want this to fall in the hands of Super Ken. So instantly, I think Todak has the right idea going for them.
Yeah. I do agree. And, the Terizla, we saw how powerful it can be in game one earlier today. It's 3-0 at MPL Indonesia, so it does have some warrants. It has 0 bans against it. So I think it's still one of those things where it's like a secret pick, but the secret is kind of out of the bag at this point, and teams are kind of getting accustomed to it. But the Uranus ban here, the Farza ban in return, I think that those bans are all right to kind of round out each of the enemy teams.
The falling stars brought us
I think
here.
overall just released Jagger Plus. I can't believe that Novaria has gotten this far, but she's really vulnerable when it, by the burst from Candida or getting catched out by the Kufra. I guess maybe they'll be playing around with Sakin a lot with this Melissa to ensure that the go away protects him. But Novara is a hero that really wants to play from afar and watch their positioning. And I'm a bit concerned in terms of the damage from side of Bigatron Alpha. They're going to really rely on this Melissa's Pakido to like dish out the damage. And I think Farsa being banned out, I think it's like, it's alright. It's more of like Kadita is a direct counter for this hero pick. So it's rather maybe they're just closing in their options and ensuring that Bigatron does not give Moreno his comfort picks overall. And overall, Holler, what do you think of this?
And not a single worthy
I'm okay
foe.
with it on both ends. I think that you have a lot of options with what they're going for. I mean, the Martis there and has a lot of potential to just kind of burst guys in. But, this is a situation where they've gone with that and the Direth. I mean, like, I'm going to throw it right back to you in terms of this combination. Like, what are your thoughts?
Just shredding through their opponent, like just running them down. I think that's the idea coming out from Toda. Like this is the second time Durov is picked up across like Stream B's matchup and by a Malaysian team once again. I'm really excited to see, but of course, like ensure that you have to land your skills. I think this is point blank one. It's like most of the setup is going to come from this Kufra pick, and from side Bigatron, what are the answers for it? Masha.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Might as well, right? I think we've seen almost everything today, and decent pick. I'm okay with this draft. Your thoughts on this one? I would think that. I think I have my favorite, but what is your favorite going into this one?
I'm liking Toad's draft. It's like it paints a really clear picture because with Bigatron Alpha, it's like where's their play potential? Like they're playing for the pickoffs with the Divine Judgment, but otherwise like the damage coming through, it's gonna come in quite like it requires a fair bit of scaling. So I'm a bit worried about their early to mid, but I think overall we're just gonna see how this overall synergy will work. This is going to be the first game of Toadot versus Bigatron Alpha. Honestly, I'm really psyched to see. But for now, what are your thoughts?
To be honest, I don't like Bigatron Alpha's draft. I don't know how the Novaria really kind of gels with everything. Yeah, you have your Melissa, but you talk about the long range, support, so to speak, and the amount of burst that they have, and it looks like Toadok just want to run at you. It's going to be very difficult to find that space. Yeah, you have the Kaja, you have the Maja, and the Paquito, and you have other squishy or like tankier guys to kind of get in the way to protect the squishies, but I don't know if that's enough. Positioning is going to matter. I think it's going to really come back to who can, get that perfect engagement, that perfect team fight. Because again, Todak, their team composition is somewhat easy. Where, monkey see, monkey go, right? And I'm just going to attack you. And I think it's going to be somewhat difficult for Bigatron Alpha to kind of create that space.
If what you're trying to say is Chodak's draft is slightly easier to execute, I do see how their pieces are coming together. But for Bigatron, it's like unless we jump into the game right now and we see how this will play out, I'm questioning how all this synergize, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, look, Bigatron Alpha's their lineup is kind of going to rely on Melissa, making sure you have the farm and you go to and carry the game, right? I think everybody else must win their lane, create a lot of space so that Melissa can just have all the time in the world to farm up as long as she needs, so to speak, to get as much farm as possible. But I don't know if they're going to have that much time. Todak are going to force the issue, and they're going to kind of just push things as soon as possible. They're going to be very aggressive, which is a tough spot to be in when, again, you just want to go to the late game.
Yep, exactly. It's like if Todak's plans goes accordingly, they're going to just death ball out the control from start to end. I don't think Bigatron have enough answers for it as of now. Because okay, Masha, you locked down the one Divine Judgment, single target CC as well. What are you gonna do if the rest of your backline is gonna get picked off one after the other? If anything, your front line is vulnerable as well. Paquito, even though I like the adjustment, he gets a lot more sustained with the amount of shields he gets he's able to get out his skills. But even though he's not exactly a tanky jungler, he wants to go for that one shot, one kill kind of pickoffs. That's what you want to play around. But I'm not seeing it unless Todak makes a lot of early game mistakes. I'm not sure how Bigatron's able to capitalize on the issue.
Yeah. And you kind of talked about it, right? The Divine Judgment from Kaja, getting in, lassoing the guy, and bursting them down. But, even with the lineup, I mean, yeah, you have your Melissa, Paquito, yeah, you can get some damage out of that. But is it enough to kind of really focus it down? I mean, I think that it's going to be a tough situation. I mean, I don't want to say that this game is over, especially since we haven't started, but it's really going to come down to that laning phase, because I feel like if Bigatron Alpha can't get a good laning phase or come out at least 50-50, maybe 60-40, they're going to have a really rough time.
I think ideally is that they go evenly trades 50-50 and towards the late game, and then they finally scale up. That is ideal because, as you're saying, there is a lack of consistent DPS from the side of Bigatron Alpha, which is very worrying. And I wonder if they're just trying out something new, because they're kind of back themselves into a corner. I'm expecting more aggressive, more early to mid kind of picks from them, but that Masha really thrown me off. This Masha is not what you've seen in last year, where they can just invade jungle and just chunk your jungler to close to 0 HP. That's not how it is anymore whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, but it's just going to be finding it out. I mean, just trying to get in, just forcing the issue. And I think that the junglers have been quite powerful. You got to stop it at some point, right? So, again, there's so many different ways that this can kind of play out, right? I think, again, the first 5 to 10 minutes will be the most important for Bigatron Alpha, right? If Todak somehow messed this up, it's going to be because they didn't have a good laning phase, right? That allowed Bigatron Alpha to get into the game, to get themselves on farm, to kind of just control it. But again, if Todak win big in the laning phase, this game, I think, can snowball out of control very quickly.
If one thing I learned from watching Todak of my years being an MLBB fan is that their macro play is really impeccable, and it was like their ability to split push and create space across the map has been the comeback factor for this team. And if Bigatron doesn't watch their back, that is something they just have to watch out for. Yes, this is a very new lineup from the side of Todak, which most of us have not seen them perform. I mean, this is a proving point for all of us back at home. I'm back at home watching this, holding my breath, wondering how will they come up on top. I think for now their draft is very ideal. But from Bigatron, this is a team with a lot of experience, an organization backing them up. I'm pretty sure that they have the mechanics, but do they have the right tools to deal with the lineup that is Todak?
Okay, actually, let's talk about something that you brought up a long time earlier today, in the sense of Bigatron Alpha, the hiring of the securing of the 11-year-old. Can we get some more details on that? Like, who is this person?
He's so cute. I don't quite remember the name. It's like about 1 week plus ago, but he's a really great kid, really polite. His Fanny play is insane, and I can't play Fanny like that. I can't even play most assassin junglers. I'm trying to learn, but man, these kids, like, you raise them to be the future prodigies for your teams. That is the future of MLBB, and honestly, it's really terrifying that they're sitting, like, you never know if they're like in your ranked games, and if you're getting demolished at the other end, it just could be this like 11-year-old kid like just giggling and be like, yeah, GG, well played, like from the corners of his room. I think that is quite terrifying, Holler.
I feel like you're speaking from experience here, right? Like the fact that when you're losing, you're like, oh, that guy must be 11 years old. He has no life, and I hope he goes pro or something like that. No?
I mean, I do want to see more, like, young people to be inspired to chase their dreams, whether either it's eSports or, wanting to be like players. I'm all for it. It's like, but having so much support and backing from your a good support system, family, organization, believing, trusting you, like, this is like the future in the making, and that's something that I'm really looking forward to see. And really thankful to Snapdragon for like having this like long drawn out like tournament, from open qualifiers, open finals, to now like we're like in deep waters, and the teams that really they fought their way through, it's going to be devastating after when the group stages are over and you're just short by just a bit. Imagine that's how close you are to taste victory, being the top 6 among like hundreds of teams that played.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. I mean, honestly, like all the way from May, all the amount of games that have been played, all the open qualifiers, everything just building up to the culmination of this point. The fact that you have, 3 days for the groups, and then you have 3 days for the finals, and it's going to go to the weekend. I mean, there's a lot of good MLBB that's going to be there. We've seen the precipice of all the teams. This is probably, I mean, I don't want to say that these are the de facto top 12 in the world right now. I think that there's some definitely gray areas and great, teams in that sense, but you're getting very close. Like, you definitely have the top.
Hey, I mean,
sorry?
This is, sorry to cut you off there, but this is the best that Southeast Asia has to offer. We're not counting like the other MPL regions. From MENA recently, we're seeing like have you seen the recent like Mongolian team going head to head with Philippines? That was insane. These are all these hidden gems that are hiding all across the world, And the fact that we're all being able to come as one to increase the competitive of our Southeast Asia region is just great, because I want like our region to stay strong in the face of our international competitors. Because hey, I mean, see pride.
Yeah, well, see pride is best pride, right? Like, I mean, the fact that like look
Yeah.
at any of the M winners, right? Like all of them, it's been the same, right? It's like the dominance is there. I'm actually wondering how, you know, like I'm not Singaporean, but I do live in Singapore, and I've seen how the league is done, and in the sense of like I want to see them do well, but it's very difficult when the C region is just absolutely crazy with the amount of talent, how much, you know, how competitive it is. It's very difficult to beat the Indonesia Philippine teams, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but basically it's the matter, like the teams are as strong as the ecosystem that's built around them. I don't want to get too technical here. It's like, I don't want to go all like, you know, oh, businesses, administration, like how this whole thing runs like drawn out. But overall, it's like you're only strong as your support system. I think this really clear. Your fans watching at home, the organization, the sponsors, like production team in the back, we're all here because we're all passionate about the game. And I feel like I'm being really long-winded here. Bear with us, everyone. We just want to sort out all the technical issues and provide you the best MLBB experience possible throughout like the next 3 days, because you're kind of stuck with me, Holler, for the next games.
All good. Happy to be on this journey with you. I mean, we've got this series, we got the next one as well, and there's a lot of MLBB coming at you. And I mean, look at this. Okay, if we have to judge the guy's posture, right? Like this guy's posture, probably not the best, right?
I mean, like, you know, you don't want to be nervous. You gotta like take your shoes off, jump on your chair, be as comfortable as possible. Obviously, you know, when they get into the game, he will sit back down properly. But the idea is like to relax. Remember, this is still your favorite game. You want to have fun. I was once like in this kind of fun match kind of situation, and sitting in that chair is terrifying. My hands are shaking. I keep accidentally closing the game by accident, and that won't happen if you have the latest Samsung Galaxy. But oh, we're hearing a countdown from production. We'll be jumping right in towards the Land of Dawn. Sorry for the way, everyone. This is going to be game 1 of Todak versus Bigatron Alpha. Holler, take it away.
All right, we're going to go in. This is going to be the second series, game 1. We're finally here into the game. Bigatron Alpha are going up against Todak eSports here. Just kind of, this is the series that we wanted to see, right? Exactly how does Todak match up against all of the, you know, the Bigatron Alphas of the world? Bigatron Alpha off a 2-0 lead, or 2-0 game series from MPL Indonesia. They've done quite well getting themselves in this, and it looks like they want to start things off and just fight. Hazelnut has to flicker just to safety. He gets away.
Yep, just straight off, I would say both teams are like definitely not to let go of this aggression early on. They're aware of what's at stake. You can see that Super Ken just farming as much as can. And remember, everyone, you can watch live in Jakarta the mobile like challenge finals. But overall, Yo Yumi taken very low. He's going to be first blood. Just off the bat.
Super Ken will secure that one. Yeah, that's the way to do it, right? They knew he was low. He had no real chance to get away, and ensured that they got the kill right here. But you know, for some reason the score is not being updated on that one. But yes, that was a first blood going the way of Super Ken. That's something that you want and you don't want to see as a Todak fan.
Yeah, definitely the best start for Paquito as of yet. Todak, they really shouldn't underestimate the damage that's coming out from Bigatron Alpha. It's like, not to say they don't have consistent damage, there's still something that they have to be wary about. Remember, objective gameplay. This Masha is actually being a real nuisance overall. Malik just like zoning the members out. This is going to be the first hurdle being contested. Malik, for now, I think overall he's a good position to take it, as long as Super Vin does not land the Divine Judgment to him. He is looking for it. Astral Echo has been popped to reveal the vision of the side of Todak. They will back off for now.
Yeah, no real, I mean, you don't need to force it, right? Amos is a little low. He's going to be backing off. He's about half-life. But there's the Tyrant's Revenge. That's going to knock him up. Super Vin is going to go down. Malik will secure that one. Carrizo's on the prowl, trying to just focus on the attention onto Malik. But I don't know if that's the right target. Now Zarizo's getting bursted. He's down to his last T-bar. He's getting knocked up. He gets blown up. Malik is doing it. And now this is going to be an easy turtle going the way of Todak.
3 HP bars, that's not gonna matter if you're gonna be, like, you stay for too long, you don't manage it well, you're gonna be bursted down from the side of Toda. This is something that BTR has to be worried about. And this is looking to be a really good start for Malik, like 2-0-0. This is something that, as Bigatron fan, you don't want to see from Todak.
Yes, and I mean, it's fine. I think they've, you know, Todak have done what they wanted to do. They've got 2-1. It's a negligible net worth lead at this point. But they're putting themselves in a pretty decent position. Bigatron Alpha wanted to get, you know, they wanted to kind of make sure that they have a decent laning phase. They've done that with that first blood from Super Ken. But now they've got 4 members of Bigatron Alpha. They got the Tyrant's Revenge. He's been knocked back into the Echo, though. And I think Super Vin is not going to get the actual Divine Judgment off. And it looks like everybody's going to disengage.
Outing there with Novaria, but deciding to just disengage because just so you know, Bigatron Alpha, they were in a numbers advantage on top side. They could go for a Yumi, but I'm not sure why they're deciding to just back off from there. Quite strange.
Yeah, I think it was they're just trying to play a little reserve. They don't need to force the issue. Just, you know, we can play to the late game kind of thing, so we just need to slow down. But they do need to provide space for Super Ken. I think that he is your win condition. Make sure that he gets as much farm as possible. And as I say that, Saken will push the top lane and force the issue there. But the nice Divine Judgment, Marlsey not able to get away. He's going to be killed, and 2-2.
Yep, just taken too much damage. Like, your iframes are not going to save you for now. And you need really, like, spotters hard on, a lot of pressure. Astra as well. Holler, watch out!
Tyrant's Revenge. Super Vin, he did get knocked up. The bouncy ball throws him back in, but it looks like that's going to be pretty much the end as Malik goes for Marino, gets the knockup. Marino trying to get away, not able to do so. Very static. Render's Apathy is going to snipe on, but not enough damage. That's on to Saken.
I did see that he used his ult, but basically not enough damage, and just one more basic attack should do the job. Super Vin just poking Hazelnut for now. Not gonna land onto anyone. Saken's positioning is really good overall now, but the turtle is going to be the focus down bottom for the side of Bigatron Alpha.
Okay, 4 Mays now, so Rizzo is also there as well. They're going to kind of back off, and it looks like Super Ken did some damage on a 4 Maze. They back off. Super Ken sticking around, though. I don't know if they're going to go for this turtle. As I say that, Hazelnut is making an appearance to the turtle.
Yeah, I think overall, like, both sides showing their heads, and 4 Maze, he's a very experienced jungler, but dealing with the Masha is quite a pain in the butt overall. You can see both sides are not really forcing anything. Will they reset the turtle? I think they would.
Yeah, it's kind of bouncing around. Yeah, he's going to slowly start to heal at this point. Hazelnut trying to provide as much vision as possible. Malik just trying to farm, get that red buff. They do have the sphere is a little off the mark. Zarizo's still sticking up front. This turtle dance has been quite prolonged.
Yeah, they're just, like, let's say, waltzing around. No one wants to take it. No one is willing to make the first move. It feels like both teams are just really respecting and being really wary of each other. But turn out they have a timer on their hits. Marquise unable to get these early to meet pickoffs. It's like, I'm not seeing the snowball come true. Astro Echo, again, just to reveal Malik. They're not sure where the side of Toda are. Malik just gonna take this, but Super Ken steals it away.
Yeah, you always need to know where Super Ken is. You need somebody, you try to go, isolate it with Malik all by himself, but you need somebody providing vision where you think Super Ken is going to be, because he's going to steal it from under your nose just like he did right there.
Yeah, there's a reason why, like, a lot of eyes on Super Ken. Ooh, they're keeping an eye on Turret Hazelnut. He's taking a fair bit of damage. He's going to be alright, but Super Ken looking for someone to Divine Judgment.
Oh, Malik, he went in too deep. Oh, that's not where you want to go. And Super Ken will get the shutdown. He gets Malik as well. And it seemed like they were not on the same page as Malik went very, very aggressively with Marzi, and Marzi just got caught out. Not where you want to be.
Killing spree onto a super can, like that shutdown was really massive. Moreno's not really landing those stars shatter, which is a bit surprising. I do remember that he has a good amount of practice on this hero, but maybe he didn't quite have enough time to really like maximize this. But overall, in terms of the emblem choice, nothing too outstanding as of yet. You see that multiple people use Quantum Charge. It's just that you're able to get the additional amount of sustain healing whenever you use your basic attack, which is really nice.
Okay, you're calling out Marino on his lack of playmaking ability, and you don't think he's got enough practice. Monchel, where can they find you on social media?
Oh, don't call me that. Moreno's job is not really about playmaking. It's on to Supervin to like capitalize whenever he uses Astro Echo. But Marzi, oh, he almost got taken out there. His passive will save him. But it's not to Moreno. It's actually on to Supervin for this playmaking, finding these catches. And as I say that, he gets poked out by Formace.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I think Moreno just needs to be kind of like average, right? He needs to hit the occasional one. Obviously, the Echo helps. But hitting that sphere is, he needs to hit it, like the threat of it needs to be there. He needs that damage so that it could potentially get like, you know, a decent chunk of change with each shot that you do. But it's one of those things where it's not everything is on him, right? It really does come down to the team.
It's just about hope, you know? Like, by providing vision, that's his job. He provides to Bigatron Alpha, which he does right now.
Look at that vision. All 5 of them are going to be hit there. Ayumi's on the wrong side of that, and that you don't want to see the Beatrix up front tanking most of that. He's been killed. Now the Lord is going to be wide open. Assura Aura is going to be off the mark. Hazelnut goes in for this one. I don't know if that's the right play. The Tyrant's Revenge, they do get Vin. They get something in return. Now Formace is going to pay for his sins, so to speak, so Rizzo will secure that, but they've gotten the Lord, Bigatron Alpha, and now Todak are all on the run. What can they do? And there you go, Marino gets the spear, gets the shot, and says, take that, Monchel. I need to actually practice? I don't think so.
The fact that I'm being a bit harsh on Moreno because I'm a huge fan of his Farsa, all the artillery mages that I've seen from him, like in other tournaments which I've casted. I really enjoy watching him play, and he's a staple. He's one of the stars for Bigatron Alpha. So it's a bit of a caster curse. I just have to, you know, talk a bit badly about the player for them to really show us what they got. I'm all for it. Like, just like call me out.
Well, you called him out. You forced the issue, and he's like, all right, I'm going to start making plays. I'm going to be second on the damage leaderboard here, just under Super Ken. But it's one of those things where, yeah, you can hit it, but the one time that you do, you're going to get a kill like that. And that's what they need. It pretty much, Bigatron Alpha, the rest of the team really need to step up and make sure that he has a good game, but the pressure is not on Marino to make all the plays.
Definitely Astro Echo. Oh, he's dead. Hazelnut's just dead. Like the Lord just crashing down.
Judgment.
Oh, captured by also multiple people.
Full in. Zorizo is going to be killed, and Uyumi, that's actually a good trade for him. He wanted to do it, but Formace is going to be killed again. Marino with another snipe shot, but it's 2-3. Bigatron Alpha actually the losers, although they did a little chip damage on that T3 top.
Martisi, that was... Whoa, that Petroid knockup onto multiple people's Bigatron Alpha. You're forgetting there's a Kadena on the opposite side. That was a bit of overconfidence from Bigatron Alpha. As we're like, you know, we're praising one team and then the other happens. Oh my goodness, caster curse across the board.
Well, Ayumi, that was one of those things where the positioning was better. You know, he was in the back. He was getting some good shots in. That's what you want to see more of, not like the other one where he got killed and he was kind of out of position altogether. Ayumi needs to be protected, right? He's the one that's going to do most of that damage. You have the rest of your team to kind of keep that control, but it's one of those situations where you got to understand the limits of your team. The team coordination has got to be on point.
Even though that slight misstep from Bigatron just grouping up a bit too much, but they still have the map pressure across the board. You can see that the fact that Todak has not secured any turrets whatsoever is very worrying for the Swordfishes.
Yeah, pretty rough situation there. I mean, they've gotten one objective in the turtle in that sense, but they really haven't had that space, right? Bigatron Alpha from the beginning has, from that first blood from Super Ken, just almost throughout, they've kind of been really aggressive. But as I say that, Super Ken gone on here, but you have that T1 mid to kind of bounce back off on. Dorizo going in, his focus is on 4 maze, and it looks like he's going to back off here.
Yeah, I think just go for the objectives. There's no need to force anything as of yet. It's like 5v5 situation, but the Bigatron obviously, they have the pressure and they're going to they get the Lord just like that.
Yeah. This game is starting
like,
to get
overall just really strong, yeah.
Yeah, very strong, but their decision making for Bigatron Alpha are on point. Right? Like they're doing things with a purpose. They're moving around, ensuring that they get the objectives every time it's up, basically making it very difficult for Todak to breathe in this game.
But the fact that Todak, with this amount of early game damage, they have Martis, they have Durov, they have Kadida, they should be ones setting the tempo. But BTR, I think they're like simply just like identifying the movements across the map, not giving them that kind of opportunity to have that snowball. Instantly, you can see BTR with amount of experience they have under their handle. This is the reason why they're team to be feared in this tournament.
Oh, they did some work on that one, and it looks like Malik is going to have to run as well. 4 maze is back in the fountain, already healing, and it looks like Bigatron Alpha are making their way to the bottom. They have the minion wave. They're going to try to do as much chip damage as possible as half of the team from Todak deal with that Lord. Zoriozo's in the back, and it looks like they're going to go for the conceal play. They're trying to find the right target. They haven't found it yet, but they got Marksy, and that's going to be a huge one. Sakin does actually end up getting something in return, but it looks like Malik will be killed. Super Ken is on point. They're looking to clean up 4 maze is next on that list. That's the first target, and it looks like they've got the base. Game 1 going the way of Bigatron Alpha.
That's how you want to lead the series. Like game 1 going into hands of Bigatron Alpha. And as we say, we weren't really convinced by the draft, but I think their gameplay, the teamwork, the amount of trust they have for one another says otherwise.
Very decisive moves, right? Everything that they did, it was there's a purpose behind it. And I think, as a viewer myself, as a viewer at home, like you can see how you can win in a game, right? Every rotation, every objective, every turtle, you're moving with a purpose and ensuring that you get something out of it. Like you get a pick off, you turn it into an objective, or any of those things. And I mean, if you're gonna play in your ranked games, this will help you in terms of that strategy of getting all 5 people on the same page.
I mean, good luck getting 5 people on the same page as your rankings, unless you are in your proper 5-man. But even so, it's really hard to everyone has their own mindset, and getting everyone together, that's the hard part. I mean, there's a reason why these teams go pro. And overall, instantly Bigatron, just showing up and showing them even though our draft may not seem the best for early to mid, but they just played towards their strength. They know their game power spikes, the itemization, they played towards it. It feels like Todak towards mid stage, it's like they kind of lost in translation. They did have good traits at the start, but afterwards they're kind of lost, don't you think?
Yeah, they were very reactionary, and the moves that they were making were very timid. Right? They weren't forcing the issue. It's like, oh, if I'm being pushed in one lane, I need to go into the top lane, right? There's space there, right? We got to force the issue somewhere, right? We also got to find out where Super Ken is. I feel like they kind of let Super Ken just have the game of his life, right? If he's going to go, invade the jungle, if he's going to be aggressive, he's going to roam, he's going to be very difficult to find. And it makes all of the other lanes play in fear because they don't know where Ken is.
If anything, they should be the ones instilling fear into Bigatron. The fact that they have so many ways, there's so much burst pick-off potential, but we didn't really see it. That huge Petrify play, we need to see more of that. There's a reason why you pick up Kadita. Understand if they're contesting it away from Moreno because his Kadita is cracked, absolutely cracked. But if you're just for sake of denying a pick, don't go for that. I may opt for banning. Instead, play towards your strengths of your compositions, because I think maybe, even though the draft was really solid from Todak, maybe they were just a bit too uncomfortable.
Yeah, agreed. And I always feel like when you have first pick, it like kind of your team drafts around it. Like there's a strategy in mind for why you pick that one first. What are you trying to do? And I felt like in that game, Todak were kind of like, it's a great hero, but I'm not seeing the impact of it, right? Like Kadita really didn't pop off. It wasn't able to kind of do Kadita things, which is be very mobile and blow people up and get on out of it. It hasn't really done that. But let's talk a little bit, about the post game here, Mancho.
Like, I think instantly you see that Todak, they really fell behind. You can see, like, in terms of itemization alone, BTR was quite ahead. And even though my doubt, Zorizo, like, he didn't really do too much. His job was to zone away the members and keep their tabs on towards, like, the key members of Todak. I think Malik, like, he did a pretty good showing, but I want to see the rest of the team step up and, like, bring new things to the table because, like, let's face it, like, Formis, I'm really surprised. He's known to be a really aggressive, like, EXP laner, but even so, I'm not seeing that come true. And the fact that he's, like, lane, his lane matchup, it should be, like, pretty favoring him, but the fact that, as you mentioned, that they barely were able to secure any turrets, like no map pressure whatsoever, it's really shocking. Like the fact that you expect a lot of pickup potential with the Kufra, with the Kadita, those wombo combos you're expecting to see, but no, I feel like BTR just read like a book.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, right? They forced the issue. They made Todak play their game, which is a almost losing game. I mean, this is why Bigatron Alpha are one of the, a very good team, and you got to know where they are at all points, and kind of take the game to them, right? You can't just have like a stock standard strategy in mind and just hope that it works, because this is too good of a team for them for that kind of strategy to work, right? They need to figure something out. They need to go back to it now, like the first series. I did talk to Terrence about this as well, but like if you had to talk to Todak, right, as a coach,
yes,
what is it that you're trying to tell them?
First thing, reset. Always, like, every game is new, but first is like play towards the strength of your composition. You have to be aware of your clear win conditions, and unfortunately Todak was, I guess, lost in translation. They didn't play toward the strengths of their composition, and BTR, they definitely did. Like, they needed some time to scale up, but slowly they saw that Todak wasn't biting back as hard. They were pushing the issue, and instantly you can see in terms of the damage taken, Todak took so much damage. Like, where is this all coming from? I think it's from second, like the Melissa really annoying hero, like the AoE damage that comes through is so annoying to deal with. But that's why you want to have like this, like the pickoff potential, like you want to go and dive towards the backline. I feel like Todak had good answers. Maybe the Krufer was revealed a bit early. I wouldn't know. I think that's why the Masha has been picked up for these sort of like to answer in a way. But I think Super been like really solid. Like the divine judgments have been really on point. And Moreno, Zorizo, their job is to provide vision for BTR instantly. Todak's composition didn't go according as planned.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed. And, we talked about the fact that Todak's lineup was somewhat easy to play, but nothing easy against Bigatron Alpha, right? I think with the damage dealt right there by Sakin, just ensuring that, hey, if you're going to go nearby, you've got that guy, and then, we've got the Divine Judgment from Vin to pull you back in, and then Moreno just providing the vision. Like, it was a very difficult way to get into the enemy team. And, if we look at the Kufra, Hazelnut was not able to find any or sort of, opening, like real good engagement, I would say. He kind of struggled to find that perfect jump in, so to speak.
I'm so upset about damage to tower. Only 3 digits. I mean, it shows that BTR, like their map, like overall map awareness, how they manage their waves. These are all things like Todak should, like the old lineup I know. It's like known for. It's like if you're behind, they play for the map pressure, the control, you split push across. But let's talk about the MVP. I wonder who it's gonna be. Oh. I mean, like, who else but Super Ken on the Spookido, 5-1 and 3. I mean, just like, can we expect anything less from this person?
No, this is what you expect from Bigatron Alpha, right? Super Ken, he's the guy. He's the one you want to focus on. You got to find out where he is, and he was getting turtle steals. He was making his presence known even in the laning phase. Got first blood. I mean. What else can this guy do? Or, what can't he do at this point?
Exactly. And imagine if he was able to get his hands on his signature Lancelot. It's like, it'll be a sight to behold, but I think Todak respects him enough to not let this through. I think you could see that for the side Supercan, he's super flexible. I think like Bigatron drafts in the way is like this Pakido could be flexed either way, but in the hands of Supercan, he is really super with it.
Yeah, I see what you did there, but let me stick with the dad jokes, all right? But I mean, it goes in. It's one of those things where, okay, look, game one didn't go as planned. You know, we saw it even in the last series where Yudo Red Giants lost game one. Not in this bad of a style, I would say, but it had elements of things that they could build off of, right? I think Todak on this one, I think you're going to see a little bit of less in that sense, but this is still a good experience in the sense of how do we deal with a team like that? Let's kind of go through some of the highlights, right? And just break down exactly what we saw.
I mean, instantly, like, I think BTR just had the right ideas, like, they focusing towards the goal lane, ensuring that Saken, who requires a fair bit of time to farm up, like, gets enough space. And like overall, like objective gaming, Superhand just going for the objectives. Like they're playing ring around the rosy around Todak, and they have no answers. And instantly, like Moreno coming online, getting those snipes. I think just like really beautiful off across. But this one big moment, that petrify rough waves, that was, I would say, kudos to Todak. That was a really good play. But they need to have more of this, because otherwise Bigatron Alpha, they're gonna learn from this things. They're gonna respect, okay, gotta respect this data, I'm gonna be more careful, I'm not going to overextend. But otherwise, like, see, BTR, they're just focusing on the crystal. There's nothing holding them back. Like whatever was left of Todak couldn't stop them from just achieving victory from game one. Objective gaming.
There was no stopping that train. There was no stopping that train. Bigatron Alpha, once they got going, it was just a matter of, like, there's really nothing that they could have done. Yeah, they had that one good team fight in the bottom, Todak that is, and they did survive, and that was kind of off of Ayumi. It was one of those things where I think Bigatron Alpha lost sight of where Ayumi was. It was very, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where you find Ayumi, you blow them up, they have less damage, and then you can just blow up everyone else, right? But in that fight, they lost track of him, and I think that that was why they kind of lost that one, especially since the fact that, you know, Todak didn't have the Kufra early, right? They lost him very early in that team fight, but they still managed to pull out because of that. So target prioritization is still huge, so Bigatron Alpha can kind of take that as a takeaway.
Yep. I mean, never underestimate your opponent. I would say this meta is a whaler. Comeback is very likely, but you also don't want to be playing from 2-bar B behind. Like in terms, in the end, like I think Bigatron was just playing it very meticulously, very calculated. I mean, this is how really textbook, I would say, they were playing.
For sure. For sure. And that's exactly what you want to do. I mean, like there couldn't have been a better game, right? And look at the guys just stretching. They're just very casual, calm, cool, collected, right? That's just one game under our belts. Let's go to a game two soon. But, you know, we're still, it's one of those things where no matter what team you are, winning or losing, you're learning something. Right, and I think in this situation that Bigatron Alpha still have things that they can improve on. It's like going all Asian dad on these people. Is that, hey, you won in 14 minutes, but why didn't you win in 12 minutes? Right, like what you could have done better.
Oh man, I hope you're not like this if you ever have kids. That's just so mean. It's like, you know, good balance of encouragement, support, and of course like being a bit harsh. It's like, yes, you can do better from then on out. But I think like, yes, as you say, like learning from experience. Remember, this lineup from Todak is very new. They don't have many chances to play on the international stage. We take this as a good experience, but we want them to, like, you know, freshen up and go into this with a fresh mindset, because Bigatron Alpha, they're, for them, just another day in the office.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I don't mean to undersell what Todak have done. You know, it's all about the experience, right? I think that this is amazing for any, you know, a team that's trying to make it, right? Going up against higher competition is like the number one thing. And that's why this league is such an amazing thing. And getting the opportunity to play teams that you don't get to play all the time, right? Yeah, you might be, you know, top in your scrims or whatever, but playing against, you know, some of the best teams in the other regions really can be eye-opening, and everybody kind of needs to experience that.
because like, you know, there's doesn't matter if you're a big fish in a small pond. Exactly, you don't know how big the world is out there, and maybe what's needed for our local like teams is like a wake-up call. But as I say, we're back in towards the draft. This can be game 2. Let's see how this would pan out.
Yeah, and the draft is going to be continuing on. I don't think that, like, okay, if you are Todak, do you know, like, target any players, any sort of heroes at this point after that game 1?
It's really difficult because, like, I would say the side Bigatron Alpha have a massive hero pool. I think overall it's just like what you don't want Bigatron the first pick. You eliminate those heroes that you definitely don't want to fall in the hands of Bigatron Alpha. But I would say like they definitely go for something really flexible. They could go for Prekido, you know, first pick, like for all I care, because that is just like super flex in any way. And Total, they just got the, I will say, pick their poison, like maybe ban away the Valentina. I think again, I want to speak volumes about what this team can do. Moreno, like really, this is a mid laner I really respect. I do watch a lot of MPL, and this is a player I really watch out for. And Supervin, I think like you can give him anything. You give him Lolita, or even something more of, I would say, Enchanter style. I think he can play it really well. So in the end, Bigatron is really flexible. I think Todak, play towards your comfort. This is like, I would say, match point for Bigatron. Todak, bring out what you got. You need to take a game off this to show that the rest of the world what you can do, and just have fun and play towards the strengths of your composition.
Yeah, and I hope to see Todak bounce back after that game 1. I think that they're really going to need this for, you know, just the games that they're going to play later on in the series as well. It's a huge confidence boost being able to just say that you kind of stuck it to them, so to speak. But the Valentina pick, what are your thoughts on that one?
Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. This is one of the pocket pick for, I don't want to keep saying his name. I feel like I'm cursing myself at this point. Okay, so when we're going into its Choda, I think like just like they're contesting for Kaja as well as Pakido away. They're saying like, okay, maybe want to play this for themselves. These are like relatively like comfortable heroes to play. Performance, like we have known his performance in like previous MPL and M series. He really shines on this Pakido. So, but maybe he might be out of practice. I could be wrong, I could be right. But one thing, let's see. But again, Sakin just allowed to play Melissa once again. I'm seeing a bit of a pattern here.
Yeah, it's similar in that sense. But if it ain't broke, why fix it? You gotta force the enemy team to, you know, make them react, so to speak. So
you're not seeing what I'm seeing, but this is Vin's Grok pair with Moreno's Valentina. I think this is just speak volumes of the amount of comfort that's sipping on Bigatron Alpha. I'm really afraid for Todak right now, but that's why I'm saying for Todak, Bigatron's in match point right now. Just play towards what you're comfortable and just give your best performance, no judgment whatsoever. Just play your best, because right now, a lot of comfort from the side of Bigatron Alpha.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
This is a situation where I question, like, don't get me wrong, comfort is definitely the way to go. But I always look at comfort as a game 3 type selection. Like game 2, when I'm up, I'm wondering if it's better, and probably this is what I would do if I was in the situation, is probably to experiment a little bit more, right? Try to change it up, try new things, because you have that pretty much that game cushion. What do you think?
But that's a bit contradictory to what you say, like, you know, you don't fix what is not broken in anything. Bigatron, they're realizing, like, there's no need for us to go towards game 3. I'm really comfortable with this. I just want to get this over with, have, like, you know, just a quick celebrating meal afterwards. Like, just make this quick for everyone here on out. I think that's their mindset going into it. It's just, like, give them a quick and easy end. But from side Toda, I like the Brody pick.
Well, okay. I'm back and forth because I see both sides on this, in the sense that, like, you go with your comfort picks, but then if you start dominating on them, enemy teams kind of tune into that, right? They know, right? They're like, oh, okay, I know that he likes the Melissa, I know he's like the Grok, you know, and then we're gonna start banning that. We start targeting those kinds of things, right? And then now you have to adjust. I feel like in this situation where you have that one game up, where you can kind of play around a little bit and experiment, that now is not the worst time to try something like that.
True, but really, do you want to be that team that got come back on?
Yes.
It's not really good. I mean, this is like, we had 3 days of group stages, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think you really want to play with that. It's like morale for a team is really important. The fact that Bigatron bans out Lancelot, it shows something. What do they want to play here? Interesting.
You know, Todak need a little bit more damage. They need ways to kind of find the Valentina or the Melissa. I think that's going to be difficult with their lineup thus far, which are very, I would say, almost linear. But yeah, I think they need something to kind of change it up a little bit.
They're missing, I think, mid. Like, Tokido can be flexed either way. If they go Marcus again, the last thing you want is to allow Moreno to still decimate. Ooh, Sicilian. We haven't seen this hero in, I would say, aeons.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a while, but okay. Is it more of like, again, just this is like a comfort pick? Like, why are you picking this into like the Valentina potentially?
No, it's like, I think overall, like, Bat Face is not like a really like game-changing ult for the side of Bigatron. And if anything, Todak, they're shifting gears a bit. They're playing towards the later stage of the game. Because Brody is, you know, great early mid, unless he like is able to get a lot of kills to snowball off, he's gonna fall off against the Melissa no matter what. And we're hearing, oh, the dreaded Angela. Oh, I'm really worried here. I'm shaking in my boots. But is this, wait, Joy Jungle?
Oh my gosh, I think so.
Joy Jungle combo with Heart Guard. Oh, this gonna hurt. Oh man, this really gonna hurt. And yeah, just running the Todak down. Sicilian doesn't have a lot of mobility. I'm hoping that Sicilian goes for either sprint, but he may have to take Purify because, you know, the wall charge from the route is something we have to watch for. He lacks mobility. I like Sicilian, but like, you know, he, as I say, like bring not much mobility. Esmeralda, this is Formace Esmeralda. There isn't too much to say. I think this is overall a pretty good laning experience for Formace.
Okay, for the record, I think that the Joy is gonna feast in this lineup, right? Going up against what I see from Todak, like who are very somewhat static. They have a hard time getting away and controlling the potential Joy, right? Like the rhythm, right? I think that this might be a tough game for them. I really like Bigatron Alpha's lineup going into this one.
More for me, the fact that they're playing Joy when they have Kaja on the opposite side. Like, suppression is the tool to stop Joy, and that shows the amount of confidence that Bigatron has playing against Toda. I'm not denying this Joy pick. I think it's going to be actually busted with the Heart Guard, but I think one way to find out is when we jump in the Land of Dawn and see how this game 2 will play out. Because like, Holler, I hope you're with me because we're in it for the long haul.
Yeah, we're in it for the long haul for sure. I mean, this is, of course, going to be game 2. Bigatron Alpha go up already at match point against Todak, who really need to bounce back. I think that this lineup, though, yeah, you talk about the Kaja. Yes, it is a potential of controlling Joy, but Divine Judgment that's a kind of a long cooldown to revolve everything around, right? Like, I think that you're going to have a tough time dealing with that, and that's my worry going into this game.
I mean, anything, maybe rush fleeting time, that may be the answer for this Kaja pick, because if anything, that Divine Judgment will be the most valuable tool that Bigatron Alpha has to force out. And instantly, you can see them just chasing Martizi down on the Sicilian, and instantly they're invading off the bat, making sure that Malik doesn't have the easiest time on the jungle. Oh, force the flicker early on.
Yeah, very early flicker, but I mean, you gotta play safe. You don't want to give up first blood. Yeah, you try to be aggressive, but you did not expect 3 members of Todak to be there. So, you know, all in all, not the worst thing, especially since it's very early.
Yep, you can see instantly Malik forced to Retriso on his purple to ensure that it doesn't get stolen away and was unable to contest for a little against the lights of Bigatron Alpha. But for Mace, you can see how aggressive he is. Zorizo is going to need some time to build up some magic defense and, well, he's going to be a real pain on this Esmeralda.
Okay. And for the record, I know the infographic said that, you know, I voted for Todak 2-1. Let it be known that I actually voted for Bigatron Alpha. I want to be very clear with this. There was an issue with the infographic, and I kind of played along with it. But man, look, like you know, I swear to God, check the evidence, check the records that I actually went for Bigatron Alpha.
Check the receipts, but I'm not feeling too good about that now. You're not backing me up. But for now, I mean, like anything could go either way. I'm liking Todak's draft a bit more, but I think one thing to say, oh, Formace already taken so low. They're just running him down. First blood already taken. Not a good sign.
That's the problem, right? Like Super Ken, like Joy will just rhythm you down. Like you have nowhere to go. You have no control. You have no way. And that's Formace, who's technically one of the tankier ones. Yes, it's early. Yes, you don't have all the items that you need to kind of keep yourself alive, but this is a bad situation, especially since Super Ken is getting stronger. You don't want to see that. Hazelnut gets bursted as well. Sakin is continue to focus. Malik, just a sliver. Finn will...
Oh, just end his suffering. They're just watching his run away. I'm like, no, I'm just going to spam my skills, ensure you are down in the dust. But instantly, this is not a good start for Formace. Like, would think he know his limits better, but getting called out early on just ensures this Esmeralda is unable to get towards that unkillable stage earlier on. And Martisi also dying there also delays the scaling of the Sicilian pick.
Very difficult situation. I mean, it's only 4-0, but that net worth lead is 1.7. But the fact that Super Ken has actually invaded the enemy jungle, forced the issue, and Todak again being reactionary, and Formace gets killed again. Oh, tough situation.
This is really, no, instantly, you don't want Moreno, like, you don't want to give, like, Valentina a lead. Like, she already has an EXP lead naturally, but you're giving her all these kills. Malik was able to get out, but, ooh, bad face has been popped. Oh, suppressed. But Ken, but you can't survive everything.
Yeah, how are you going to run at him? Like, Super Ken is here, and they got Vin is joining the fight, and Ken is on the backside, and again, how do you deal with this Joy? It just does way too much. Okay, that's one way. Ayumi will secure that one, but it looks like Hazelnut, Ayumi. Hazelnut is going to be killed. Ayumi is going to be killed as well, and BTR, they flex, because they know that they just came out on top.
Yeah, instantly you can see, oh, I'll charge Formace. He does have like the shields of Red, but Zorizo is hunting him down. He really wants this Esmeralda, but I don't think he has that much damage for now to take him out, but man, that was close.
Very close, but again, what's not close? The kill, the scoreboard. 9-1, 3K net worth lead, and Sakin will actually do a little bit of chip damage. But on the backside, Malik looking to go for this one. They're trying to force the issue. Sakin getting back up 2-0. He does keep himself alive, but Malik, oh, just barely. He has a sliver of life, and he's gonna walk away, or should I say limp away at this point.
Well, topside is happening. Super Cat is just, again, going for objectives, securing it with no contest whatsoever. He's taking a bit slow, but yeah, he doesn't really want to use his retribution, I guess.
Yeah, you might as well save it. Nothing to do, and I mean, he might potentially use it there. I don't think he got it in the end, but Zorizo now is going to walk into Formace. And look at this, like, Zorizo's like, okay, scratch me all you want, you can't do any actual damage.
Okay, it's not that Toda is completely out of it. Yes, this is, Bigatron has a good lead, but as long as Toda is able to close the goal gap.
Oh, they got the flicker. Divine Judgment. Ooh. They pulled him in. Oh, but Vin does get killed. Ayumi will secure that one. That's a good one, but the stolen Divine Judgment. Ayumi gets killed in return, and BTR says, okay, I'll give you one, but I'm going to take that one as well.
Yeah, the fact that Super Vin having like a shutdown like on the Angela, that's, you know, you really want to have that many kills on your roll. But hey, I think just the name of the game. Angela has a lot of damage.
Oh. Look at that. Marcy has to back off. They're going to take the tower. Formaze is getting a little bit low. The power of the barrier actually blocked him in, but Super Ken, he's got the rhythm, he's got the music, and he's just running at you. Oh, but the wild charge is on point. Ayumi gets blown up. Malik now running for his life. Is he able to get away? They have the Feast as well. That's going to try to do some damage. Zorizo gets backed off as well. They've been zoned away, but hey, this is their side. The map control is in full control of Bigatron Alpha.
You say that they only secure one turret, but instantly why do I feel like this goal lead is just massive? BTR disrespecting Toda, ensuring they have no place to farm. Electrifying Beats has been popped like fairly early. I don't think Super Ken was in any danger, but hey, his cooldowns are fairly short at this rate.
Oh, the Divine Judgment pulls Zorizo in, and he got him in, and they're going to do some damage. So they got something in return, and he thought he was safe, but Vin now backing off. They're going to use the, they're just going to back off and they should be fine. But the turtle is up and it's only not even 7 minutes at this stage.
Yeah, as of yet, they're not really contested, but you can see instantly they're poking Toda out of their own turret range. This is how annoying Melissa is. It's not that Toda doesn't have range, but they are kind of put behind. Like, they had Brody, they have Sicilian, they have sufficient range. Formis is not as tanky as he hopes to be. He's scouting out, but I don't think there's anything much he can do. He's getting run down. He's like being shredded like paper.
Oh, Super Ken, you know he's sitting right now and just dancing along. Because, I mean, he's just been on fire. Oh, nice barrier, but they're going to let Hazelnut go. They're not going to deal with this. And, yeah, Super Ken, 3-1-5, has taken almost every single objective. And he's taken the biggest objective of all, which is, of course, my heart.
Alright, I'm seeing you right now. I do believe that they didn't want to waste any more things on Hazelnut because I think he's relatively poor. I think no way close to building up bleeding time at this rate. Moreno, like you can see that stolen Divine Judgment just pouncing, waiting for his prey to reveal themselves. Despite everything, I think Toda just needs to like continue to play it safe even though it's 6k. But they have good late game scaring, but they can't get caught out like this!
Oh, they found Hazelnut. They said, oh, I've got a better Divine Judgment than you do, and he plays a better Kaja than Kaja himself, and they get something out of that. But most, like, they've gotten the pick off, but the thing is that they haven't taken the T1, and that's been a bit of a situation. Super Ken, he's getting a little low. Be careful, the shields have been on point. Oh, Marcy gets killed. Now Formaze really wants to focus on Super Ken. He gets back to... Okay, he gets killed. Formaze will secure that one, and that's a big win. You got to stop the Super Ken train. That's a good start. And as I say that, Formaze gets under the tower.
You say that all so matter of fact, but this is what they need to do. If Martisi got that kill, but that was a really clutch hard guard from Supervin. This is how annoying, like, this... Joy combo with Angela, but you can see Mark all across the map. Ooh, Supervin again chased down. Malik has some damage.
Wow, they really wanted Vin. They came from all angles. There was like missiles coming from everywhere. That was everything. It was all in, and they got one. But again, it's only 5 kills going the way of Todak. They need baby steps. They need to find out more pickoffs like that. Work around their cooldown.
I mean, speaking of baby steps, you didn't see what Malik was doing across the map. Plays, he was able to secure a few turrets for the south. This is the name of the game for Todak. Split push, get control back across the map. The fact that they have 3 turrets, a good start. Better than only getting 2 earlier in the first game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've played better than the last game, but this is still a situation where they're behind. It's 4.5k, the nice barrier there. Who's going to block it off? And Super Ken will take the Lord. Very fast fingers, and they've gotten Malik. That's exactly what you want. Formaze now on the run. Really no way to get away from this. And this Bigatron Alpha train is starting to get a little out of control.
I think it was really kind of out of control from the get-go. This is really terrifying. Like, overall, how do you stop this? It's like, yes, Hazelnut, you want to be in front to get the Divine Judgment on necessary people, but if you're not going to be able to live long enough and survive and dish it out, there's no point of it at all. If anything, Todak's lineup is relatively squishy.
Very squishy, and hasn't gotten enough farm to hit that critical mass where they can kind of defend and have that team fight that they want. They've been very reactionary. They haven't been able to do anything. The Sicilian, yeah, you've got the Bats Beast and all that, Bat Impact, excuse me. But it hasn't really done much other than, chipping out more of the minion wave, right? You have wave clear, which is great, but you haven't really been able to do the damage that you need.
The fact that all the inhibitors are still standing, very good for the side Toda, but they can't keep being just ducking in your base and not doing anything because Bigatron Alpha, they'll push the issue.
They need to just fix the lanes, right? And if you see what Malik is doing, he's pushing the bottom lane. That's the space provided, which is smart, right? You have 3 lanes. You got to push out one that maybe they're not on, right? Yeah, you might die in the end, but it looks like he's going to recall now back to safety, which is fine. Give yourself a little bit more breathing room. You need to extend the game.
The fact that Zorizo rushed that Sea Halberd, that's how I win my lane against Esmeralda or Uranus. Is rush that that healing reduction, and the fact that his Blade of Heptasis, so much damage coming out from this Grok EXP. Formace did not know what hit him.
Yeah, no idea. No idea at this point, right? I mean, it's still a situation where Todak need to figure things out. They're just fighting for their own farm. Map control has almost been lost, but Hazelnut is providing a lot of vision, which is good. The next big fight is, of course, going to be at that Lord in about 45 seconds. But Todak need to find some ways to get some sort of farm because they are very behind right now.
I can understand why Hazelnut is not surviving. I was right about rushing, but Malik! Oh no!
You can't get away from this joy. That's the problem.
It's awkward.
Right?
Really awkward.
It's very awkward. It's a very difficult situation.
Yep. I'm saying, Hazelnut's really squishy because he did indeed rush fleeting time, but that is not really ideal. You're not able to maximize your ult if you're unable to survive the situation. In fact, he should be going for more magic defense, from Super Ken, Super Vin, Moreno. That should be the main focus from the start. BTR, they don't care about Toda. They're going for the objective. They know what they're doing. They're just going to take this free Lord.
Yeah, free Lord. We'll take it, right? And that's kind of how you close out the games. You stick to objectives. And Super Gen is one of the best at it, right? The fact that he's 3-2-8 has made a presence throughout. Not as many kills as he did in the last game, but almost every single objective has been because of him. So they're in prime position because of this. And this 9K net worth lead of 9,000 is actually getting kind of crazy.
Super Ken is reached when it's barely 40 minutes and he has Blood Wings, one of the best items and most expensive items you can have for Joy. Now that he's gonna have more survivability. Oh no, even Divine Glaive has been purchased. It's not like he's not dishing off enough damage already.
Yeah. I mean,
I feel pain.
Look at Bigatron Alpha's KDA and the amount of damage that this team has done. They are just incredibly rolling. They have everything in their favor. The Lord is now crashing into the T3 mid. That's going to do some damage, and they're going to stay on the back of this. They play it very smart. Let the Lord tank up as much as possible and just take things slow. You don't need to force the issue, and they've gotten a free T3 out of that, and it looks like they're going to back off for now.
Yep, just they don't really force it. They also aware that Todak does have damage, and they're not going to risk a comeback from the side of Todak. They're just playing towards their strength. They're not really forcing it. Really disciplined from side of Bigatron. There's a reason why they're one of the best teams in MPL. Conceal play from Todak.
Conceal, the Divine Judgment, they got found Vin. That's going to be a good start. Marcy will secure that one. Hazelnut's going to be killed because Super Ken is on the prowl and he's going for it. He gets Marcy as well, and now Cerezo. And Super Ken does go down. Malik is going to be killed, but they've got the stolen Divine Judgment. Cleans house, and that's going to be it. And Todak tried to go all in on that conceal play, and now BTR, all they need is that minion wave, which is slowly coming in the top lane to close this game out. This is going to be
just
game
a slow,
2.
painful death.
BTR.
Oh, it's so hard to watch. It's a wipeout for the side Toda and Bigatron, convincing 2-0 victory. Oh.
Couldn't have asked for a better game. very, very clinical. I mean, maybe, again, just going Asian dad, they just need to speed things up a little bit. I think that there are some moments where, they kind of slowed things down for some reason. I'm not entirely sure, but they could have forced it, right? That was kind of like the game would have extended for probably about another 5-10 minutes, I think, if Todak didn't go for that all-in play on that conceal play at the end. But, BTR will be happy they got the win anyways.
I understand that Todak was really trying to make something happen instead of like sitting in their base like ducks, just waiting for slaughter. But you can see instantly Bigatron really turned the table around and just wiped the floor with them. Instantly, you see what happens when Bigatron Alpha has a very convincing lead, and not a good sign for the Swordfish.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you just shake off, right? It's again still very early. You have many other games. It's a round robin. It's not the end of the world losing one series, right? I think that this is one where they need to kind of, hey, we need to step back. We need to figure out what we did wrong. We need to do a better job. We need to improve. But again, 3 days of the group stage, not a whole lot of time to get better. You got to find out what you did wrong quickly.
Yeah. I mean, like, let's not forget, all the teams we have today are going to be half into the top 6. Ooh, it's like, but so far, Todak, unless some massive changes are coming in, I don't think there's too much to say. It's like, I say, Bigatron, I knew there were, like, massive opponents, but I wasn't expecting this sort of, like domination coming out from them from day one. What did I saw?
Bigatron Alpha, though, you're going to see a little bit more of them. It's going to be on the Stream B, this stream, so stay tuned for that. But that's going to be Game 4. That's going to be coming up later today. We have a whole nother series that's going to be up even before that one. The next one up is going to be what? Yudo Red Giants, and we saw them play in Game 1. They're going to be going up against RSGPH. That's going to be coming up. But we still have to go through some of the post-game and, of course, the interviews and everything. And Bigatron Alpha coming out, winning that game in spades. Like, they were in firm control, like, very difficult team to deal with, I think, for almost any other team.
I feel like you don't want to play poker against the Bigatron Alpha players. It's like everything is really calculated. It's like you don't know what they're going to like draft. Really meticulous, the way they play calculated. That's how you should play. I would say just really great textbook. And again, Todak, in the end, it's like really lost in translation.
Yeah. No real chance. Again, slow it down, right? It sucks to lose, and I get it, but there's the whole like the Bruce Lee saying of you win or you learn, right? So this is one of those things where you just gotta learn, right? You gotta chalk the L up, just move on, figure out what you did, go back to the replay, see what rotations worked. Maybe it was a draft situation, all these things, but you really need to check the replay to kind of figure out what you did wrong.
If anything, maybe instead of banning out like, Ling and whatnot, maybe we should ban Angela, because like we're seeing like Angela is such a huge enabler for these assassin junglers. It's honestly kind of disgusting to watch. Like just see them like death ball from start to end. It's really terrifying and not something I want to see in my ranked games.
Well, it's going to take two to tango, and if you're like me playing the solo rank life, it's sometimes a painful one. So you don't have that duo, so to speak. You need the Angela to kind of back up your Ling. And, I'm still looking for my Ling, so to speak, as an Angela player myself.
Oh, okay. I mean, like, I don't play. I play jungle. Surprise.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, but let's check out the post game. This is, of course, game 2. A lot of the stats are going to be skewed, of course, but Bigatron Alpha here, 22-7, didn't really give him much of a chance. But like two of the players, Marino and Sakin, not even dying a single time. That's an ouchie for a Todak player.
Like losing side lanes is already indication that like the game is slowly going to favorites the favor of Bigatron Alpha. Like that's why like winning side lane is really important, but how quickly they shut down Formace, you can see instantly like he's giving a thumbs down, he's not feeling too great. And Ayumi, it's like BTR has the biggest target on his back. I never seen like them providing so much pressure towards the gold lane ever, rotating 3 to 4 members just to ensure that Yumi doesn't have a time of day to farm at all.
Yeah, no chance, unfortunately. So, they really couldn't get anything going. I mean, not only with farm and all that, they just kind of struggled throughout. Again, chalk up the L. We got to move on. I think that's the best way to do it. Just forget about it.
Yep. Just dust out your hands, like pick yourself back up, and a new day, a new series of games. And we all love MLBB. It's like, yeah, we may rage quit from our ranked games, but I mean, it's all about the learning experience overall. Let's mention a couple itemizations like hazelnut, rushing fleeting time. Not a lot of sustainability. Kaja is relatively squishy, doesn't have defensive items. You can really see that the play in terms of his KDA. Instantly, you can see that Formace is meant to be the main tank on the side of Toadot, but instantly how quickly BTR hard focusing shuts it down, is not able to get to that unkillable stage, and Joy last pick with the Angela really just counters this hero so hard in the game. So overall, it's like, Holler, we're going to actually jump into an interview with the winners of the Bigatron Alphas very soon.
All right, it looks like we're going to go an interview with the coach, I believe, from Bigatron Alpha. So,
Yes.
Okay, let's see how this one... All right,
Hello,
hi.
hello. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. How about you guys? How are you guys?
Good. Congratulations on your win. That was very convincing. It was this just straight good coaching and not the player skill? It was all you?
No. I will not take credit of the wins. We did a team, good team job, I think.
Okay.
Well,
Definitely.
What was the key to
Definitely.
your success?
I think we work as a team better, and we did what our job description. So yeah, I think we as a group we work together well. So I think that's why.
Just another day in the office for you, coach?
Yeah, and that's it. I think that's why we succeeded in the match.
So, quick question for you, coach. Who you're looking forward to face up in the upcoming matches?
I can't hear Monchel.
Oh,
okay.
Holler.
I'll repeat the question.
I'm gonna pass it over to you then.
Which is the team that scares you the most?
Scares me the most? I think the reigning MSC champion, Onyx.
Okay.
I think the reigning MPL ID champions too. I think they are a very strong team, and I'm looking forward to meeting them.
Okay. Any other words that you would like to tell Onyx or Onyx fans at that of what Bigatron Alpha? They're on the way. They're coming. Any fighting words?
And I think let's just have a good match and hope the viewers and the Mobile Legends enjoyers will enjoy the game. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, what was your handle? Your social media? How do we?
I'm Ronaldo Libert, BTR Aldo.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ronaldo, for the interview. Thank you so much. All the best moving forward. We expect to see nothing but good coaching moving forward and just dominating team after team after team. We're very impressed. Thank you, and all the best throughout the league.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
I hope you're
Sorry.
hearing me all right, Holler? Like, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh.
It's weird that he couldn't hear you.
Maybe he was a bit scared, maybe he need a couple more moments to think of who he wants to face up. But let's throw in towards the highlights of that game 2 of Toadot versus Bigatron Alpha. Overall, just really textbook plays from Bigatron Alpha. Exactly the limits and how exactly they want to play this draft, and they just play to, I would say, perfection.
Look at Ken, just having his way.
Yeah,
He just runs
look
at you.
at
I mean,
Ken.
yeah, I know he dies in the end. He does get shot off, but I mean, they had to commit the farm just to kill him, and just made it very difficult. Vin dies here. Nice pullback. Marino was on point with his steals as well. Just the team just gelling very, very well. The coordination has been on point.
I mean, this is a team that, played together during MPL, Super Ken. Like I think just like he just needs to like step back, farm, but he really goes ham on this Joy. It's like, what do you do with this jungler? It's like, what do you ban? He can play almost anything.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? When you have somebody as super talented as Ken himself, he's just like, I don't know what to ban. I don't know what to do. I need a whole team strategy to deal with him, right? It's more of his movements, his early game movements, and his objective taking, like from the beginning of the game. It's a very difficult situation. It's a play style you have to worry about, not exactly a hero.
I mean, he is enabled by the rest of Team Murno, just had the best start possible. Supervin, as I mentioned, you can put him on almost any type of roam. Enchanter, if you want him to play Angela, he'll play Angela. If you want to play something like the Grok or Kufra, he can play it too. It's like having a large hero pool and having this amount of trust and like synergy with your team. This is just the concoction for success for Bigatron Alpha.
Definitely. Just very impressive game, very impressive series. I hope to see Todak bounce back. And of course, that was just the second series. We have 2 more series that are going to be coming up. We have a lot of games coming at us. I mean, Red Giants versus RSG PH, that one's going to be coming up. I know that there's a lot of RSG fans that are going to be wanting to be there. I think they beat RSG SG earlier today, so this is going to be the second series for them, as is Red Giants. So a lot of action to be had. We haven't had much luck, at least on this stream, for the Malaysian teams. I don't know if it's because I'm not Malaysian.
I am Malaysian.
So you guys are cursing them.
Man.
That's all I'm trying to say. You and Terrence, both of you guys.
No, we're not cursing them as of yet. But yes, the next upcoming match will be RSGPH versus the Red Giants. We'll see if they're able to adjust. I have faith in our boys, but overall, it's like, Caller, shall you throw into the break?
Yeah, I think, well, that's going to be it. I mean, that was going to be the second series. We're going to go into the third series, but we're going to take a little bit of a break. Holler, my name is Holler, and, Holler. My name is Holler, and Munchell, we're going to be right back with the third series coming up.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
man, I'm up the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Bad up the beat, when they all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Bad up the beat, when they all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it. Now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say hey. No man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, 'cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get get like me, you better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lap you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking a crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, you better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, you better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
I'm You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my ish, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that, yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
I got a thorn in my side. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, this is magic, you know it. But no rabbit in the head. Let me go where it hurts. Hold me tight while you inside. Wrap my head for the holiday. We're gonna make a mess. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of blow. Yeah, let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream. See me up with your eyes. I got stitches from your lies. Let me lift your spirit if you're up for it. But be careful of my heart. It's best you leave that part. The end about revenge. Cause I'm a good friend. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Let me lift your spirit if you're up for it. I got pins and needles and spread like candy. Give me the cruise while I'm on all fours. This fabricy stuff, you know it's enough. And I bet I've been hurt, yeah. She's on my chair, baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl.
We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game, yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's mine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You wanna admit that you want me close. I know your needs, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's vibing. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try
dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Todo el mundo sabe, yo soy poderosa. Si te caigo mal, es que estás celosa. No soy santa, tampoco soy mafiosa. Puedo ser dulce, también soy venenosa. Baby, yo soy natural, a mi cuerpo no hay igual. Solo quiero mi dinero, yo no soy sentimental. Y tú quieres ser primero, pero tienes que esperar. Aquí yo soy la que manda, así que ponte en fila atrás, yeah. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya tienes que saberlo. Yo vine a subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. En el club yo le muevo las caderas. Yo soy reina, mami, tú eres cualquiera. No tienes fuego, salte para afuera. En este juego yo siempre soy la primera. Y los perros tienen sed, los atrapo en mi red. Y me dan toda su plata cuando juego mi papel. Los enredo en mi dedo y los tengo al revés. Y me baño en la riqueza porque yo soy la mujer. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya tienes que saberlo. Yo vine a subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. we recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish the push to the limit and work.
Welcome everyone back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Monshel, and with me, Holler. Hope you all had a good evening, a good dinner, because we sure are hungry for more MLBB action. I hope you are as well, Holler, because we're in for some spicy matches.
I'm definitely hungry. Actually, I didn't have dinner. I just had a little bit of a snack, but I'm actually hungry to watch these games if there's anything. I know that there's some 2 exciting teams that are going to be playing. It's going to be RSG Slate, RSG PH, and Euro Red Giants eSports. That's going to be coming up. And, you know, both, I mean, RSG PH actually won, Euro Red Giants lost, but what does matter is Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters, and that's all that matters to me, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, thank you so much, Snapdragon, for these amazing, like, series of tournaments. And I mean, like, considering that they have, like, the awesome gaming experience, and you know what had the awesome gaming experience? It's going to be the Galaxy S23 Ultra, which you had a chance to get the hands on, because these players are playing with it on the live venue. Like, share the epic and level up your game with this amazing phone.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have the S22, so I'm like a whole generation behind. I'm sure, you know, these guys are playing on a much better system. It's faster and more responsive, so to speak. Not that I have any complaints. It's still a good phone, and that's why I'm still using it. But at some point, maybe I do upgrade. You know, phone lines are open, Samsung. Let me know.
To take note of this, like, you have a potential sponsorship. I would like one to probably pass it on my dad, because he does have the sound. I think it's really cool as well. But of course, the S22 Ultra, which all the players at the live venue are playing, like, with the rise of the hyper carry junglers is back. It's like the fast hands, it make sure that the game is with the phone as well is able to set up with the gameplay that the players have.
Yeah, definitely. And these phones are, I mean, they're bigger, which is a huge advantage. I don't know if you know, like just trying to play on a small one is very difficult. It's hard to see because your thumbs might be hitting it. But this is actually, it's got enough real estate to do what you want to do. There's an actual mini map that you can kind of look onto as well, and it's just very responsive. And that's perfectly what you need, especially for a game at this level of MLBB where every second matters, right? It's not just about lag, but it's also about your own playing skills. So definitely best to upgrade as soon as possible. So get that S23 Ultra, make sure that you do it. And I'm very happy for them to be sponsoring this because we needed the best phones to be played at the Snapdragon Pro Series here at the ESL. And, but we're going to go into the third series. And this is one of those ones where, RSGPH did pull out the victory against their brothers in RSG SG, but now they're up against Yudo Red Giants eSports, and that's a team that lost out earlier today. And kind of, they did go to Game 3 against Echo, but this seems like a, not a David versus Goliath one, but let's first check out the video.
Yep, there you have it. We have the Yudo Red Giants. You got Gorgeous, Skies, ZachQT, Super Red, as well as Pancake. I mean, overall, this is a lineup. It's a really new lineup with the addition of Super Red and Pancake. So it's like, considering everything, this team is just gelling overall like really well, much better than expected considering Yudo Red Giants, they're fairly new faces in the MPL scene. Like basically first season had a pretty good finishing, like not too bad for a debut team. And take note that some of these players, Goje, Sky, ZachQT, they came from basically tier 2 and they worked their way up to basically to become MPL players. I think this is something notable. This is really amazing. This is their first international tournament overall. So overall expectations holler in terms of their performance for this best of 3.
No, I mean, I expect this is a team that you don't count out, right? I think they kind of shocked myself and maybe the world as they took game 2 against Echo. But it was one of those things where they improve quite quickly. Like they're a fast learner, right? Which is a huge advantage if you're talking about best of 3s and beyond, right? You know, hopefully the best of 5s when they get down to that into the playoffs. But it's one of those situations where they learn very quickly. So when they're losing, they learn, right? And so the second game, they're always going to bounce back. So you kind of need to go the distance with them, which is not always easy to do.
Yep, definitely. But of course, let's not say too much as we introduce the next lineup, their opponents, RSG PH.
And here we go with RSGPH. It's going to be Nas, Demon Kite, Aqua, Eman, Light. I like the fact that they have the periods at the end so that you know that, hey, it's Demon Kite, period. Like, it's their serious business, right? This is a team, very strong. I think that you got to always understand where this team is going to be. And, you know, I mean, I don't want to toot their horn yet. They still have a lot to, you know, get to, but the Philippines usually have dominant teams, and this is one of them, right? This is one of the teams that will probably be top 3. Very strong team. Definitely a scary one that no team really wants to face.
I mean, definitely not downplaying their past success. One of the most intimidating teams in their local MPL. They were once like crowned Kings of C in last year's MSC. So definitely a really terrifying team. I remember the first time I laid my eyes on Nuts, and man, this might be his meta once again. It's like I recall like watching his Esmeralda. I'm just like, man, don't you mess with him. He's an absolute beast. Like even on stage, like he can get really aggressive, and this is like the meta of like, let's say, like really aggressive EXP laners, and it's really exciting to see what like the meta has shifted and how will RSGPH will adjust for it. Because back towards Udo Red Giants, I think Super Red, if you don't know, Super Red actually came from Blacklist, like PH as well, and he has really been making waves for Udo Red Giants. Like amazingly, I wasn't expecting this goal laner to like just fit right in home, and the amount of impact that he brings. So I think Udo Red Giants, the main play, ensure that Skies as well as Super Red has sufficient space to farm up. But of course, I don't think RSGPH is gonna let that happen.
Yeah, definitely not. Our RSGPH is a team that's, you know, you talked about the fact that they won MSC 2022 last year, but they're kind of, you know, almost like the third fiddle in the PH market, where like in terms of the teams. I mean, they're very good, don't get me wrong. They have, you know, but there are other really good teams in the Philippines like Echo and Blacklist International. You talked about them as well. So there's a lot of teams that are out there, and it's very difficult to always be that top dog, being consistent, right? But if we're going to talk a little bit about, you know, predictions going into this one, we have the Snapdragon match prediction, which is, of course, casting your vote in the Twitch chat. Make sure that you do so. Let us know which ones that you think is going to pull out the victory on this one. And Monchelle, though, what about your prediction?
I mean, like personally, I was there live during last year's MSC, like watching the matches, and like respect, like RSGPH definitely a team to watch out for. I want to give like you do a bit more benefit. I give them 1 point because I do feel like they do have like much to show to prove, but they are a fairly new team, and RSGPH just their full lineup. And this is really scary to see. I like this that Demon Kite is back in full blast. Like this is the original MSC winning lineup. I'm loving this, and I'm absolutely terrified for the receiving end of it all. Because man, if you were live at MSC, it was quite a sight to behold.
Yeah. I mean, they're back. The boys are back, and that's what you want, right? It's one thing to constantly shuffle lineups and to get new people, new blood, and then I understand why teams do it, because they want to improve, right? But there's a lot of things that's, you know, in terms of communication, in terms of synergy, just getting along with people that you've kind of, you know, you've bled in the trenches with, so to speak. It's a very different situation, right? And having those guys that have been with you for the end, from the beginning of time, so to speak, in MLBB, it's a situation where you want to go to war with those people, right? Constantly changing it up is sometimes it's a risky play. Sometimes it pays off, but sometimes it doesn't. But in this case, it looks like they're going to be sticking together, which I kind of like. I like the consistency.
Yep, I think maybe for this meta, consistency is the way to go. And for RSGPH, like I said, this is their winning lineup, looking really strong. And like I mean, they have MSC champs. They also won an MPL season. Can't remember exactly number. My apology, but again, this is a formidable foe, and I do think this is a David versus Goliath moment. And I do want to see more from Udo Red Giants. It's like, I hope they're not as easy to read as like RSG would hope. And so I want to see them come up with a few surprises of their own.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to have the surprises. I think that you have people, not exactly the coaches. I mean, I'm sure that they will have to get to them, but they watch the previous matches of them today, right? Like RSGPH won today, right? Somebody's got to dissect the draft, what they were doing, figuring things out, and getting into that one, because a lot of that is information, right? The information is everywhere, and it's how you use it, right? Red Giants eSports, on the other hand, they ended up losing, but they went to the distance. They went to game 3. There was a lot to learn from how this team played as well, and what they can do better. So we're going to have to see this one as we go into the draft now.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of casters would agree that Uterate Giants is a team that learns from past mistakes. I think overall, like, there's not too much to mention. It's just like really standard bans across. The Uranus is really interesting. It really shows that I think Gojes wants to play a really specific hero, and I think maybe they're just like making sure that he has the best time in lane. I think the win condition for Uterate Giants, winning side lanes to create space to ensure that Skies as well as Super Red farms up and to carry the rest of the team. Because fun fact, you know Skies, his favorite hero of all time is Gushin, and I'd be dying to see if we actually get to see that, but maybe a bit too risky. But for RSG, they ban out the Angelic Link combo, which is very surprising because I have seen Light, like, look at Light, he's a really like intimidating, like scary guy, but he does play Angela before in the past in MPLPH, so a bit surprised of that.
Yeah, so one of the things is that, at least we've seen on StreamP, we haven't been able to watch all of the other games, right, on the other streams that are going on. Please don't watch them because they're not as good as this one, but nonetheless, if we're looking at Angela, we've seen the rise of it, right? I think that it's shown that, hey, this strategy is super difficult. They might be defining the meta as we go on, right? Yes, it did have the Ling one, but we saw in the last one, it actually pairs up with almost anything. Like the Joy was on point. It has so many different options. So it's a situation where you want to be ahead of the curve and not be behind, so to speak, in terms of the meta.
Definitely. But I think Uterate Giants went for something like really good. Like Super Red has like really stellar performance on this cloud. Yes, he needs time to form up, but the late game scaling is undeniable. Giving Aqua his Valentina is just like, we've seen a lot of really cracked Valentinas, and Aqua's is definitely not to be underestimated. And oh man, the Joy once again.
Well, the Joy makes it difficult, right? I think, you know, Uterate Giants right now with the Claude, not in the worst situation. You have some mobility, some ways to get away from the Joy. Now you need to figure out some sort of draft, some sort of picks that can kind of help control it, right? Making sure that this Joy doesn't just run down your back lines, making, you know, your life miserable, so to speak, like we saw in the last game. This is something that needs to be accounted for. I'm hoping that they have some counter strategy or counter picks in mind.
I mean, forms of suppression, there's Franco, I mean, Kaja is already banned, so I think this is really good. You don't want to give Light Franco if you have seen it happen, like, overall, but against ZQT, his Gadita, I think just really solid. I'm liking this draft overall from Uterate Giants, really showing that they really want to go really aggressive during the early on. They want to go for those pickups and ensuring that Light doesn't have the Franco, because in a way it's just denying it away from Uterate Giants, because it's the only form of suppression left in the pool to counter Joy.
I like it. I like it. And you're either sticking to something tanky or with control in the Franco, and then, or the Kadita, which is very mobile. So you're sticking to your guns, or you're counter picking it well, right? So good thus far. I mean, we still have 3 more picks to go, but what do you think about this pick here?
It's like, this is second time we're seeing Masha, but I think this is a bit more of a comfort pick for Nats. It's just his style. He wants to be able to run people down, and with 3 HP bars, he definitely can. So it's really like a lot of pressures on towards Pancake and ZQT to stop Light in this, like Nats in his track. They got their work cut out for them for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a good pick here. I'm okay with the pick here. It does add to what they want to do, which is kind of like sustain and run at you kind of style. They need to figure out a way to maybe save the Joy or Valentina if they get hooked. I think that's something that you need to kind of cater for. But, you know, the draft's still wide open. There's still many different picks. Now, if you see the Masha, though, what are you kind of like, I'm going to counter the Masha with X or Y? What is that?
I mean, either just like someone who's able to match her in lane, like, you know, like the typical Uranus Esmeralda, they're like just the internal embrace. No one's gonna kill each other. No one's really gonna get the upper hand, because let's face it, the goal, keep Nuts in lane. Don't let him like run across the map hunting down Super Red or Skies. That's the ideal situation. Goja's job is just to match Nuts and just make sure that he remains locked in that EXP lane, because once you unleash Nuts, he goes nuts.
Yes, agreed. And I mean, they should, yeah. No, I mean, you basically force the issue, so to speak, and I like that, right? I think that's one way of dealing with it. So, but in terms of a draft, though, okay, the ban, the Kufra here, Paquito's already been banned as well. What kind of sticks? Okay, the Esmeralda, you're like, they're listening to you.
It's more of like, if Nuts, like, clearly they really lock in the Master for Nuts, because once he locked in EXP laner, it's about the counter, you know, your lane matchup. So Nuts, you know, if he's not playing Esme, ban it out. I think straight up, just give Nuts the best lane possible, and it will pay dividends across the bat. I think there's a lot of respect for Gojes. Like, even during MPL, like, he had received like multiple times like match MVP. He really shows up for his team, one of the key playmakers, and expecting like Gojes and Nuts, really aggressive EXP laners, to go head to head. But of course, I want to see, like, let's think of the matchup of Skies, Demon Kite head to head. We don't have too much information because Irat has been playing in his place in the previous MPL. So Demon Kai has been on the break, so we don't know what he's cooking in the kitchen.
Yeah. And I mean, you spotted it out. Obviously, the Roamer, they're focusing on that Udo Red Giants that are in that sense. But there's still a lot of, okay, Beatrix being picked up here. I think there are still plenty of options that you can have. But the Beatrix, kind of the old tried and true. I'm not too, underwhelmed. I think it's a decent pick going into this one. But one thing that worries me about RSGPH right now, they're kind of on the squishy side. They want to finesse you a bit.
I think the idea is that with this draft, especially with Masha as well as Joy, they want to be able to run them down. So it's a matter of Udo Red Giants being able to set the tempo and match the aggression accordingly and get those early pickups. That's what you want with your Franco. But of course, with Franco, you want to be able to land those hooks. If you don't, well, there is no engagement. And ZQD have to be really on point with the set of rough waves. But I'm hearing Edith. Ooh, with Hayabusa, this is instantly like Edith, one of the best like early mid like EXP laners with the recent emblem adjustments. Like her damage is now insane. And I was once an Edith main, mind you. Her damage is cracked.
Okay. All right. No, I mean, I like the Edith pick. I think basically they control you if they ever get nearby. And if Joy is going to be within that vicinity, you have a lot of, control methods and you have a decent amount of damage. The Hayabusa is going to be great. Again, adding on to the more mobility. So that kind of limits the Joy as well. So I kind of like that I like that draft thus far.
I think the idea with the Hilda pickup, Hilda Masha, that's a lot of like pressure early on, and the fact that Skies pick up the Hayabusa, he's really confident and trusts his team to ensure that he's well protected, that he's able to secure his purple buff, because that will be the name of the game for RSGPH, is to shut down Skies and Super Red as long as possible. I think instantly I say, in terms of drafts, I like they have really clear win conditions, but I guess it's going to come down to execution.
It's always about the execution on this one. To be honest, though, I kind of like Udo Red Giants eSports. I think it's more of a traditional draft, at least in my eyes. It seems very obvious of what they're trying to do. I think it's also easier to play. So in a way, I kind of give them a favor, but a favor going into this one. But RSGPH, though, this draft can do it. If they have a great laning phase, they're going to just dominate. And they could be a very scary draft, but this is going to be the third series of the day. Of course, RSGPH going up against the Udo Red Giants. We're going to be in. This is game one.
Yep, instantly you can see the amount of help that Skies is getting to ensure that he's able to secure it. He does retreat because he's not going to risk the chance of Light stealing it away. but that instantly is information provided to the side of RSGPH.
Yeah, they're gonna, you know, I mean, it's one of those things where you got to take notice of, right? They've got an invader. Light is providing a lot of vision, so to speak, but 3 members of Udo Red Giants now know that Light is there. And actually, this is one of those situations where Light, you're just attracting a lot of attention. This is just creating space, so to speak, but although you might die in the end.
Yeah, he might die in the process, but I think just to win, the fact that you're pulling so many members of Sky,
Oh my
Sky's
gosh.
taking a lot of damage. Oh,
Light.
this is not good.
He's
It's not good.
chopping.
Ooh,
Nice
oh,
hook.
that was close. Really
Yeah, but
close
actually,
there.
the biggest thing of all of that, though, is Skies has actually slowed down quite a bit, right? He actually had to go back to the fountain, and this is what the nuisance of Light is doing, is that, yeah, you go for the Fenrir, but, you know, I'm going to be right here. I'm going to potentially steal it and harass you and just make your life miserable.
Yeah. Yep, instantly you can see Demon Kite. Oh, gets the hook on the Hilda, but Demon Kite will opt to steal the orange buff away from the Hayabusa. I think it's not the worst. I think if Hayabusa doesn't secure its purple buff, it's going to be handicapped for most of the game. So I think we cut our losses, right?
Yeah, not a good situation. And this is why RSGPH are so good, right? They're dictating the pace of the game. They're invading the enemy jungle. What do you want to do as Hayabusa? You want to farm, right? You want to get yourself in the late game and with a bunch of items and not even able to scale up. But as I say that, they did get Light. So Light may be overstepping just a bit. Oh, goes to the Fisher. Gets. Oh, with the flicker, they do have the knockup. They kill Aqua. Nats is now going to be joining, but that's going to be the first life for him. The second one is being burned in, but they get the turtle, so Demon Kite is pulling that one off. And now they're going to use the Rhythm of War. They're going to do a little bit of AoE damage. Sky's going to back off now.
Skies is really playing with fire. Like the fact that he's really like staying this long, he's really confident about his abilities and the trust he has for the rest of the team to keep him alive, which I think is really impressive. I don't think RSGPH was able to slow him down as much as he wants. Pancake stealing that camp away. Like he doesn't get it, of course, but it's going. But he also is playing this sort of farm delay, reading the side of RSGPH. You can see instantly not much of a goal difference from both sides.
Light on the Hilda has just been super annoying, right? That's definitely something you don't want to see as a jungler, just like this guy just constantly in your area. It's a very frustrating situation.
You can see, like, I think the Edith pick has been really good. A lot of good early game damage. Masha is not tanky now, but Skies getting stunned out.
Guys.
He's able to get out.
But it's Rage! E-Man gets killed on this one, and it looks like they've got the Joy just going ham, gets a double kill. The Rhythm of War just taking out most of them. Pancake and Zach, both of them are out.
I'm really questioning why is Iman like all the way out? Like, I think both sides, like Super It, Iman, they should be farming, staying in their lanes, but no, both sides, they won war. That is not a good sign for the Beatrix for now. It's like they're just focusing on just ganking. Gojas taking a lot of damage, pops the ult, he can't.
Can't get away, and that's that's the situation when you got the positioning. I mean, the rotation was on point. RSG just 3 members, and you kind of need to have your spider sense tingling just a little bit. Like maybe I'm a little too far here, and the enemy heroes are off the map. Maybe I should just retreat a little bit, but a little too slow on that one, unfortunately.
Ooh, nice Purify from Aqua. Pancake not quite connecting that in time, but that's a really valuable resource used. But Demon Kite, PH going for the objective gameplay. Like in the past few matches, Demon Kite secures the turtle once again.
Yeah, on point. Just what you want to do every single time it's up. Make sure that you secure it. Do it as quickly as possible. It's all about getting your team an advantage. And they have a 1.6k net worth lead. And Light, again, providing... Oh, he's been hooked. The Bloody Hunt. They've got him locked in. And that's going to be it for Light. He's going to go down. Nice hook by Pancake.
Yep, just focusing down. I think like you may think, okay, that's a lot of resources committed on Sus the roam, but I think the way of the game is just funneling kills towards the sides of your cores, and that is still really valuable. You can see Masha and Edith just cutting ways from the side, but I wonder if Gojas might have went a bit too far.
Oh, too far. Has to flicker. Is going to have a tough time, but Nat's getting blown up. Gojus, oh, is on the prowl. He thinks, oh, 2 versus 1. No, it's 1 versus 2, but I'm back into mech form. I'm going to be there. But Aqua now making a rotation, and it looks like that's going to be the end.
That ultimate will not be enough to kill Gojus because instantly, like, look terms of the itemization, this is a tank, Masha. So it indicates like not that much damage overall, but the fact that for Beatrix killing spree, like with Bounty Hunter, this is full-on assassin emblem. So this is not a typical marksman build. Ooh, getting a stun on towards
They have
Nats.
the Earth Shatter, but they're diving deep for this one, and they're gonna look to go. Skies has to run away. He's been aggroed, and the turret is starting to do some damage. Zach, action is going on the bottom as well, and he's gonna be killed. Light will secure that one. And in the top lane, it does look like everybody from RSGPH has survived, but they did lose the tower T1.
Yeah, I would say both teams are just answering back across the map. But overall, Red Giant securing that first turret. Good map control. Demon Kite, you're staying a bit long. Ooh, that hope almost landed.
Very close, very close. Unfortunately, not going to hit though. And they're going to back off. They did a little bit of chip damage, at least on that T1 mid. But now Light is going to make an appearance. They're going to look. The Pancake is probably going to go for a hook, but the Turtle has been, is back up. The hook is going to be a little off the mark. Oh, they're going to go. Super Red gets blown up. E-Man will secure that one. Aqua getting a little bit low. Pancake gets away, and Zach is going to be left for dead. And now the Rhythm of Joy, just let it play out, and the Turtle should be easily secured by RSG.
Oh, just bloody hunt to the face. Instant death for Super Red. Like, you gotta be a bit more careful, like, walking to a bush like that. PH bushes are dangerous.
Got the
Overall,
turtle.
like, I'm not, yeah, Holler, I was losing you there a bit, but definitely, once again, all these hurdles objectives secured from the side of Demon Kite.
Look at this. Demon Kite level 11, right? He's been everywhere, but oh, they've got Nats. That's going to be just the first life. Nats now trying to make a run, but the Bloody Hunt locks him down. They have 4 members. This is a huge commitment if they don't do enough. The Shadow Kill doing some work, and Skies will secure that one
it's enough.
as well as getting Demon Kite. So that's going to be 2, but now Gojus is left behind. He's going to flicker to safety, but they're going to sacrifice the T1 top for that.
I think considering everything, like the fact that Gojus attracted so much attention and they get the shutdown on towards Demon Kite, I say that it's well worth of the trade.
They're trying to do it. And look at this, Super Red just focusing it down, starting to get that damage. It's going to be starting to be a little bit scary, right? Udo Red Giants, we talked about this, and the fact that they're draft, or at least I liked it, right? But they're in a pretty good spot. The net worth lead is almost negligible, but I feel like Udo Red Giants have kind of pushed the initiative, and they have a little bit of an advantage now.
Yes, definitely. I mean, like that shutdown on towards Demon Kite is always going to be really valuable. Wow, Sky's going for a blade that have to save, then completing Hunter Strike. Shows that he wants to be able to burst the side of RSG down. Like, there's a good amount of tankiness from the side of RSG PH. I mean, you got 3 HP bars. So you're definitely going to need all the damage that's needed. Oh, very interesting. Radiant armor from Zach QT. That's so early.
It's early, but I mean, you might as well, right? Scale it up, protect yourself. I think it's all right.
It's like, yeah, respect across the board towards that Demon Kite Joy. So I think just a lot of respect. Because normally for Kadita, you want to go full burst. But I think Zach QT is aware that he needs to have some form of survivability to tank the damage.
But speaking of tanking the damage, Light will be tanking the Lord. They're going to just kind of start the dance, so to speak. Mind you, it looks like they're going to go, but nobody's going to actually force the issue. Now Udo Red Giants have made an appearance. Go just going to spot this out. No hook. They're kind of a little bit a ways away, so to speak. This is going to be very precarious.
Super Red needs to watch his position. Nuts is hunting. Skies going in and out with the Pot Shadow, just trying to scout the area. They do get on towards Nuts.
He does some damage, but it's not even the first bar. The Bennett's Rage is going to be a little off the mark. Renner's Apathy does connect, but it's on the go, just does negligible damage. Oh, they've had the Bloody Hunt. They have Aqua. He's a little bit low. The Shadow damage is doing some work, but Aqua gets away. And now Yudo Red Giants, yeah, they did some damage, but nobody's actually died.
Yep, they forced Goj. I don't think Gojes wants to recall here. I think he's still relatively healthy.
They found Nats.
Oh,
that's going to be life number one. They're looking for the second one. Do they have the burst, though? They actually don't really have it, and Nats is super tanky, keeping himself alive. Gojes, Zach, they're sticking within the bush. And is Pancake going to go for the hook? Bennett's Rage will clear them out.
nah, I feel like both sides, it's like just tiptoeing around each other, really wary about the damage potential from both sides, the pickoffs. But overall, it looks at the damage leaderboard, which Rudio Red Giants are leading like amazingly. I'm expecting a bit more from Demon Kite, but it seems like Rudio Red Giants have built defensively against this Joy.
Yeah, definitely have it. Oh, Light. He's going to have to back up. Oh, the hook is a little off the mark. Now Pancake will actually take a little bit of damage, but nice. They are 3-man Earth Shatter. That was on point. Go just doing some work. Demon down, Light down, and they're continuing to go on, and that's the opening that Yudo Red Giants needed. And oh my gosh, that was an amazing play by Goji.
I mean, like, this is the playmaker from the side of like beautiful Earth Shatter, and I say it, the amount of damage, even though from a tank, like pseudo marksman, like the damage is crazy. A huge wave was pushing down bottom side, but Yudo Red Giants are getting multiple opponents on the side of RSGPH and securing the Lord. This is huge for them.
Absolutely huge. Look at that. And then the image away, Super Red just doing a ton of damage is starting to get very scary. Yes, you're only 1-1-5, but he's level 14, Skies is level 15, and they're kind of taking the game over a little bit. They're definitely in the driver's seat as they push the T2 mid.
Yep, they still have to be really careful.
Oh, Gojes onward, throws back Nats. He's the tanky one though, and I don't know if that's the right call. The Ocean Oddity, that's going to be used. Zach will back off now, and they've done some damage. Skies is going in. The Shadow Kill is doing a little bit of damage, but it's being spread out. He's going to get back to safety, but they've done their damage. They've gotten what they've wanted. Now it looks like they're going to back off and regroup with the Lord in the bottom lane.
It's all about zoning. Oh, the hook!
They got him, and it looks like they've gotten Light. That's the one they wanted. The Lord is crashing in on the T3. Demon Kite running for his life. Nast is trying to slow things down. Eman is going to be here. The Renner's after he's a little off the mark. They found Nast. That's going to be life number one. They're going to look to focus him, and he's getting bursted here, but Aqua goes in, tries to save him. He does save Nast, but Aqua dies in his stead. The base is now being focused, and Yudo Red Giants have taken game one.
What did I just witness? That was the first Lord Circuit, and Yudo Red Giant just forced their way to victory. I'm lost for words, Holler.
All about the draft. All about the draft.
Oh
Honestly, they played that one perfectly. That was such a well-balanced draft. Everybody knew what they had to have done. They had so many good counter picks against the Joy, which again was very risky. It was a very early pick, and they worked around it. And Yudo Red Giants, this is what we're talking about, right? This is a team that's learning, that's getting better, and they're getting to the point where almost they're kind of a scary team to deal with.
I mean, definitely, it's like, imagine like, you see those like anime like protagonists, like after every setback, they just come back stronger and stronger. I feel like I'm seeing this arc in Yudo Red Giants, and I'm all for it. Maybe for RSGPH, back to the drawing board, some adjustment needs to be considered, because I think you gotta give respect when respect is due, man. Whew.
True. And it comes back to the draft for me. RSGPH, I think that they had an idea, and for some reason, I don't know if it's the bans that happened by Yudo Red Giants or what, but they seem to not really have that perfect in-sync draft that they were looking for, right? I think that was a rough game one. They were kind of playing aggressive. They were being, typical RSGPH that we know, but Yudo Red Giants understood how to defend it. They countered it quite well, and they won the team fights that they needed to have done, and they were on point. Again, the first Lord, and they end the game.
It's like, it's so different compared to seeing them when we were in MPL NY, because they're known to be a team that is super aggressive, but tends to overextend. There's so many times where I feel like, Skies might have gone too far, but he knows his limit. He's a prodigy, and the fact that he's banking on the fact that his team is there to back him up, that was just amazing. And go Jess, like more like respect must be given towards this man. It's like you think like, oh, Edith, we can manage, we can burst them down. Not go Jess's Edith. I'm so happy to see this play as the Edith main myself. But hey, I think overall, I think it really comes down to the draft. I think RSGPH had like the right ideas, you know, punish Super Red, punish guys. They are able to catch out Super Red that one time. But I think afterwards, you know, Super Red adjusted, they play more safely, weren't able to get those pickups afterwards. And with really smart itemization, respecting Demon Kai early on paid off.
Yeah, it's very smart play, especially early, right? That's kind of what you want to do. And, you know, they itemize properly, they realize the limits of their heroes, just playing it well, and I want to see more of them, if anything. And I know that that's just game one, and I know that there's overreactions of, oh my gosh, RCPH, they just look like they got outclassed. But you know, again, hey, I think that this is probably going to go the distance. I think that we're going to probably see a game 3 in this one. I don't see how they don't bounce back, RSGPH, that is. But if you were the coach of RSGPH, what are you telling the team now?
I think something I always think it's like, you know, next game, reset, I just adjust accordingly, because I think some of the drafts, like some of the picks were definitely not bad. They were comfort, but maybe there's too much information on of RP, and I've coached as well as analysts from the side of Red Giants. They did their homework like down to the wire. I think really kudos to Ozora Becky as well. Like he's been with him, he's making like so amazing stuff happen with this debut team. Really solid stuff from Uder at Giants. I think what they have to do is respect all around for Skies. I don't know why teams keep Hilda. I think Masha is fine. Like I did see there are moments where like Gojes was really overwhelmed, and so were multiple members as well. But I don't like the Hilda pickup. There is not a lot of a consistent like CC on their side to catch Super Red, Skies. There wasn't really enough punish coming out in the early to mid stages of the game.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. And it was the lineup to me in the end was like very suspect. I thought that they were okay. This is like next level stuff, right? That RSGPH are doing, but in a way, I think that they kind of next level themselves. Like it was just too much, right? Like there was, it seemed like it wasn't really like a synergized comp that they were really needing, right? And I think they need to kind of just take a step back a little bit, think about what they did. This is more of a draft issue to me. But again, you know, we're throwing stones here, right? You know, we're being very critical of them on a team that just lost. Maybe things didn't work out in terms of the game itself, but you know, let's break down a little bit about the post game here, Mancho.
I feel like the Raiders, which are the fans of RSG, here's the thing, we've seen a lot of these picks before. It's nothing really out of the ordinary, but I think the fact that maybe Jai just had the edge against them, just like the fact that they close out this game in record time of 13 minutes with the first lore, I think that's just really amazing. I felt like RSG just got like basically they got caught off guard. They weren't expecting this form of aggression from Uder Red Giants, and that was their keys to victory. Like, see, not only Super got caught out only once, he was farming really well. I see like his rotations, he rotate to mid to get the farm, to ensure that no matter what, he was able to safely farm as much as possible. ZQT, at some point, he sold his Radiant Armor, deciding that, you know, they're in a comfortable spot, they're able to burst them down, he's okay to throw bodies, you know? But we can see, like, I see red across the bar. You can Super Red, the carry, with 73k damage, like, dealt. This Claude, I mean, we have seen like really stellar performance from this man, and I mean that is speaking levels for from Uder Giants. And at the start, RSGPH, they were like really like in Uder Giants jungle, like making Sky so uncomfortable, and yet not quite capitalizing on that.
I mean, if we're looking at the draft again by RSGPH, don't you think they don't really have that initiator? right? Like you kind of need somebody to kind of start the fight, but everybody is just running at you, right? It's very linear. Where if we're looking about like Yudo Red Giants, you have, you know, Kadita could potentially make a play. The Franco, obviously Edith, who is making plays left and right. You have ways to just kind of start things from unexpected angles, outposition people, and just, you know what I mean? Like just basically dictate the fight how you want to, right? And RSGPH were very reactionary. Yes, they're kind of on the tankier, more sustainable side, but when you have 5 members of Yudo Red Giants just bursting into you and prioritizing properly, I mean, you saw what happens, and you're going to have a rough game.
Yeah, I mean, instantly agree with you, but overall I feel like RSGPH, the idea was like we're gonna run them down and like, you know, just to the ground. But Yudo Red Giants, I think like Go just picking up the edit like last set just basically counters Nuts like really well in lane. Like instantly you can see that Nuts usually does not lose in lane, but with Gojess, also another aggressive EXP laner, I was really looking forward to this like hit to hit, and I would say I'm not disappointed.
Yeah, definitely not disappointed. I mean, this is what we wanted to have seen. I think that, you know, it was definitely a game that we wanted, right? Yudo Red Giants really stepping back. But MVP, Zach, is this your MVP? I'm asking. What do you think?
I think overall, like, I think overall, like, really solid plays from Zach QT. It's like all this like setup. I mean, like, Gojess was kind of in his lane, like drawing so much attention, but Zach QT, like his itemization is really interesting. Like you can see that he's going for burst, but also he wants some sustain. Like he wants to ensure that he's able to survive in all of these fights, because as long as he's able to get out and take the members of RSGPH low enough that they can't re-engage in this in all these like team fights, that was the ideal situation. And take note, RSGPH, they were securing basically every single objective like turtles, but when the Lord take, it seems like they were quite dicey about it.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, okay, look, he had 100% kill participation, so we'll give him credit for that. And I think that was very good. But let's check out the highlights to see how Yudo Red Giants Esports won this game. I think it was more of a team win more than anything else. So when I see that, I'm just like, yeah, Zach had a good game, but I felt like, you know, I mean, Light was a nuisance in the beginning of this game. I mean, everybody played what they're like, how they're supposed to.
Yep, agreed, Amon, but I'm questioning like some of these plays, like am I like joining these fights when Beatrix, like any other marksman, needs time to farm up? It's like, and of course we can see like so much focus towards Gojess lane, and the fact that he has died a very minimal of times, I think only once, shows that his like the amount of like pressure, even though RSG like bring across the map, Yudo Red Giants was able to play for something else in exchange, like this big pick off on towards like Nuts as well as Demon Kite. These are like really massive plays. That 3-man Earth Shadow, that was exquisite.
Yeah, that was actually amazing. I mean, that point was the tipping point. We were like, oh, okay, Yudo Red Giants have full control of this. And like, look at this. It's 13 minutes. This is the first Lord. This is starting to crash in. And just look at how everything crumbles, right? Aqua has to go in to kind of keep himself Nats alive, but he gets bursted and they're like, oh, okay, we actually have the damage. We're just going to burn down the base. And it was as quickly, you know, very, very quick in the end.
Congratulations to Yudo Red Giants. It's like, it was about a 4K plus lead, but they made it feel like so much massive at those final moments where they pushed in with the Lord. I think none of us were expecting them to push straight through. I bet RSGPH definitely did not expect that, but overall, really good start for their momentum.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what you want. But my problem now is that, hey, it's just one game, right? You can't be overconfident. You can't just be like, oh, we got this in the bag. Like, you got a war ahead of you, right? These next 2 games, or just the next game, let's take this one step at a time. I think RSGPH are going to be angry. They're going to play very aggressive. They're going to want to dictate the pace and make sure that they, you know, play the RSGPH way, because that is a, you know, play style that's very difficult to emulate. And I don't know if Yudo Red Sports Esports is going to be ready for that.
Red Giants, mind you. Red Esports is another relation team.
Whatever.
But
Red
since you're
Esports
from,
Giants. I've said their name so many times today.
MPLSG, since you're from MPLSG, I can give you some, you know, some. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
I've said their name many a times today, and I think, I think towards the end, I'm calling them Red Esports at this point just to speed things up.
Nah, man, not on my watch. Say their name and say it right. But overall,
I'm gonna call them Yoo-Hoo.
Let's down. Yeah, why not? It's part of their name. Anyways, let's take things down a notch. And okay, RSGPH, back to the drawing board. Draft. What they did to adjust coming from that. It's not to say that they did not heavily focus onto skies. That's what they did. That's why Demonkai was able to secure those earlier objectives without any contesting. But Red Giants, there was just finding farms, scrapping, anything they could find across the map. When RSG is like playing across, which like basically ganking 3-man on towards one lane, Red Giants was just still farming farm. It wasn't too big of a gold league gap. And I feel like once Red Giants, there was like this light bulb that went off when they came online. Man, they hit hard.
Yeah, definitely. And they kind of scaled very quickly, right? Like their Claude was just on point. He did so much damage very, very quickly. And he got to that level where, nobody wanted to deal with. They just won one Lord and they just ended the game. They had the damage to just burst through everybody.
Honestly, it's like I said, Spirit, his signature at this point is gotta be his Claude. The way he's farming like a madman. Like, the amount of damage he was dishing out, basically it was almost maxed out on items. Like the way, like I feel like it's a really PH way of farming. Like we'll just like see how do they farm so fast across the map. Like what are these like jungle rotations? And that's something that a lot of teams are trying to copy or perfect. But I think it's just like something they are known really well for. I could say like he's thinking really hard how to adjust accordingly against Red Giants, because now they're seeing like, okay, we can't underestimate this young team.
You can't underestimate any team, let's be honest, right? I think at this stage, everybody has, earned their spot here. There's a reason why they're here. And this is going to be game 2. This is going to be the draft as well. And you have to respect everybody. You got to play your best best lineup almost. And, you got to make sure that your A game is on point, because things like that will happen.
Right, really interesting stuff across the board. Kaja, Yiv, Kadita, it shows that a lot of focus towards Aqua. Maybe they really want to force him to play as a hero. My guess is as good as yours, Holler.
Yeah, I mean, it's one way to kind of just force the issue, so to speak. But, the Angela's still out there. It'll be interesting to see if RSG ban that one out. We've seen success. I don't think it's lost today, at least on the B stream.
Let me backtrack and try to think a bit hard whether that has lost. I think maybe once it did, but overall I think RSG, they had banned Angela Ling early on, so it could be just standard bans for them. And yep, I guess you predicted that, right?
Yeah. It's one of those things where if you don't pick it, you gotta ban it. I think you gotta, there's a lot of potential, and banning everything that he complement or Angela goes well with, which is almost everything. So it's a very difficult situation. We've seen just how powerful it is. So I do like it, right? But I don't know if Red Giants was gonna actually pick it up in the end, but it's definitely something to think about, right? It forces the enemy team to ban something.
I mean, like, I'm quoting Caller, don't fix what's not broken. Just giving Super Red his Claude is the win condition. One of the biggest win conditions for the side of Red Giants. And also another that, personally, like, what's worse than Angela Ling?
By a bird call, I was led to
Yeah, it works. But now you got the Franco on the other end. You need a little bit of control. I like that pickup. So, good pickup by RSGPH.
See value in me?
Your team?
You should.
I think something that's really terrifying if you pair Angela with a tanky jungler like Fredrid or Boxia, like become unkillable. And there was one point in MPL MY that was a thing, and I was casting that, and I got so upset because I was predicting a kill but did not happen. But in RSG, they're switching it up. Fred could be flexed either way, and I say that Light's Franco is to be respected and feared. And overall, because they picked that up, Uterate Giants gets to lock in ZQT's Valentina.
Interesting that they would allow that, right? I don't know. I mean, it's not something that you pick up against as a counter pick against Claude, so it kind of sets themselves up. But now you got the Kufra here. You know, it deals with Franco in a way. You have, you know, he's going to be standing still with the Bloody Hunt and everything. So I do see the merit of it. Plus, it does have a lot of control. And you need that initiator. So very powerful in that sense. Very strong in that sense.
Yep. Picking up the Farsa, I'm not sure if you really want to play that into Valentina, because another one of ZQT's signature pick is the Beast Farsa. But I think for Aqua, it's just really like comfort across the board. You're sticking to it. It's really great combo with the Franco. You land the hook, you burst them down. I think that's the name of the game for RSG.
Yeah, but picking that into the Valentina, I mean, I don't know. I struggle with that. I mean, if you can make it work, yes, but you're sitting duck, and at times Valentina can be a better Farza than Farza herself. So this will be very interesting.
I mean, just the battle of Fetter airstrikes. Fun fact, that was the first hero I ever made in MLBB as of yet. But of course, we'll continue towards the bands. Yep, it was my first hero. I don't know why, but I was just like so in love with the amount of damage. That's a bit like kind of like a psycho way of saying it, but anyways, they ban out the Uranus, and RSG going to be respecting Skies, banning out Hayabusa as well as Lancelot. I think just respect for Skies, a really solid like assassin player. So here's the time. Come on, Skies, just like show us like new assassin picks. I want to see it, please.
Yeah, we need to see something new. I think it's. I mean, RSG, a lot of respect here, right? The Lancelot and the Hayabusa, like a lot of it going into Udo Red Giants, because you could do quite a bit. But this carry ban, that's the first one we've seen of the day. Your thoughts on that one?
I think overall, like, carry is a huge like pain to deal with. I mean, like, we'll be able to burst down Kufra. I think like Super Red should be able to handle, but I don't think they want to risk for giving Eman like one of his best heroes towards the later stages of the game. I don't think they want to give that sort of potential. They rather deal with his Beatrix, as sad as that to say. But I think overall, I think it's just maybe Uterate Giants, they also intend to maybe play for a tank jungler. Skies could be just juking us and, you know, getting RSG to ban all these assassins.
Yeah, it could be, but I mean, you know, I don't know what else they would do. Oh, the Turisla. Okay, all right. I like that.
Ooh.
All right.
A lot too. I mean, just like so many ways of comboing it, right?
You've got combos galore. You have a lot of control. It's going to be interesting to see, like, because obviously you have the Farza for the damage, but the Turisla will probably be more damage dealing. But you got to make sure you figure out, like, these are three beefy boys that nobody really wants to deal with from Udo.
Yep, I mean, in the end, it's like the setup from Nuts, Panty Zone, you can pair it up any way with the Fetter Airstrike. Aqua has a huge target on his back, and Gold just going for Edith. I wonder if he just can go for it, but Skies, oh my word, going for Martis. Oh.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you wanted damage, you wanted some melee, somebody to kind of stand in front. I think that's the right way. I really, again, we saw the Edith Goges in the last game. I think we're going to see a little bit more of that. Just a lot of control, damage, everything that you kind of want. But now Demon Kite going for the, what was it? The Beatrix, the last pick.
Yeah, I think like all reliable at this point. I see like Eman, like, you know, he played this hero like many times. We've seen this overall like really solid performance in MPL, but I think it's really going to come down to how you do is and whether RSG now with, I would say I do like this adjustment in terms of their draft. Like, as you say, a lot of beefy boys to deal with.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I don't know. To be honest, I like the beefy boy draft. I think it's somewhat easier to play as you just like run at people, you get the nice hooks, and then just kind of like let everybody just combo on top of them. But at the same time, I feel like Yudo Red Giants, they have a very well balanced draft. Like I'm kind of. I really like the Edith with them. I think they play quite well together. And then you have the Kufa to kind of set things up a little bit. You have a lot of potential from this one. This is not an easy game.
Definitely. And we see from the start, RSG page, it's very clear who are their core damage, going to be the Farsa as well, the Beatrix. So they have really big targets on their heads. And it's really up to how they're able to like match Yudu's tempo, because overall I think like I expect a lot of early game aggression. That Edith from Gojas is already a sign to what's to come in our second game. Yudu Red Giants, now this would be match point for them. Can RSG pull back a win?
We're gonna have to hope so. We want this to go to game 3, right? I think that's the only way, the only avenue of attack. This is all scripted, right? No, I'm just kidding. But as we go into this one, this is of course going to be game 2. There's a lot at stake on this one. Does Yudo Red Giants, do they just give them the 2-0 shutout and move on? Or does RSG PH actually come back after somewhat of a lackluster game 1? This is going to be an interesting game as we go into the second game here.
I do hope so, because like RSG PH, definitely one of my favorite teams when watching MPL PH. Yeah, big fan ever since MSC. So anyways, as a Malaysian as well, I'm always vouching for our Malaysian representatives. We want them to go far in this Snapdragon Pro Series. And I feel like my hands are a bit tied here, Holler.
Why? Because your heart is with one team and then your brain is with another? Or like, you know... I mean, I'm assuming your heart is with Yudo, but your brain is telling you RSGPH as the prediction?
I mean, like for me, when I casting, when I'm looking at all these teams, admiring them, it's like I feel like my heart is split into two. Like all like theory and all the analysis is just out the window.
Okay. All right. But a bit of a hiccup right now. We're gonna just pause the action, so to speak. But we'll get started very quickly. Mind you, it's just a tech pause. Things are just maybe just needs to. He's doing tech support like I do right there. Do you see that? He just like unplugged it and plugged it back in. Like that's usually how it works, right? No.
Just turning it off, turning it back on. Is that enough to fix this bug? I mean, like I'm not the tech person. You are, Holler.
No, that's how it would help you, right? If you ever had a tech issue, I would just tell you to turn it off and back on. And if that doesn't work, then I can't help you.
You sound like my IT guy in my office. Is just like, have you tried turning it off? Have you remembered to clear cache? Have you like switched the router on and off again?
No,
so usually
he's
I
absolutely
would do all
correct.
that and tell all of that. Imagine like I'm still having issues.
Yeah. So basically, I always used to say it's not a tech problem; it's a personal problem.
Oh, so you say we have issues, huh? We
Yes.
don't know any better because we are. I just I have a business degree while you're a tech guy, huh?
I'm actually not a real tech guy, for the record, but I have helped people like that. I've done tech support with my own mom, and I have to say that was probably one of the most miserable experiences ever.
Oh no.
Yeah. Have you ever helped? Like, I tried to help my mom. Yeah. I was trying to help her. Like, I was trying to help her set up a Zoom account on her computer, and that was very painful. Like, she just didn't get it. Like, what do you mean I have to click here? Or what I have to what? I have to open an ID. I have to create an account. How do I do that? What do I do? What email? Like, what's going? Like, I have to like show everything, and very difficult situation. I don't know if you've done that with your parents.
Oh no, I would say like my parents easily could be even more tech savvy than I am. I mean, my dad is like, I think I got like my love for gaming from him. Like he's all about like Star Wars, like on his PS4, and like he also does play a fair bit of like mobile gaming as well. So I get it from him. Shout out to you, Dad.
Okay, all right. I think you just, in a very sly way, I think you made fun of my own mom by calling her a boomer, but because she's not
Oh,
into
my
Star
dad is
Wars.
old, but he's always a kid at heart.
No, gamers are, you got respect from me, right? I think gaming surpasses any sort of age and all that. So if he's a gamer, he's cool in my book. So that's good to know because, especially since he like it doesn't come to you for tech support. So that's a win in your book, right?
Yeah, I mean, anything he wants to fix on his own, he's quite a handyman. He does everything around the house, fixing it's a leaking pipe or anything. He does it on his own. It's like kind of like that solitary dude who doesn't talk very much, but knows what he's doing. Very quiet guy, but he can get pretty loud when he's on a loose streak.
Does he have gamer rage? Does he throw things? Or
Of course.
Or is he just kidding?
Of course. I mean, he doesn't cuss when we were young, when we were all kids and all. But
Yeah.
Big part of my childhood is just watching my brothers, my dad play a series of games, and I would just watch. I mean, kind of way. Now I'm a commentator. Okay, I hope I live up to their expectations.
Well, that's interesting. I'm sure that they're probably envious of you in a way, right? In the fact that I'm sure that they wanted to get involved in gaming in some way, but seeing you do it, I'm sure that they're very proud of that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really get to game much because I could only watch. Like, they wouldn't give me the controller. For goodness sake, I could only watch. And right now I'm just watching these pro players on stage doing their stuff and making these incredible plays, which I wish I can do too.
Yeah, for sure. I see it too, and I'm like, man, if I had, if I was their age and able to play the game, 12 hours of the day, I'd be kind of good at this game too. But, unfortunately, I'm not, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay.
For everyone in the audience, basically every caster backstory is like, I'm not good enough to be a pro player, so I'm just going to shout at the screen and act like I'm know-it-all, and basically we know exactly how the players should be playing it. But hey, we're not the players. We don't know what's going inside their head. They have to consider various factors, map awareness, drafting, like the gameplay. I mean, that's why they have coaches and analysts designated to help them. But once they're in game, it's a whole mental thing, Holler.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, jokes aside, the level of stress that these guys need to go into and making sure that everything's perfect is obviously, it's huge, right? There's a level of, coordination, communication, camaraderie. Like, being a pro player is not easy, right? And I have to give props where props are due, especially to these people. I mean, at the end of the day, they are doing something that, we can only imagine doing, right? And getting to this level and being at that high level for a consistent amount of time is definitely not something that you can do on an easy basis. Like, they've all earned it, right? They're here for a reason, and getting to this level and getting into a position to hopefully make the playoffs for this weekend is a whole nother story.
I mean, there are athletes, as much as everyone's saying esports not an actual sport. It's like, try like I say, gaming, practicing for 12 hours straight, that's a lot of physical, mental, willpower you have to go through. And everyone is expecting you to perform at peak performance every single day. And I don't think I can handle that pressure. I can't handle that pressure in my ranked games.
I could handle it. Put me in, coach. Let me know. Come find me and I'll play on your team. If you ever need a good, actually, I'm more of a marksman. I'm a marksman main, but I do roam. So I'm kind of flexible in that sense. So come at me, teams, huh?
I adjusted, basically. I started off mid and decide that even though, as a secondary core, I feel like I'm too vulnerable. I have to rely on my team to protect the backline. So slowly I stepped up, tried different roles. Slowly I'm now into roam and jungle because I want to make plays happen. I want to be able to be the win condition for the team. And sometimes when you're solo queue in rank, that's what you need to do to come on top. But of course, I'm more of a tank jungler. I can't play assassins. I would love to learn. I would love to learn from all these pro players. But yeah, that's just like me rambling a little bit about my gaming experience overall. And of course, yeah, Holler, you started gaming, I assume, really young. Well, for me, I only started gaming like, you know, properly a few years back.
Really? What was your first game?
Yeah. This is my first competitive game.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
This is my first competitive game.
So how do you define competitive game then? Right?
It's like you're actually like lobbying against actual people and, you know, playing against them in real time. So that's, for me, that is competitive.
Okay. Okay. I think then in my case, and I'm gonna age myself when I say this, is probably gonna be StarCraft 1 then. That's the I mean, I was gaming even before then, but playing people and, you know, online or whatever, I think, yeah, StarCraft 1 was the original for me.
Damn,
Wow,
it's like I'm watched like I know I watched the gameplay. It's like, how do you manage like so many units at once? I think we're getting a bit sidetracked, but it's like the capacity you need to have to manage so many units like collectively all at once. And yeah, that's really cool stuff. And of course, everyone that's just joining in, we're so sorry. There are some technical issues we really want to resolve as soon as possible. Because yeah, we really want to get towards these games. We feel like both me and Holler are kind of like sidetracking and just going off a ram about childhood experience with gaming and esports. I mean, share your thoughts in the comments, like how you feel about gaming and esports.
Well, I mean, tech pauses happen. There are definitely some tech issues. Let's be honest, nothing is perfect. And getting it right is super important, making sure that everybody's playing on a level field, if it's, you know, audio or gameplay or whatever it is. I'm not sure what exactly is the issue at this point. We can see some of them kind of playing under the table, so I don't know if there's some like black box or something that's, you know, whatever it is, but things are not working 100% as it should be right now.
Yep, everyone stay in tight. I think overall seems sums up from Uderet Giants. Let's look over in terms of RSGPH. Is it thumbs up from your side as well?
Well, if it looks like one of them has fallen asleep, so I don't know.
Who's fallen asleep?
I don't know. He had his head down. I couldn't see, but nonetheless, I think that we're gonna get into this one, which is important, right? Because it's one thing for Uderet Giants to win that one, but motivation and momentum are things, right? The fact that that was a bit of a long tech pause kind of puts a damper on some of them, right? Do they need to warm up again and get themselves back in it? But this is going to be, of course, Game 2, third series of the day. Uderet Giants up 1-0 against RSGPH.
Yep, instantly you never expect that Uderet Giants forcing RSGPH in the corner. It's now RSG's time to shine and show them that they still have what it takes.
They better. I mean, RSGPH need a bounce back. This is it, right? Like, I don't think anyone wants to be on the losing side or whatever, but this is definitely a situation that they need to improve on, right? They need to. They were leading in the last one. They did a good job of the laning, but then the wheels kind of fell apart in the end. So I'm hoping that RSGPH bounce back.
Yeah, I think having a good amount of flexibility, but right, going on towards Pancake. Thank goodness it's just Pancake in this case. He'll be able to get out in safety. A-okay.
Yeah, if anything, it just provided a little bit of vision, just kind of showed where he was. But Pancake kind of, you know, is one of those things where you need to know where everybody else is. And getting vision on the enemy team, super important, especially against somebody like Light, who likes to be on the enemy side and just looking for steals or whatever it is, just being a nuisance. And Pancake is going to get back to safety.
Yep, I think just earlier on we saw that like Tree rotated on to Super Red, but I think they're just dropping the idea because the turtle, the first objective of the game is up, not going to be heavily focused down.
And that's going to be it. Skies will take that one. That's a nice kill.
Yeah. Decimate just to finish up. First blood falls into hands. First blood drawn by the Red Giants.
So in that kill, I like the fact that Red Giants, what have they done? They turned that into a turtle. It's an objective. Demon Kite realizes that, hey, we can't actually do this. I'm going to work on my Fenrir so that I don't give up everything. And the Feathered Airstrike used just to kind of potentially snipe it out, but that's going to be a little too late.
Yeah, like Sky is just being able to take it. Really good start for the Red Giants as of yet. But I think RSGPH with the adjustments, they definitely have ways back into this. They're not far behind yet. I mean, just the goal lead is quite negligible.
Yeah, it's 50-50, you know, RSG. But one thing that you've noticed is that from the first game to this game, that RSGPH are playing a little bit more passively. They're not invading the enemy jungle. They're not being, you know, difficult like Light was in the last game. But they're trying to, you know, prioritize for some of their heroes like Aqua. But as I say that, Light, he's getting terrified. Oh, he's going to flicker. He gets to safety. And the Feathered Airstrike will be stopped. And okay, there we go. That's the real one, excuse me. So they're going to do some damage here, and it looks like they're going to back off.
Yep, we're seeing double, and Zach QT was the first to pop the Feather Strike, securing the kill for himself. Overall, like, they are like really pushing the issue, as you would say, against RSGPH. And I would say RSGPH, they're just adjusting. They can't play as aggressively as they want. They got the right tools. Ooh!
Yeah, they've got Demon Kite, though. They had the nice little knockup. They had the control, and Red Giants come out the victors, and they're up 2-0, continuing on them with that momentum of the last game.
I saw Demon's Kite live flash before our eyes for Sky's just securing it with Decimate. As easy as that. And Aqua, I think, just providing the Feather Strike just easily to be stolen by Zach QT. But suppression comes through, and they take Pancake. Man.
Pancake got squished. No real chance there. That's exactly what you wanted as RSGPH. Get that kill. Make sure that you make them pay, so to speak.
I guess that's how RSG likes their flapjacks. Flat like a pancake.
I see what you did there.
I'm bad. I know. It's like, I gotta stop with the dad jokes.
All good. It's all good as they go in for this one, but Demon Kite's been killed. Skies will take that one. Nats has to flicker just to keep himself alive. Seki's Skies is sticking around. Gojas is looking for the shot. Not able to do it, but it looks like it's going to be a free turtle going the way of Red Giants.
Again, like Sky is just being able to secure these objectives as well as kill 3-0 on this mark. This very ideal game from him. Light just trying to get anything, catch anyone, but Pancake is here to zone him out of his original position.
Yeah, they're going to be zoned out, but now Aqua sticking in the middle, mid lane, just trying to get as much farm as possible. You need a little bit more damage. You're definitely not there at this stage. But now Red Giants, I mean, they're up 1.4. They've been doing quite well in that sense, but 3-1. And the next one is going to be the turtle in about 90 seconds.
I'm not seeing those wombo combos you expect from the side nuts comboing with Aqua. I think that's the only way you can play around with it. Skies going in.
Skies. Start charge. Numerous Patchet that's going to do a little bit of work. Pancake's getting a little bit low. The Ashura Aura just relocates them, but man, that was like a Marvel movie. Everybody fighting, no one dying.
Right, like just bullets pelting left and right. Goja's ult has already been utilized. Nuts is in the safety of his turret. Gojas won't be able to kill him. I think Nuts like just a lot of regen on this Trista. Definitely not an easy lane opponent.
Definitely not. Definitely not. And I mean, it's still up in the air, right? In terms of how they want to play this one out. Red Giants, though, have been kind of sticking together a bit. I mean, they have all the turrets that are still up, which is pretty commendable from them. I mean, from both sides, right? But we're forcing the action in the bottom lane, and looks like still teams are pretty neck and neck at this stage.
I mean, ideally, RSGP secured their first turret of the game, considering they're losing out on objectives as of now. Pancake just scouting things out, Light not quite landing the
bloody hunts. They got Aqua. They've got him locked in. That's most of the damage. The Blazing Duet. Skies is on the run. He gets knocked up. Ashura Aura just kind of throwing him back in. But now, are they going to get him in return? They get the bloody hunt. Pancake goes back in. Nice Titan's Revenge. He goes for the team. He goes for it, and he looks like they've got Demon Kite Super Red on the run. They do got him, and they got Light as well. But Goja's getting a little bit low. and Iman will not go for it. Euro Red Giants playing the game to the limit.
I would call that a little low. I would say very low from Gojes, but he's gonna be a-okay. Just like escaping with this like skin on his teeth. But overall, Euro Giants churning that around. The fact that RCPH blends the Bloodhound with Skies but gets nothing for it.
Nothing at all. But Euro Red Giants, they will take their third turtle, and that's going to be huge for them. Now they've got a bit of a sizable lead. 3.3, Tiger's Revenge, a little off the mark. He's going to be left for dead. Pancake going in. Ham, Flicker, he's got the bouncy ball. He's going to try to run away. Aqua trying to go for the feathered airstrike, does have it. They do at least get something. Pancake, who went a little too deep. Zach is going to recall back to safety.
He's biding time. I think Archie is sensing that Zach QT might still be.
Oh, Zach, what are you doing,
but
my
he's going
friend?
for it. Really aggressive. What are you doing?
Okay. I think there was a little bit of feeding in that one. That was a very suspect call. I don't know why you would not go back, but they tried to protect the T1. Now they've got onward, but the feathered airstrike, and it looks like when it rains, it pours, and this is what happens with inexperienced teams, right? It's you make one mistake, and then one compounds, and it gets worse and worse and worse. And now RSGPH back in the game, only down 1.4.
Nah. Hear me out. Zach QT is known to be a really aggressive mid laner. So these aggressive plays are he's RPH can punish them. But I felt like he was scared he's gonna get called out. He say, okay, my salts like take them by surprise. At least I die, I trade, but that was not the case. He overestimated the amount of damage that he had.
Yeah, overestimated, but just getting out of position. But they found, oh, Nath, no chance. He gets blown up and like blind walked into that bush, so to speak. No real chance. They made him pay for that one, and Euro Red Giants makes him pay really hard, actually, especially since 12 more seconds, and now the Lord is going to be up.
I don't think I see a single penalty. So
they go for this. They got the bloody hunt. They got him locked in. Goja's no real way to get away. Zach has gotten something in return, so that's not the worst thing. But they trade the T2. Is that an even trade?
They are working on the Lord.
Okay, they got something. That's the Lord. Demon Kite going to be used. The Feathered Airstrikes. Skies is going in for this. Pancake as well, but he's going to be left for dead, I think. He's taking a lot of damage. He's tanky, but oh, not that tanky. Demon Kite is going to slice and dice him. Aqua gets to safety. The stolen Feathered Airstrike is going to zone everybody away, and Euro Red Giants strike back.
I'm seeing numbers because like I would see the appraisers now not quite connecting. Ooh, Skies. He'd be able to dodge that fairly well. Light, fortunately, not able to land those really important hooks on towards the cores of Red Giants.
Yeah, and on the Franco, you got to make your hooks. Don't get me wrong. You don't have to hit all of them. I don't expect that, but as an Asian dad, I do expect about 98% of them to be hitting.
If Franco and Palps is able to land 98%, I'd be shaking to my boots, and this is a hero that you should always ban. But again, Light, we know him, like we all know and love Light, and this is a hero that he really pops up. Unfortunately, Euro Red Giants, I think they may be reading them like a book as of now, which is really surprising.
Yeah, he's reading them like a book, but look at this. Euro Red Giants have stuck to this very well. They've done this objective-based gaming. They've got onwards. They throw back Gojas. He throws the Earth Shatter. They found Demon Kite, who's kind of tanky at this point, taking a decent amount of damage. Aqua uses the Feathered Airstrike to kind of help support, but again, no follow-up. Okay, here's the conceal. Light trying to... Okay, he's not going to go for this.
No. Yeah, no. It's, I think Red Giants, like, game sense, at this point, they're backing off. And it's just see, this Martis is the only damaged item is Hunter Strike. The rest is going full tank, which might be really good in this situation because we have to ensure that he tanks the bloody hunt.
The hook is a little up the mark. Demon Kite is already at half. He's getting a little bit low. The Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used. Demon Kite has been killed. Nath has been killed as well, and Gojas is going at it. Light has been removed as well, and Super Red is getting almost Super Saiyan. He's 305. They're going to be looking to push. This is the T2.
Yep, just push straight in, but they still have to be careful. RSG has really good high ground defense. with Eman as well as Aqua, the Feather Airstrike is still a really good way to deter them away. And RSG, they're just going to clear out their camps, go for the objective place, secure the Lord if they can, because right now, RSG PH, I never thought I'd see this. They're back in towards the corner. They're such an aggressive team.
They are, and again, they were not playing like, you know, they were in game one and other games, right? That, like, it seemed like game one had really affected them and their strategy and how they wanted to take this one out, because that, you know, it's a very different play style. They're playing very reactionary and they're playing very cautiously. And Yudo Red Giants being aggressive, having the team fight composition that they want, and have been able to choose whatever fight that they want.
Here's the thing, like, we're so used to seeing Nuts like win out against his lane. That's how he is. That's not that we all know. And
the Tyranitar Revenge with the flicker. They found him with the onward. They've got Demon Kite and he's going to be killed. Nibiru's Passion is going to be used just to zone them away, but they've lost one. It's going to be 4 versus 5. Who takes the Lord? Skies will take that one. Zach is looking to go in for this. He goes ham. He gets the knockoff as well. Light is going to be killed. Skies is going to make him pay, and they've made him pay. They've gotten the Lord. They've gotten exactly what they want, as well as 2 members of RSGPH.
They got the hook onto Zach. He has no Purify. He still had Bloody Hand even as he died. I'm really questioning this right now. Ooh.
Oh, perfect disengage, right? You force out the Feathered Airstrike from Aqua, they use it, and they're like, all right, we're gonna zip on out of that. We got out, now it's on cooldown, now you have the Lord. How are you gonna deal with this one?
They're just pushing in.
Oh, the nice 2-man! Tyrant's Revenge is on point. Email gets blown up. That is an opening. That's what you want from Pancake. He's making plays. Oh, the Feathered Airstrike. Oh, and Pancake. Okay, he does die. Nats will kill him. So you got something, but that was a sick engagement by Pancake there.
Like, Pancake making the plays. Nuts. You're Nuts 10. You hope you would be. Ooh, penalty zone used defensively to get out there.
He's staying alive, he's sticking around, but the T3s have fallen. You are running out of time and space, and Yudo Red Giants are on point. Oh, nice hookup, but it's gonna be on the Edith. The Gojas, he has to flicker, he's gonna try to get out. That's gonna be the first life. He's gonna back off now. Iman is back up. Now they need to be careful. The Yudo Red Giants need to run. They're gonna be left for dead, and it looks like Skies is gonna be killed. You got something, and you got Zach as well.
Yep, instantly RSGPH, as I mentioned, you have to be careful about the high ground defense that they have, like, packed in that Feather Airstrike, and instantly, like, yes, Yudo Red Giants clears out all the inhibitors. Like, let's look in terms of the GOAT leaderboard. Like, Eman is actually forming up, like, fairly close against Super Red. Super Red's still in the lead, but man, that Beatrix still packs a punch.
Yeah, still packs a punch, but you know, it's still a situation where can he stay alive? He needs to be safe, right? You need to be staying away. If he gets focused, that's all your damage, everything, all of your eggs in that one basket. Eman died 1 time already, and you know, the team had almost crumbled at this point, and seeing as that, you know, the base is wide open, there are 0 T3s even alive, RSGPH are on a knife's edge.
This is a really fine balance. We have seen RSGPH like come back from situations like this, but they gotta play this like extremely meticulous. They gotta find a big catch. Like Nuts, it's all onto them.
I mean, it's gonna be like a huge mistake if Yudo Red Giants, they walk into some brush, you know, unnecessarily, right, and they get caught out or whatever. It's a situation where that's like the only win condition, I would say, by RSGPH, because somebody always has to go back and fix the lanes because every lane is pushing right now. So it's a very bad situation, and now the Lord is going to be up, making it even worse.
One of their main damage dealer is all the way at the base, ensuring that the minions don't crash. Remember, no infrastructures, their crystal is vulnerable.
It's vulnerable right now, and look at Aqua's not even there. The Lord is at half-life. Zach is sticking around. Who's gonna make the first commitment? Demon Kite's going in. The Earth Shatter for Super Red takes the Lord, and that's gonna be it. And Demon Kite now is gonna be killed. Skies is gonna kill him. Light is gonna be next on that target list. Sekis is killing them out, but Iman is work. He's gonna fall in return, and Sekis is clean in house. Aqua is gonna be left for dead. Sekis is on a mad hunt. He's gonna look to kill him. He slices him down. slices him up, gets the Maniac. Nas is now running for his life, can't get over the wall. Zach is going to do this, and it looks like with the Lord pushing the middle, this looks like it's going to be the end. That's going to be the first life for Nas. Do they get the second one? Not able to do it, but they're going to back off here, wait for the minions, and that's going to be GG going the way of Yudo Red Giants. Game 2, they do it, and they do it systematically.
I'm shaking in my boots because this was not the outcome I expected. Congratulations to you, the Red Giants, taking on RSGPH, one of the top contenders in their country. Holler, what happened?
You know, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Yudo Red Giants in full control, just completely turning that one on. This is what we were talking about, how this team has grown, how they've gotten better. Every single time they've taken a lick, they've come back. They've gotten, you know, with the drafting, their play style, just the control that they have. This is a scary team. And I think for the next 2 days, even in the groups, you're going to hear a lot more of this team going in.
Are like Yudo Red Giants a contender, one of Malaysian representatives? It's like you know how like in the international scene they say Malaysians are, you know, Malaysian teams really fun to watch, but they always say, oh, we won't make it that far. But I wasn't expecting a 2-0 sweep from the start. RSGPH is like it's like this should be a meta where RSGPH thrived. Especially when there's so much focus on towards Nats. But I think that was the idea that Red Giants has shut down Nats before he can become the menace that he is. Maybe that's the play.
And not only that, but again, I just, like, the draft makes a lot of sense to me, right? Just how everything initiates, the Edith, the Kufra, everything kind of works well together. They find the right pickoff. I mean, this team is starting to gel, and like I love to see it because when the teams get better, like you can tell, like they're growing. Like even from the first series to the third one, they've grown, like almost not exponentially, but definitely they've leveled up.
Mm-hmm. I kind of feel a bit like a proud mom because I casted like back then when they were still in tier 2, a couple of their games when they were still basically, you know, tier 2 level. Now that they're here performing internationally, man, I'm proud. But also partially huge fan of RSGPH. That kind of sucked. Oh, my heart. I don't know how to feel. I watched this team since last year. Oh no.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's just one game. I don't think it's the end. I mean, they did beat RSG SG, right? So they're still kind of in the running. Let's not, you know, we have plenty of games to go. It's a round robin, of course. And I know that there's going to be a lot of drama throughout, but I think it just speaks to the competitiveness of the league, right? Where everybody has a chance. You can't count people out. You got to do the research. You got to figure out what the other team is doing because, you know, you got to get yourself an opportunity to win.
I mean, again, Red Giants is a really new team. While RSGPH has been around, this lineup has been around for a while. Like, I wonder how much, like, you know, how much they cracked open the code to figure out, like, you know, their habits, their rotations, like how much work was put in behind the scenes. Because compared to Red Giants, there's a lot of information out there to potentially counter RSGPH. So they gotta adjust from here. I don't think they will take this much to as an upset, but yeah, going to this, they gotta watch out.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see what happened. Hopefully the post-game kind of makes a little bit more sense in terms of what exactly did happen. Because, I mean, the 19-11, yeah, it looks bad and definitely in favor of Yudo Red Giants. But look it, the Martis 11-1-7 and the Super Red Claude 4-0-10. Mind you, that was the first pick from the Yudo Red Giants, and yet he almost had a flawless game.
I think moving forward, all these games, everyone's just gonna keep banning out Claude. There's no way Super is gonna keep being allowed to play Claude unless they really have a plan to deal with him. Otherwise, just like Yudo Red Giants, I feel like really flexible. Goja's not really revealing too much of his hero pool when he keep going to pick Edith. RSGPH, I feel like this is a time-tested draft which we've seen back in the MPL days. So I am just shocked by Uterate Giants have a really solid. Of course, there was a moment where RSG PH could have that room to come back, but I think they were really too far behind. They lost too much map pressure, and Demon Kite was just unfortunately unable to contest for objectives.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, it's one of those situations where we called out Demon Kite quite a bit. I mean, he did a decent amount of, or took him on a decent amount of damage, tried to force it, but you need to have your team kind of backing you up. And I felt kind of like Aqua with the Feather Airstrike. Don't get me wrong, it's good, but the positioning needs to be a little bit more upfront. I feel like where Demon Kite is getting jumped on, you have the Feathered Airstrike right at the tip, right? Like you want it a little bit deeper than that. And he kept getting like not in the right spots. Like there were definitely some parts where the team fights were happening where not every one of your team members were in the proper place.
Yep, and again, I was expecting like crazy wombo combos, you know, Nuts and Aqua, but or with Eman, but we didn't really see that. I don't think like Uterate Giant was just given them a chance at all to do what they want with this draft. They just run them down. Again, Super Red, you can see instantly the damage to tower, like 24k just from him alone. My goodness.
Yeah. I mean, he was blowing them up. It was so easy, right? He would just melt them. So, like, you know, he just had a really good game in that sense. But, you know, look, when we talk about the last game, you know, who was the MVP, who kind of stuck out to you? This is a team where I'm like, hey, yeah, you have some like exceptional stats that you're seeing, like you just talked about the damage to towers with Super Red, but everybody is playing so well. Everyone is doing what they need to do. Like, it's kind of crazy to see that where there's kind of no weaknesses.
I feel like definitely there's still weaknesses. Red Giants can be too overzealous, really aggressive. That's how they, or RSG was able to punish like for a little bit. As well as ZQT being too over-aggressive, that's just in his nature. But Uterate Giants, they really they know the limits of the heroes they play and they push it to the max. And RSGPH was just not expecting that. But of course, we're going to award the MVP to Skies on this Martis. I mean, like, I feel like the numbers are really weird. Like, Cube Pearl participation 9,500%? What?
Okay, I think with those numbers, he literally joined my rank game, and he was killing everybody in my rank game somehow. Like, no, obviously those numbers are not correct. I think it's 95%. Okay. We added a couple zeros there, but you know, nonetheless, 11-1-7. I think that speaks volumes about, you know, Martis. He was all over the place. He was doing a great job of just scouting bushes with the Ashura Aura. Like, he was everywhere. He was killing everything. Just that's exactly what you want. You know, what can I say more? Like he played an amazing game.
I mean, the beauty of Martis is he has a lot of built-in damage. Like, he could just build up one damage item, which is Hunter Strike, build the rest for tank, and he was just snowballing off of kills. Killing spree, really ideal for this this man, Skies. I mean, what else could you say? I think really solid game from him, and of course the rest of the team. Everyone just played a phenomenal job. But of course, let's jump into the highlights of how the game 2 went down.
This is kind of the start. You know, Uterate Giants, we weren't really sure, but Demon Kite, you know, didn't really have the greatest of games. I think that not to just be critical of him, I think that there were definitely moments where I was kind of like positioning probably a little too far ahead. I would think that you let your Franco Light kind of start the fights, get that right hook, and then kind of go in after that, right? Like as a second wave, so to speak. But again, he was kind of just stuck out a lot of times and didn't really let his team do their thing. And I know that Fredrin is very tanky, but again, you got to play to your team's strength.
I mean, like, but we look in terms of RSGPH composition, there isn't a lot of people who could really frontline. Like Demon Kite, ideally he is because he is the tank jungler, Light as well, but take note, he's also relatively easy to burst down with, well, look at Super and Go. In this case, like this Claw just farming up like no one's business. I think more respect must be given.
Oh, the Ashura Aura was so good. Guys is just on point. Like his repositioning, forcing them into just bad situations. I mean, like he played the Martis perfectly, right? Almost every single objective was taken as well. They took everything. They focused it out. Iman, you're dead. Now what are you going to do? RSGPH, how do you react off of that? And yeah, they do get pancake here, but you know, it's a situation where you got to protect the right guys, Iman. You got to have the right positioning. You got to get that perfect engagement. Don't get me wrong, very difficult to do, especially at this stage, but they found something in return, which is good here. Sakai's does die, and I think that was his only death. But then cleaning it out, and then like, look at this, the Lord. They just pounce. Everybody's going down. Iman, down. Sakai's on the prowl. What are you going to do? Nats is just like, I can't help you. And that's going to be the base.
I think, yeah, I mean, overall, like, things really simple. Red Giant just force them into a corner. Like, they just simply out-damage the Fred Rain. And overall, like, congratulations to you, the Red Giants. Like, a 2-0 victory versus RSGPA, going into the winner's interview with, was it Super Red?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so let's see who. We're gonna interview Super Red. There we go. Okay, so let's go into the interview with Super Red.
Hello.
Super Red, congratulations! What a great series. Very well
Wait,
played.
I cannot hear. I cannot hear them.
Oh, you can't. You can't hear us.
yeah.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Super Red, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh,
I
can you hear Holler?
Yeah.
Hey, can you hear me?
No. I can hear.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So
okay.
maybe I'll handle this part of the segment. So, Super Red, I mean, you're a really new addition from the team. Welcome to Malaysia. How do you feel about Malaysia so far?
I feel so good because we're practice 2 weeks preparation for the ESL qualifier. So yeah, I'm very happy that we are qualified to the challenge finals.
Like, we're also really proud of your performance overall. So maybe we would like to ask who you're hoping to, which team you want to face in the next round, if you could pick.
I think I want Burnex Flash.
Wow, why Burnex Flash?
Because Donut is we were rival in the amateur before.
Oh,
Yeah.
so a bit more of a, you want to test each other's skills, see who's better.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holler, do you want to throw anything so I can add on before we wrap up the session?
Just which of the teams do you fear the most? I don't think you can hear
Okay,
me.
I'll translate for Holler since you can't hear him. Which team do you fear the most in this competition?
I think Onyx Indonesia and Bigetron Alpha.
Okay, all right. Really spicy top contenders. And overall, Super Red, thank you for your time. Congratulations once again on the really stellar performance on the clock. And yeah, let's wrap things up. Say bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
What a nice guy. I mean, he's just like killed everyone, and then he's like calm, cool, collected, not like celebratory. He's just like another day at the office. Just very well played by Super Red.
Yep, just calm, collected, but such a monster in the game itself. Oh my goodness, it's like, after this Holler, we have one more best of 3. Kind to provide me the details?
The last series? That last series of the day is going to be Bigetron Alpha, and it's going to be up against Aura Fire Indonesia. Both Indonesian teams. It's going to be very interesting. That's actually, this is going to be my last series of the day. I'll be back tomorrow, but you're going to be, I'm going to be replaced by Terrence, who's going to come back in and take it away with Monchel for the last one. Of course, that's going to be the 4th series. But yeah, we're going to go to a break, and until we get into that 4th series, come on right on back, and I'll see you in about 5 minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever,
whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
man, I'm up the beat. With it on lock, everything on fleek. Word in the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Up the beat, with it on lock. Yeah, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, with it on lock. Yeah, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting climb out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Back to life, I'm under siege. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said for me, say hey. No man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a Letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars. I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lap you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You weak, I think farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars. Cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You weak, I think farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars. Cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we want it up, put it on.
already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of becoming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
I got a thorn in my side. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, this is magic, you know it, but no rabbit in the head. Let me go where it hurts. Hold me tight while you inside. Run my head for the heartbeat. We're gonna make a mess of it. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of dough. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream. See me up with your eyes. I got stitches from your lies. Let me lift your spirit if you are for it. Gotta be careful of my heart. It's best you leave that part. The end about revenge, cause I'm a good friend. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Let me lift your spirit if you are for it. I got pins and needles and spread like a needle. Give me the curse of yours while I'm on all fours. This fabric stuff, you know it's enough. Am I better than her? Yeah, she's a mature. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl.
be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game, yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try but never find someone who's right. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try but never find another me. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know you need, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try, but never find someone who's right. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try, never find another me.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the tank emblem. By upgrading the tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter emblem. By upgrading the Fighter emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
We gotta push to the limit then work till we finish then push to the limit then work.
Hey, welcome back to the best stream. Of course, it's not Group A, Mirko. It's not the best stream. B stands for B, best. And of course, joining me is going to be Monshel as we take you through the commentaries for B stream here. Welcome back once again, and we hope you guys have enjoyed the game thus far, because I am extremely excited for this upcoming game, which is Aura Fire going up against Bigatron. Monshel, what are your thoughts on this upcoming match?
I mean, Terrence, I feel like we've been talking about our fight. Let's give Bigatron a bit some love. But of course, shout out to DHL. Like, do you know this FA-Bot Dash Cup stand a chance to win 5,000 euros? I mean, the link is there below, like, to get more details. Like, Terrence, would you be interested in this?
You know, the FA-Bot, I've tried playing it, you know, during the group stages, etc. I tell you, it gets harder and harder because only first place will be walking away with 5,000 euros. By the way, it's not USD, it's not INR, it is not, I don't know, Thai Baht, it's not Malaysian Ringgit, it's not SGD, it's euros. Means that only one will be walking away with that huge chunk. So top one is going to be the ones to go. But of course, you know, without our amazing monster energy to keep you energized to go the distance, you gotta unleash yourself with Unleash the Beast monster energy. And you can see Monshel flexing her exclusive can over there, which unfortunately I was hoping that maybe production was gonna send me some of that. And yeah, Monshel, you know, how's it taste like? You know, like, I mean, we've gotta describe this a little bit here to Indonesian viewers, because our producers was like, I've never tried it before. Monshel, explain yourself.
I mean, I've been casting like the last few series without you, with Holler, and I still feel great. I feel so energetic, and it's like great taste, not too sweet, and I feel really hyper still. I wonder if I have trouble sleeping, but hey, I just came from like full-time work. I jump into my desk, just grab a Monster Energy. I feel just ready to go. So yeah, I hope that's enough of a recap for you.
Haha! Oh my, I wish I had some as well. But at the same time, this upcoming match, I feel like Bigatron definitely won up against Todak. We had a lot of concerns for Todak's composition. They got the very easy 2-0. However, they have shown their cards a little bit here. However, when it comes to Aura Fire, based on the Snapdragon Pro Series history, they have had a lot of historical moments, especially on the final day during group stages, where Aura Fire alongside with Alter Ego pretty much, I would say, played one of the toughest esports game in the history of esports. And what I mean by that is that they played more than 12 games in a day, and that's pretty much, give or take, 18 hours straight of being awake. So that was very, very exhausting, and they were playing at a high level performances. So I'm looking forward to see how Aura Fire is going to be doing here, despite their lackluster performance during MPL. So I'm extremely excited to see how they are doing. But before that, let's take a look into some videos and who is going to be playing for today.
Alright, there you have it. You have Bigatron Alpha, the Red Robots. You got Zorizo, Super Ken, Moreno, Saken, and last but not least, Super Vin.
You know, when it comes to Bigatron, we've seen them during group stages. They look like an unstoppable force. Despite a little bit of loss here and there, which forced them into its like LCQ, they still topped the numbers and still made it back in towards this the group finals. However, they are still one challenge away from making it into the main event, which is going to be happening in Jakarta itself. So I don't know about you guys getting a ticket, but being in home ground, it sucks not being able to play the main event on such an occasion, especially when you're representing Indonesia. So I feel like there is a lot on the line coming from both Bigatron and Aurafire. Both of them definitely wants to take a dub here. In particular, I think Outer Ego would definitely want to take a even score against Bigatron so that they don't really, I would say, make it easy for Bigatron to actually make it their way through.
Yep, they definitely would want to get a dub on, basically on home ground, home buff advantage. But as you've mentioned, Aurafire with the opening of MPL ID didn't have the strongest showing, and I have concerns towards their hero pool. They did have some time to adjust from their recent matches, and overall, let's just go on in and introduce the lineup of Aurafire.
Well, there you have it. Starting off with Aurafire, we have Kimura, Van, Sin, Kabuki, and Hai. You know who they are if you guys are fans of Snapdragon Pro Series. And personally, I'm going to quote and quote once again, the future of Indonesia esports, Van, as said by Eterna. He does have a lot of potential so far, and I've been seeing him play from the previous SPS season as well as during the group stages. He is a jungler not to be messed with, in the sense where he just has so much raw talent, mechanical skills, despite being such a young age. So I'm curious to see how far he is going to go, because I had this conversation with Gani about Aurafire as well, where he did mention that, hey, Van, he's got a lot of potential, but he's still, I would say, an empty glass. There's still so much more room for him to grow, and this is something that I want to see how far can Aurafire go in this particular sense.
I mean, you see that he's a really talented jungler. Is he more utility, assassin, high mechanical plays? What he's best known for, or is he just a jack of all trades?
That's the thing. He has been a jack of all trades so far, but obviously, assassin playstyle is going to be his forte here, and he knows and understands when he needs to be doing certain things. In this case, making space. His timings, his macro gameplay has been really, really spot on. It might be a communication thing, it might be raw talent, but so far, when the team needs him to get things done, he will go out and beyond. And sometimes he just does way higher than expectations, which is crazy, because normally you wouldn't expect him to, like a normal jungler, to be able to do so much. Fan just finds the opportunity, he will get it done for the team. So obviously, like you said as well, MPL ID is a little bit lackluster. Hopefully they found the momentum here, especially with the recent new emblem changes and etc. But of course, I've pretty much sung my praises for Aurafire. Let's talk a little bit more on BTR as well, because I think Super Vin is by far one of the most underrated mages coming into this tournament as well, because he is a very, very solid mage to play this there, One Shell.
If you're talking about either Moreno or Supervin, so Supervin, like really solid roam overall. Moreno is like, I have been talking a bit too much about him. I probably clamped up a bit more. Let's talk about Malvin. You can force him to play something like Enchantress style, Angela, or he can just play your usual like front to back, whether it's Kufra or Lolita. It's like he could play just about anything what is needed for his team. I think with Bigatron, the key to them is like their hero pool, the flexibility, and they're just really calm, collected, calculated gameplay, which be able to get them the dub in all these situations.
If you guys are paying attention to what me and Monchan are saying, there is a little bit of conflict in between us, and there is a specific reason why. Before I tell you the reason, why do you guys cast your votes down in the Twitch chat? Let us know what do you guys think about this upcoming match before we actually give our prediction here. Who is going to take the dub in this series? Is it going to be Alter Ego, or is it going to be Bigatron? And of course, let's see our predictions here. Who are we going to be siding here, as we are going to be bringing up the overlay, the Lovitors here to show what our predictions. But now, the conflict here is that even though I like Aurafire, like you said, MPL ID, they haven't had a great start. And in this case, because they played so much, and they were one of the first teams as a benchmark for every single region to kind of adapt and learn from the meta, they are being in a spot where they are readable. So that's my prediction for BTR. But of course, Ronchel, you brought up a good point. Morena is the mage. Why did I bring up that Super Win was going to be the mage player from Aura Fire? Is that he started off as a mage role. Aura Fire has been known to play double mage composition. So I feel this is the perfect time to kind of confuse your opponents. In this case, Bigatron in this regards.
I see your point at which Supervin plays a really scary roam Kadita, and I think Aura Fire, I think I mentioned this in previous tournaments, how much Aura Fire loves playing this double mage strategy. But I wonder, in this current meta, is this still viable? Are they able to get that depth ball ongoing from start towards the mid game? That's my question towards how Aura Fire can adjust, because I think with Bigatron, no matter the meta, the adjustments, they have a massive roster. Of course, they're sticking with these few players in their lineup for the entire Snapdragon Pro Series. This is what they're sticking with, and considering all that, large hero pool, a lot of flexibility, they can play various compositions based and draft exactly against your opponent. I think we all know Aura Fire. Terrence, really remember that time they actually played a Kai EXP Arrival.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You know, ML has pretty much gotten to the stage where, because of all these emblem changes, it's so unpredictable. And so far, not just on D stream as well, A and C stream, we did see a lot of priority differences as well. Because I was expecting, just today itself, we are going to see a lot more Novaria blades. Yes, we did see a couple of games just now, but all in all, there has been a difference in terms of priority when it comes to their respective matchups. And early today, we did see Link Angela being a quote-unquote meta-ish coming in from the early teams here. And I feel like that's something that, you know, can be debatable because of those emblem changes. Personally, I'm not a big fan of the Angela Link composition. I think you did bring this up as well, hyper jungle strategy. But of course, when push comes to shove, it can be switched around as well. In this case, hyper mage is also something that I think a lot of us kind of forget back in the days as well. But what I mean by hyper mage is that so far, Joy being in the mid lane with Florin's Bloom there kind of gives you that impact to kind of snowball in the early game.
I see where you're coming from. I mean, recently we just saw Joy Angela, and that was absolutely terrifying. So, having playing Enchanter style supporting your core member, just to snowball out of control, that might be the play. Going for a more tanky side lane survivability, and I'm not sure who just lost his item across her. Not sure what was that about. I hope we can get it back. But right now, Terrence, what are your predictions to when we go towards the draft? Because overall, I think Aura Fire has a very fixed way of how they like to draft. I wouldn't call it very unique. It is unique in the sense where, yes, they like to play like Kadita pair with Farsa or Novaria pair with V. We see these sort of combos, and it can be quite terrifying. But at the same time, mages are very vulnerable to assassin junglers or even a Natalia roam.
You know, that's the thing, right? I can see where you're coming from. I personally feel that Aura Fire is still going to be leaning on the double mage composition. Kadita is going to be a top priority ban when it comes to playing against Aura Fire, just because of how Vin tends to flex it here. So for safety nets to make things a little bit easier during a draft with BTR, I'm pretty sure they are going to ban the Kadita, if not pick it. But I wouldn't be surprised if they don't as well. But personally, I think Aura Fire has a little bit more room to work with because of the fact that Vin and also Moreno, they do have a little bit of history in between. So I think when it comes to the playstyles and gameplay, Aura Fire, you know, when it comes to a child prodigy, Van does have his capabilities, but you need to understand this, that Mobile Legends Bang Bang is a team game. So as much as one person can kind of carry the game and do your fancy pokies with your Lancelot, you know, going for those flashy plays, I would say anime, manga, fight scenes, etc. But when it comes to discipline, Bigatron is a robot, and that's something that I think they have adapted over the few weeks to come, and even in MPL ID as well, they have slowly learned and tried to figure out the right process. So this is something that I think it is going to be a battle between individual skills versus team play, and so far that's the reason why I felt like this was a difficult game to actually predict. And I predicted BTR to win 2-1 because for me, talent can only bring you so far, but discipline wins you championship. That's something that I'm looking forward to see.
Discipline, teamwork, like being very calculated, very objective oriented. I mean, these are the keys to victory. Of course, we also have to combine like talent as well as hard work, good game sense. I mean, just listing out all these like what ways to be able to win the game. But even all set may not be enough. I think it's going to come down to how their coaches, their analysts is going to come up with the best draft possible for their respective teams. Because first off, a game of chess to see who comes on top. Because once your pieces are locked in, all is set to go.
Yep, I guess that's gonna be the case. But of course, there's just so much on the line. I hope the coach coming from BTR has something installed as well. During your interview, he did mention that there is a lot of teams that are looking forward to, especially coming from coach. He did mention that the team that they are afraid of is pretty much MPL ID's previous champion. So that's something that we are going to be looking forward to see how they are going to be able to perform. But for now, it's really difficult. But without further ado, let's jump into the drafts. And to start things off, Aura Fire going to be on the blue side, and Bigatron going to be on the red side. And of course, the starting bands here is going to be Fanny, Joy, Angela, Fredrin, as well as Claude. And I'm really surprised, Kadida completely ignored here.
I think in this side, I think maybe a bit focused towards Van. I don't think you want to let the link to go through and towards their hands. They can easily first pick it. Yes, they don't have the Angeline combo, but easily they could maybe pick up something like the Florin or, oh God knows, perhaps the Estes to combo it. It's not that High can't play it. I think there's there's still a amount of flexibility, but no, Bigatron, they ban out the Valentina instead.
Huh. Well, I guess that's going to be a safety net as well. They still want to prioritize the Kadida to a certain degree. I might be wrong, because Bigatron can actually pick them for themselves. But Aura Fire, I thought they were going to try and play Facehugger, but seems like it is going to be Sin that actually starts off coming from Aura Fire. Van, on the other hand, he is going to be something that going to be a force to reckon with, right? Like we talked about, like a lot of. I don't think we really brought this up too much. The tanks a lot in this current patch, but it's still a very viable option coming from him.
Now I'm gonna make an argument against the tanks a lot. I think in the way where he, yes, having a good amount of sustain is great, but the damage output needs to come true. Aurify locks in the link first pick. I think overall just a really great start, but instantly Bigatron, they need ways to lock down this link from the sky.
I really hate this opening coming from Aurifire. Don't get me wrong, Ling is a strong hero, but the reason why I hate it as his first pick is because you're pretty much setting yourself up pretty clear with very clear intentions that we are going to play the macro game. We are going to play a lot of split push. But I guess the idea coming from Aurifire is that, hey, we don't want you to play double mage compositions, because if you go for double mage compositions, this Ling will thrive, and this pretty much puts a dent towards having both Super Wind and Zorizo when it comes to this kind of play styles. But for now, great opening coming from Bigatron. Very clear cut here for Keto Jungle to try and deal with the Ling. Barami is also being secure from Bigatron, but Aura Fire, they drafted the Yve as well as the Arlott.
I think the Pakido can still be flexed either way. I understand why they ban out the Bounty now, ensuring that there's no double call altar. I mean, just imagine comboing it with the final slash or the real manipulation. Those are really deadly. But right now, we can see that I am wondering if this is high Arlott. This is something we have seen a couple of times. Very questionable, but I guess it's just a high special.
I guess, but of course, safety net is going to be drafting the Melissa here coming with Bigatron. One of the very few heroes that actually deal with a lot of consistent AoE damage to deal with the Caldauter. So I guess the next pick here is going to be banning off the Claude, which is something that I think is a pretty clear cut that actually deals with Caldauter and Aura Fire at the same time as well. If they want to play split push mechanics here, Claude and Ling does have a lot of split push potential. So I guess this is going to be the best time to actually take it out away. But I think they're still taking the time here to actually figure out how do they want to play around this Paramis, because as of yet, they still need a mage. But no, they're just ignoring the Claude ban, which is... Oh, sorry, wait, you know what? My mic... let me correct that. My mic stand was blocking the first ban of the Claude here. So I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I can't see that the Claude was first phase banned. I apologize, but okay. Makes sense.
I'll be really shocked if Bigatron doesn't ban the Claude. We all know how cracked Kabuki is on this hero, so I think respect across the board. We've seen like really amazing Claude players, like in even the previous matches. The Aura Fire, I think they're sensing, they ensured that they ban out the Hilda. They don't want the Link to be, disturbed in any way during the early stages of the game. Contesting for purple, want to ensure that he has the best good start towards the game.
Yeah. Now brings me to the question here is, are they gonna actually put this Paquito in the jungle? Because I feel like the Paquito jungle matchup against Link is great. It forces Link to not join fights all the way through. So, but them banning off the Kufra, this is interesting. It feels like they want to play a mobility character. So this might be actually an XP Paquito, and then they decide to go for either a tank or even a Hayabusa jungle to kind of match the macro aspect, or in this case, mobility is coming from the Link from Aura Fire. So I guess that's going to be an idea as well. But we can also talk about the potential. I'm a little bit surprised by this. The potential Lolita pickup coming from Aura Fire, just to kind of synergize with the final slash into the Numenor Blast. Kind of like the floor sweeper.
The broomstick.
The broomstick strategy, which is something that I think Aura Fire can consider, but I don't think they would draft it for high though. So it's a little bit risky, but it is a good setup to actually, clump up the players to allow this, Link to kind of do his own thing. So I guess it might actually happen, but they ban off the Grok. Great call here. Great call.
I think why a lot of people love watching Aura Fire, it's like you don't know which hero is going where. I'm really highly suspecting this is high on the Arlet. I could be wrong, and this could be Yi Rome for all we care. Even so, I'm so confused, and I think Bigatron, they're just eliminating what they don't want to deal with. I think Supervin just locking in the Kaja, just really safe. You want to lock down, force out the Tempest Blade as much as possible, and to just get the dive on towards the backline of Aura Fire.
Yeah, this is scary now because Bigatron is going back towards the basics here of playing isolation pick-off compositions, right? Kaja, great for actually displacement. The Shadow Stampede coming from the Faramis is great as well. I think this is going to be a big problem because if they want to play a Lord Dance where they have this Uranus to actually stop the way through, it's not going to work out. But, okay, Phoveus being played coming from Aura Fire. So I can assume that this is going to be a Rome Arlot. And having those Phoveus means that you can kind of dive on towards the Melissa. Yeah. Oh, okay. Now it makes more sense. So no marksmans coming from Aura Fire.
We're both stunned, ladies and gentlemen. It's like I never thought I'd see Phoveus. Usually the best counter towards 1-1, but doesn't feel like there are a lot of dashes. I mean, yes, the dash from Melissa, multiple dashes from Hiro, but Esme is the counter for Phoveus. Oh my god.
You hate to see it, but no marksman coming from Aura Fire means that they have to close this game as quickly as they can. And with the Phoveus pickup, I don't know how Aura Fire is going to win this game, but My money is definitely on Bigatron for game 1. But if somehow Aura of Fire wins this game, they might be playing the new meta, and I want to see how this goes, because this Esmeralda is gonna get so much value off this shield.
Like instantly. I mean, okay, I can argue that Phobius has like really good scaling towards the later stages, but Aura Fire's style is that they want to close this game out as soon as possible. I mean, that's why they draft like Khadida Eve. You know, that's the whole idea behind it. But I'm stumped, Terrence.
You know, that's the thing, we're both stumped, but at the same time, I really want to see Aura 5 make this work. Like, I've never seen it before. The fans are sharing like, hey, double fighter meta is the way to go. I want to see how this goes. Like, if Aura 5 takes this win, I want to see how they do it, because this is a very, very difficult draft, and I'm excited to see whether or not they can do it, because ladies and gentlemen, you guys are currently watching the B stream, the final series for today, and this is going to be Aura Fire going up against Bigatron. And this is a match you gotta be watching here. Indonesia versus Indonesia. The fight for the ticket to represent their own country in their home ground here, which is gonna be happening here. But without further ado, we're gonna be jumping in straight into the game. Aura on the blue side and BTR on the red side.
Yep, let's get this going, because like I would say both sides really clear win conditions. I'm not sure how this gold lane Phobius would work out, but this is one way to find out in the Land of Dawn.
Yep, and at the same time, we do see instant harassments coming from BTR. They're sending in Super Ken as well. Petrify has been used here. That's a great one, but Vin is looking to go for a commit. Does he go for it? He does! At the same time, is he gonna die though? Yes, he will. A roamer for a roamer. So this is a great start coming from Bigatron Alpha. Trading 50-50s is not what they want. In this case, top side, Kabuki not going to be able to trade 50-50s against a Melissa. This is pretty much Saken's easy lane matchup on top side though. Bottom side though, Kimura also not having a good lane against BTR though.
Yeah, unfortunately, Arlet needs some time to be able to tank up against Esme, and like Esme Impure Rage like really hurts even early on. I think that's how you want to build Esmeralda from the get-go in this current meta with the emblem set. And then really pressure really hard. Super Ken just stealing his jungle camps.
Yeah, this is so aggressive coming from BTR, and they can, because there's absolutely nothing Aurify can do on this Kadita unless Hai gets his level 4. So that's going to be a little bit of invades here and there, but Bigatron is starting to get so much map control and space here across the map, and they are already in position for this turtle. So I guess what comes next is that what can they do? Because Aurifire, they are going to rely on Hai setting on displays, whereas for Bigatron, they've got Vin on a very, very easy hero to play. If you come near to me, all I gotta do is just tap a Divine Judgment and someone's gonna die.
Yeah, that's usually the case, if anything. So I think assume Divine Judgment, Super Ken comes in, secures the kill. I think that's the name of the game. Itemize, I think in terms of emblem, there's nothing really notable to point out for now. Kabuki's not just having the best time. Saken just outranges him, just poking him out of lane. Not ideal.
Yeah, but at the same time though, Bigatron is taking their own sweet time. They don't need to rush this. You can see their rotations has been playing around Super Ken in order to actually set up a play, because cross-map plays is going to be Aura first play gameplay, but late game is going to be their territory. However, they do find a straggler, and that's going to be Kimura being caught out even in their territories as well. He finds so much time, but at the same time, how is he still surviving? He will eventually fall. Space created, but Aura Fire, they need to make something happen on top side, and Saken will be able to get out. So they will trade a gold plating up top for a hero death. So I guess it's not at the end of the roll, but it is going to be 50-50s for now.
Kimura just bought so much time. 4 members of Bigatron couldn't, like, it really took them a long time to kill him. That opened up space for Aura Fire across the map. But as I say that, Sin gets taken down just like that.
Oh, that's all for now. Hi, he finds 2. Here comes the Petrify, but the clutch countouts are coming from KY with the Purify, keeps them alive, and they get the disengage. And Aura Fire, they needed that catch, and Bigatron Alpha was able to quickly respond. It looked good. However, it is going to be a stalemate once again coming from both sides, but Bigatron Alpha still leading economy here in both sides.
Huh. something really no. Moreno's not playing. It's Key. That's quite interesting. We know Key as one of the roams of Bigatron Alpha, so Moreno, I think, taking a backseat, tempers the play fairly early. Kimura diving towards the back, forcing them back on. Turtle dropping low.
Oh, Super Ken also stealing the retribution as well for Bigatron Alpha. Meanwhile, Kimura finally takes down the Roma, but look at this. Zarizo, he doesn't have a lot of mana, but he is starting to be extremely annoying. And Sin now, he needs to run for his life. But looks like he doesn't want to take this extension here. Zarizo doesn't have the mana. He's getting kited as well. Sin, he needs to get out, but Zarizo thinking a little bit hopefully as well. But KY, oh, the Ghostbusters barely clips onto Sin. So that's going to be the disengage coming in, but can they stall a little bit more time? Because as of yet, BTR, wow, this skirmish looks good, is making so much space for Ken to pressure the bottom lane. Kabuki, in an awkward position. Can he get out though? KY, he's looking for it. He's taunting him. But nope, not going to be enough to kill him off.
Like Fan earlier, just getting focused down, hunted down by Super Ken. This lane not having the start that he wants. Instantly, Bigatron Alpha, all these cross-map plays, playing really meticulous, like getting the catch, but high on turret Super Vin. No all killing spree for Super Ken.
Oh, this is so difficult for him, but at the same time, they're invading the purple jungles as well. Kimura is here to provide a setup. Final set comes in. Van finally comes in. Does he secure the purple buff? No, it is stolen away by Super Ken. But now they're going to try and force the issue. Kabuki going for the Sam as well. The demonic force finds Win. He still somehow has the chain reaction and he can't get out. Saken wants to prolong this fight. Zarizo finally showing himself as well. He's going to take advantage of the shield, and Kabuki will finally get taken down. And Bigatron Alpha will try and salvage the situation. But he looks for the counterplay, but that KY just walks out with the Purify.
Yeah, I think it's just he just nullifies the impact of the rough waves. Just one call alter, really time with the Purify, you're out of that situation. Again, like the similar like issue Aura Fire has when they play this Kadena, if they don't get these early pickups, that no doubt the high is so good on this Kadena gameplay, but he just nullifies all of that damage.
Yep, this is gonna be hard, but now Turtle in control against Ken, secures the Turtle once again. Aura Fire not gonna be able to do too much, but wait, what a minute, what, huh? Where did Ben go? He just got deleted. How?
Yep, just, just deleted. Just, I assume
scary.
Divine Judgment, get whacked in the face by Super Ken. I think that should do it.
Yeah, BTR just having perfect control of this situation. This is go time for BTR. Zarizo now, level 9. Middle tower gets secured, but back lines though, they finally pick off Key, but it is only a major. High will be traded off as well, so it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. But still, Bigatron still in full control of this situation though.
Yep. Overall, they lose High, and Bigatron Alpha slowly but surely, they're covering across the map, like relinquishing all map control, Aura Fire. They need ways, they need to catch someone, anyone.
Yeah, I agree. It is definitely going to be something as well, but Kimura is going to try and set up this play right now. He tried to isolate the fight. Kabuki is going to be going to drag out as well. The Divine Challenge keeps him in play. He's building up his shields, but Zarizo is slowly getting a bit stronger here. He needs to get out, but looks like he is going to commit to this fight, but eventually gets taken out. Super Ken gets the double kill with the 2K punch. Double penetration is already available on this Paquito, and Aura Fire just doesn't have the damage to counterplay. Man, it's a little bit cheeky, tries to steal the tier 1. But unfortunately, he needs to get out. He doesn't have the purple buff again. He really wants it. He gets the punch. He forces Tempest Blade. Can he chain the combo? Knockback still sails away. But Van will be able to get out to safety. Meanwhile, this is happening top side. BTR takes a tier 2 as well. He's making the play, but it is an Esperoda with the Purify. Not the right target he wants.
Nah, I don't think that's the right play. Here's the thing. Kabuki has damage, but High... I was expecting him to go in a little early when Kabuki was on top with the demonic force, get that burst down. But I think like there is this sort of like gap that's coming in. Super Ken final slash onto him, but he's so like able to sustain like with his Paquito pick. 603, this is the perfect game for him.
I hate this. Like, Bigatron, they're just toying with Aura Fire. Like, they could have just forced the fight, but they're playing a little bit disciplined. They saw the Lord, you know, let's just not commit to the fight. There's absolutely nothing Aura Fire can do in this stage of the game. Let's secure the Lord. Yeah, we do see Van all the way to the top side. This is the perfect time to take it, unless Aura Fire somehow miraculously steals it, which I don't think is possible. Yep, that is going to be a retribution from Ken. Easy Lord coming in. And top side, Ben, he's still at it. Tier 1, does he get it though? He will trade his life a little bit here, dropping a little bit low, but he will get out. So that's gonna be a little bit of safety net. However, here comes the attack from Bigatron Alpha, bottom side. Oh my god. What is this damage from Ken and Saken? Just melted. Kabuki cannot play this game at all.
Yep, Divine Judgment, you're unable to use Demonic Force. There's no way for you to sustain with the full frontal assault from Bigatron Alpha. Unfortunately, this experimental draft, I'm not seeing the payout, Terrence.
Yeah, I agree, but at the same time, they don't really have anyone to push out here. Pay attention to where Hai is as well. He's looking for the counter play. He's got vision, but he needs the perfect catch. And in this case, I think getting Saken would be the most ideal situation. But unfortunately, misses the timing. Bigatron Alpha completely dodges the play. They're moving S5. And this is going to be tough. The Lord clashing on the top side. Aura Fire, they are sending one to shove out the bottom lane. Meanwhile, BTR chipping away at the outer turrets here. That's just so much value, so much gold being dumped in. But BTR, what are they doing? They're diving in. They're getting pulled back. And now they need to somehow get out. They have to sustain, but no! KY, he finds the backline. Saken gets taken out, and Van will be able to get a little bit more kills. But look at this. Jin, he's so strong. Ken's still so strong. He's got the damage, and he's gonna be 3 for 1. Was it worth it? Absolutely not here. Van, the boy wonder, he doesn't have the purple buff. Oh my goodness, BTR. They're gonna get even more out of this, and they are gonna continue with this assault. Van forced to use Tempest Blade, clear the minutes, but Zarizo, look at him. He's just manning up, cutting out backlines. And Aura Fire just can't really do anything about this.
That was a really good play from Kimura. Actually, good attempt. Final lash, like 2 people in towards their base. But unfortunately, he really great timing on the counter. Like, that's the problem. Aura Fire has a good amount of damage issue. And they are like a bit more focused towards magic. Hai, Sin, and Kabuki. And Bigatron Alpha, they just have to itemize against it. I did see Super Ken with Radiant Armor, so this is not full damage Paquito. So I think overall having that extra sustain to negate the damage from Aura Fire is the play.
Oh, look at the confidence coming from Zarizo and Vin. They know they've got the tankiness here. They know they can just walk up in bushes and they just cannot be punished. In this case, Aura Fire, who did they kill? Because if they kill Vin, that's only a roamer. They kill Paramis. That's technically a support page. If you kill Zarizo, yeah, you can just walk out and Purify. Where's your catch initiative? Because as of yet, Aura Fire, they need to find the perfect wombo combo. And regardless of whoever they catch, they just have so much damage all around from Bigatron. It can be coming from Zarizo, it can be coming from Saken, it can be coming from Super Ken. And so far, as long as Bigatron Alpha doesn't give them that 5 clumped up wombo combo, they're good. Game's in the bag. Lord already being taken down as well, very quickly coming from Bigatron Alpha.
Yep, just standard objective gameplay, and even like you say level gap and Aura Fire being like whopping 10k gold deficit, they aren't able to itemize like any anti-healing to deal with the likes of Bigatron, Zarizo, and Key.
Yep, in this case, Bigatron, they are going to push the advantage. They are going to try to chip away the tier 1 bottom. Aura Fire is going to be quick to defend. Not just worth it here. They're waiting on the Lord to actually collapse onto the base. Aura Fire, what can he do though? Look, Hai is pretty much very, I would say, in an awkward position because whoever he catches, they just have so much tools to deal with him. And this is something that Aura Fire is just very comfortable with playing the Kadita. And I kind of expected this, but Bigatron definitely drafted this really well in terms of itemization. Tier 1 will fall on the bottom lane, Lord collapsing on the top side, Aura Fire, they might be losing this game. Final Stash comes in, catches on Vin, is going to be able to disengage. Kaja forces the flicker here, and he will be able to get out unless the Revolution connects. No, he survived with 1 HP, so it's gonna be a 4v5 now. Bigatron, they're gonna force the issue, so Rizzo comes in, but no, the push away, shoves Eye away, and that's gonna be him not gonna be able to connect with the rough wave, so BTR will be able to reset this fight, take the outer turret. Aura will be able to hold on, but do they want to continue? Kimura forces the final slash. He's taking a little bit too much damage, and Ken bursts down with a 2-punch KO.
Oh, no.
Next to fall is going to be Red.
this is
High
over.
as well, getting picked off. Super Ken just completely destroying them, and that's going to be game 1 in the hands of Bigatron Alpha.
Uncontested, game 1 goes in the hands of Bigatron Alpha. I do feel like Aura5 unfortunately kind of boxed themselves into a corner with your really interesting draft, which unfortunately did not pay out. We did see the damage coming out from Kabuki in certain moments, but unfortunately Bigatron Alpha just had all the answers for it.
Indeed, it was a very, very difficult draft to play. And I'm sad. It's sad to say, even though I have a soft spot for Aura Fire, but that was not the draft here, because immediately Bigatron, all they needed to do, final pick Esmeralda. Whatever item composition and whatever ideas and hopes and dreams that Aura Fire pretty much crumble the moment we see this Phoveus getting completely dumpstered, right? He's got the damage, he's got the sustains, but what's sustain when Esmeralda just takes away a majority of the damage with the first skill from the Frost Moon Shield, and from his second skill to be breaks through the shield and directly attack your max HP. So that's something that I think puts him in a very, very difficult spot. So I'd say, shrug it off. I expect it to be a full 3 game, but that was definitely not the draft here for Aura Fire to actually win this game.
Definitely questionable. I think Esmeralda just the best counter draft towards Phoveus, even though they weren't directly lane matchups. Even Sakin was having a pretty okay down. He only has 1 dash. He's pretty alright. It's not enough for them to really keep proccing Demonic Force. There were moments when they group up when against Super Ken, they were really getting on top of each other. The key, really great timing for Alter. I think just overall blends really well. The fact that Esmeralda is so hard to kill and you give her a second life, this is just a rough one for Aura Fire, losing out on the draft.
I agree, BTR definitely played as well, but let's talk a little bit more on Super Ken as well, because the jungle Paquito is one of the very few heroes that has one of the earliest power spikes in the early stage of the game. Great, strong early power spike, great mid game, great late game, but when it comes to end game, which is the super late game where everything is max, this is where the power spike kind of falls off. So I guess Aura Fire wanted to drag that into the situation, but they just couldn't. If you think about it here, which role is going to be the strongest during a super late game? That's going to be the marksman. In this case, they didn't even have a marksman. So I'm sorry to say that was not it. Bigatron definitely, won this with, I would say, a charity game. If you think about it, it was just pretty much a one-sided game in their favor. They just, all they got to do is just play textbook. Like you said as well, Melissa having one of the greatest times, Sakin on top side, just uncontested. And even then, I think, the thing about tank compositions playing off lane or even side lanes, right? Especially like heroes like Esmeralda, heroes like Phoveus, you kind of want those avarice to give you that additional gold value to actually, make it into the mid game to kind of snowball from there. But they didn't really actually have that, which is a big problem for them, because there's no way you can benefit, even if you get the emblem, against a Melissa who's just so far away, like 2 hitbox, maybe almost 1.5 screen away, whereas your range on a Phoveus is just pretty much a finger, literally just 1 tap like that, which is almost nearly impossible to get any much value if they even go for the average, which unfortunately, ironically, just completely messed up their composition.
I feel like the Phoveus was picked, I don't know, it was like Phoveus is usually picked up to counter very specific heroes, like the 1-1. There is argument to counter the Paquito, but when you put it the goal lane against Blissa, you can't even really farm safely. You don't really have that much sustain. You need to get items. The rest of the team just able to like just gank your lane instantly. You're not going to reach that like power spike that we use this area. And for Phoveus, it's going to take a while. He does have like good scaling towards the late game, but unfortunately RFI was unable to achieve this. What was the timing that they closed out that game?
It's pretty much about 10 to 11 minutes. It was a pretty quick game coming from both sides, but that's the thing, right? Let's talk about the win conditions coming from both sides, right? The win condition coming in from BTR is just so much more opportunities. They can play late game, they play mid game, they can play early game, regardless of whatever situation, right? So there's just so much flexibility in their drafts. But coming in from Aura Fire, there was pretty much only 2 win conditions for them, and that was pretty much 1, Kadita getting the early snowball, 2, Phoveus being able to just get out of control and do a little bit more damage, because there's no way Van is going to be able to win the early game. So 2 of them pretty much got shut down based on the draft. It's just absolutely nothing they can do. And pay attention to itemizations as well coming from Supercan. Very early penetrations here. Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, even with the Bloodless Axe as well to kind of sustain his way through in this team fight. And once he gets all these items, Aura Fire cannot kill him in time. And even so, they will trade bodies for this time and time again. And even the items here, there's just not enough physical defense to deal with him. Like Kimura has got the anti-Cuirass, but that's pretty much it, and the Dominance Eyes. But for Kabuki, you need damage. They need somewhat of damage. And in this case, the damage dealt department, pretty apparent here. 197,000 in BTR's favor, whereas Aura Fire just cannot dish any damage at all.
As agreed, without a marksman, not a consistent DPS, it's going to be issue. I assume they were going to rely on Van a lot for that consistent deeps, but when BTR is just hunting this lane down, it's just a really difficult situation. Ideally, you build a composition around your hyper carry, but I don't think that was the play. The issues towards the draft, it just kind of lost in translation.
Yeah, definitely as well. And even damage taken here, you can see they've got the sustains, they've got everything. And I feel like if Aura Fire did not have a Cerezo playing on this Esmeralda for this matchup, it wouldn't have been this one-sided. Like, at least we can see a little bit of a Kabuki doing his own thing, right? You can see damage taken here is able to soak up a lot of damage if you think about it, even though it's dying a lot of times, but technically, that's what the Phoveus is designed to do. And before Cerezo came to play, we saw that even with the Cowl Altar, he's able to sustain his way through. Super Ken, every time he casts a skill, he is going to proc the Demonic Force. Every time Saken tries to make a play, Demonic Force. Super Riven, despite to go for a casual Divine Judgment play, it is going to proc the Divine Force. So that's so much value coming from this. But the moment Esmeralda came down, all that value pretty much gets countered, gets stolen away by Cerezo. It's kind of like having a Valentina where, oh wait, you've got Real World Manipulation? Sure, let me take that. Oh wait, you've got Cowl Altar? Let me take that. Oh wait, you've got Time Journey? Let me take that. So in this case, this Esmeralda pretty much does this against a Phoveus.
Pretty much, I mean, instantly last pick Esmeralda counter towards the Phoveus, what Orify was trying to do. But overall, let's jump right into the MVP, shall we?
The MVP
no
is going to be none other than Super Ken, uncontested as well. Early game, very, very quick rotations here. Getting a good rotation farm and actually just punishing the Kadita from the earliest stage of the game here. But when the game progressed as well, he took advantage of the lead and continued to apply pressure across the map with his double KO punch, 9-0-7. And I'm curious to see how the highlights look for here, because you can see a lot of instances. I don't think we were going to see one of the kills there where I'm not sure how the hell Van just got deleted in one shot in less couple of seconds here. So that's something that I think is not going to be shown here, but that's the thing. Like, taking a kill against your opponent's jungler is the most ideal situation you want to be in. Think about it.
Yep, definitely. The fact that the Bukido, like Super Ken, 14 minutes in the game, he's maxed out in terms of items, shows that there were true ways of dealing with it. I feel like this was a fight that was pretty alright from both sides. that Kimura was able to like attract so much attention towards him. But afterwards, you can see slowly the sustain, the counter engagement from Bigatron Alpha was too much for Aura Fire to handle. Like, look at this! What are you going to do when you get caught altar? Rough Waves, when High is unable to get that sort of early snowball lead, there's no damage.
Yeah, it is indeed. But yeah, when we talk about damage, High is pretty much the only one left. But at this stage, when High was able to find the perfect catch in the back line, it was already too late. Bigatron Alpha, 8,000 lead at that point in that clash. And I would say all hope is pretty much lost the moment Aurify lost and gave away like an 8,000 gold net worth lead. So all in all, GG well play coming from Bigatron. They definitely played this really well, coming in from Bigatron for game number 1. Drafts definitely an issue, but at the same time, we hope Aurify bounces back. But for now, they are in the lead to take the series because as of yet, it has been a smooth sailing game coming from Bigatron just for today in particular. They took a 2-0 against Todak, now taking one game ahead of Aurify, and if they take the 2-0 against them, that means they are in one of the perfect position to be the top seed by end of this day. And as of yet, like I said as well, top 3 from each group will be playing in the main event, and that's something that you want to be in, especially when I think I think the first 2 weeks when we released and announced the tickets, all the premium tickets were pretty much sold out right from the get-go.
I mean, that's what the audience is looking forward to see. Like, may the best man win, I would say. But overall, like, we talk about adjustments. Aurify, I feel like if they have drafted slightly differently and they have some form of combat mechanics, like Link could easily, like, you know, farm up, scale, split push, like do cross map plays. There will be at least some space created to buy time for Aurify to back in towards this game. Is this not the first time like High is like put behind on his Kadita? We see this multiple times are being, you know, his plans to one-shot people getting derailed, but he's never, you know, demotivated of doing so. So overall, I think adjustments is needed to really make sure that this composition works in their favor, because right now Bigatron just have all the right answers to them.
Yeah, I want to see how this goes here. Definitely they need to switch up the drafts a little bit coming in for game number 2. And so far, I think this time Bigatron is going to be on the blue side and Aurify going to be on the red side. We got to see how they actually make this call later on. But of course, you know, adaptations definitely needs to be made. Bigatron pretty much shown their hand so far, and they look really impeccable in today's performance here for the SPS Challenge Finals.
Because with the current meta as of yet, the chances of comeback is real, and I think the last thing you want is to give your Koban that one chance. And you see how quickly Bigatron is just closing out this game, like just meticulous, calculated gameplay, because they're aware of what's at stake. Like the top 6 to progress to get the coveted title. There's too much at stake. There's no point risking it. It's time to go towards the draft.
Yeah, I want to see how things go as well. But now, when it comes to first pick here, Bigatron, do they want to deny that Ling away? And so far, we've seen a lot of Ling first picks throughout this day. Looks like it's not going to happen here. They are going to prioritize on that Angela. And to my surprise, I'm not a big fan of this, but Angela is going to be officially in the meta. Everyone thinks that Angela is the strongest hero, and I can see why. I can see the resemblance. You can do so much more value with those Hearth Guards, especially because you can mix and match your emblems to kind of accelerate the cooldowns as well as utilities that an Angela can bring to the table. So this is where things will get a little bit interesting, because Angela can free hit you and provide so much utility globally compared to heroes like maybe a Eve or even a Farsight to a degree. But once again, Aurify this time, they take the Paquito and the Link away from Bigatron.
I think this is just like they forced their hand, they showed their Angela, if you do not pick Ling, we're gonna pick up the Angela Ling combo. And I think that's the last thing Aurify wants to do. So they pick up the Paquito, can be flexed towards the EXP lane, Van on the lane once more. Maybe he have a better showing. I think like enough adjustments needs to be made to make this work. But really flexible can be, I think, even pair with Lancelot or a tank jungler just for the additional sustain. And very much so, many people tend to build like damage Angela in a way because she just provides sufficient healing. But man, I'm not looking forward to Angela Uranus. Ugh.
Oh wow, I was expecting maybe Angela Esmeralda, but let's talk about the thought process that's going through Bigatron, right? Like, we've hyped up how crazy Van can be in terms of his jungle role, you know, his playstyle, etc. Like, I feel like Bigatron drafted this first pick Angela with very, very clear intentions, like saying that, hey, you know what? I want to play an Angela Link. Deny it away from me, take it away from me. And the moment Aura Fire picks this lane, it pretty much solidifies that, Van, I'm sorry to say, you have to play Link. There's no fancy Lancelot, there's no Hayabusa, there's no whatever you're talking about when it comes to your playstyles. Like, you are forced to be playing this Link, and this is going to be putting Orify in a very awkward position. So they are being reactive right now. They're drafting Paquito, they're denying away all the heroes that can actually be a big threat on this Link now. But the question here is that Orify, hey, you know what? It's okay. Angela has so many compositions. There's the Flying Dragon with the Yuzhong, there's the Esmeralda, there's the Uranus, there's, if they want to go the distance, they can even go for a Hayabusa in their favor, which does a lot of damage if you pair it up with the lethal Ignite coming from the old magic worship here, especially when the emblems has been interchangeable now.
Fight for the ultimate.
Yep, exactly. Right now, you can see instantly Bigatron like playing a bit of mind games, forcing Aura Fire's hand, as you said. And this Angela could be combo with just anyone. With Uranus, absolutely unkillable. With the Baxia, even more killable. At this rate, I think Super can just have, you know, just play whatever you want, because Aura Fire being very reactive, as you say. Do they have enough tools to counter Bigatron's grand plan?
Oof, all things considered, with the Arlott, I think it's very, very doable. In this case, let's talk about benefiting from the shields right now. And personally, I think Aura Fire, they could have went for the Esmeralda. Arlott definitely a safety pick here because you've got so much flex available, right? You can play Arlott Tank, you can play Arlott XP, but doubling down right now pretty much secures that, hey, I'm gonna play this as a rogue Arlott. But when it comes to marksman here, what's a good marksman to actually be able to utilize these combos coming from the final stash, from the Paquito combos? And the hero that I can think of right now is pretty much Beatrix. But if you go for a Beatrix, it's pretty much one trick, right? You're not providing a lot of CCs. You're just going for this one-shot combo. Can you chip down the shields? And you have limited ammunition, so I think that's gonna be a big problem for them. But Bigatron, oh boy, they take the Kadena for themselves. They have a Grok. Is this a jungle Grok? It is a jungle Grok.
I hope this is jungle Grok and not jungle Uranus.
Yeah, I don't think
it's not like we have not seen it before. We have seen jungle Uranus. Not my first pick in my books, definitely. But hey, I think if Bigatron wants to experiment, they're one game up. This is time for them to play around. But I think most likely it's going to be jungle Grok. We have seen really great for countering and like just contesting for objectives. Kabuki, I think overall just really safe. Going for Brody.
I hate this.
So
like,
I think
really,
overall,
really hate this. Like, they were put in a spot where, hey, I want to play the Beatrix. Great, I can set it up, but I've got two really, really tanky heroes and I got a lot of shields. Beatrix can't tank through so much damage. And the next hero I thought of was like, hey, maybe I can go for a carry. Maybe I can go for a Leslie. 2 damage here. But the moment you've got all this composition that is so in your face, I can't go for a carry because if I go, I'm going to get completely melted in this scenario. And instead of forcing the carry, they chose the safety option. Brody gives you a little bit of a disengagement tactic. You can still kind of chip damage from afar. But personally, I feel like Bigatron had a very, very scary draft. They definitely played into the hands of in the drafts here right from the get-go in this draft came through.
Yeah, I mean, carry would have been really great, but the minute they reveal the Kadita, I mean, as well as the Grok, these are not great options for the carry, even though like being able to stretch through armor lacks a lot of mobility, has to be really wary of the positioning, even though it's one of Kabuki's best heroes. But I think Brody is just safer. But I'm also kind of worried about the overall impact of this goal laner.
Yep, at the same time, this pretty much has to be decided as well. Bigatron currently match point from taking 2-0 against Aura Fire. Will Aura Fire bounce back? This is the perfect time to do so because as of yet, Aura Fire has the better tools compared to game 1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mobile Legends, and we are heading into game number 2 between BTR versus Aura Fire.
Right, BTR, let's remember they're one game up. They can be a bit more experimental, and oh my goodness, I didn't want to be right, but Super Ken's on Uranus.
Come
I'm
on,
right.
man. Like,
Oh no.
okay.
Hey, hear me out. Uranus jungle like farms surprisingly fast.
I guess, you know, with the Ionic Shield, kind of do this well, and as long as you're hitting jungles, you are getting those stacks. But speaking of harassments here, Super Ken just taking advantage of those Ionic Shells' stacks here to kind of apply pressure. And Van, well, can he do much here? But Super Ken, oh, okay, he misses sidestep. It's all good. You know, he needs to build up his stack a little bit more. But for now, Aura Fire, they have to dodge all these fights. There's just no way they can kill a Uranus this early on.
The fact that, you know, he's being the jungler, being able to get those like items, he's going to be really unkillable. Combo it with the hot guard, I'm really worried for Aura Fire and their composition, even though it's better. But High already forced to flicker early on, so that is like basically their main source of engagement. Flicker with the final slash is out of the picture for this turtle take.
Yeah, I think the win condition here coming from both Aura Fire and Bigatron Alpha is a little bit more fast now. That Bigatron Alpha, all they gotta do is snowball with this Angela Uranus, right? But when it comes to Aura Fire, all they gotta do is just buy time. Hold that thought for now. Flicker, ball charge, boom, one shot. Kimura cannot disengage here, and this is how you play the Kadita composition. No purifies, best time for Kadita. However, Van, they're a little bit cheeky. They are going to try and steal away the purple buff from this Uranus, and I would say it's a big dub considering that Van will be able to get it, but the turtle still a little bit too slow. But nope, Ken already takes it down very quickly as well.
I don't think it's worth when Super Ken can just invade your jungle and take your purple away.
Can they kill him though? I don't think they can actually kill Super Ken. Look at him, he's just building his stacks, he's building his regen. What can you do? But at the same time, here comes the hot guard, boom, instant full health, and he's gonna try and build up his Ionic Shells as well. 2 stacks on Van. Van cannot continue. He's gonna try and disengage, but at the same time, from behind, Kimura could not chain up the combo. Zarizo goes in for all charge, saves the day. He will sacrifice his life for Super Ken, but they do trade 1-for-1. Van for Zarizo, absolutely worth it in the hands of Bigatron Alpha.
Absolutely. This is really what I worry about. I feel like Bigatron Alpha, this bullying, this is not good.
Oh no, Vin! Oh my goodness, Kabuki! You're looking at the wrong direction. Surprise, Vin goes in for the one shot, and now Van is gonna try to trade off his life as well, and that's gonna be a little bit of a overextension coming from Bigatron Alpha. They trade 1-for-1, so that's gonna be a little bit of glimmer hope for Aura Fire. That's what they need.
Yep, I think overall, Super Ken just overstaying his welcome. Yes, Uranus, but you still, even though you're jungle Uranus, you still need time to farm out. Zarizo getting like pushed out lane. Kimura wants some form of revenge, but no, wild charge onto Kimura. Hardguard is ready, but I don't think both teams are gonna force the issue.
This isn't too bad of a matchup coming from Zarizo.
Yeah.
Like, damage versus damage is great, you know. Damage on the Bakio means you can one-shot people, but damage on Zarizo means that I can do damage and also be tanky. So that's pretty much the good side about Zarizo, but at the same time, look at bottom lane. Okay, as soon as I said that, Kimura gets the outplay here, but once again, Super Ken being a nuisance here. He's gonna try and buy time. Hardguard comes in, tries to steal the purple buff, and he does! No purple buff from Van! Oh my goodness, you hate to see it on this lane, and BTR they're just going out of control. Turtle secured. Now Aura Fire, they need to make moves across the map here. In this case, BTR, they're not even collapsing on the turtle buff. They're just mirroring Aura Fire, not giving them the space that they need to get farm in this game.
They're not too far behind in terms of the gold lead, but it's really going to come down to Van being able to like steal objectives way, but with no purple buff on the sling. This is cooking really loud. Super Ken taking a fair bit of damage. Hard guard is not available.
Beautiful final slash this time as well. Stops him with the retribution. That's gonna be Kimura going for the chain on as well, and he gets the flicker out. Very nicely done coming from Aura Fire high with the perfect timing to set up for Van to steal the turtle. So this is a little bit of glimmer of hope, but it is still 50-50. So I would say this is as close as it gets. It comes down to execution. However, let's talk about the win condition late game here. Kabuki versus Saken. Now, Saken, one level ahead means that Aura Fire needs to find a way to secure Kabuki's farm into the later stage of game.
Well, here's the thing. In order to enable Brody, he has to farm kills. But as I see that Vin taking out beautiful Feather Strike from Aura's Sin.
Oh, nicely done coming from Aura. Because as of yet, Super Ken slowly losing his strength as well. He's getting chains done all the way through now with the final slash to force the hard gun in. Super Ken just not getting the stacks that he needs to actually do damage. He's tanky enough, but Aura Fire, all they gotta do is just kite him around. But High, he's taking a little bit too much. High, he might actually die here, but bottom lane, they finally take down High. Zarizo as well, gonna be taken down. And this is the timing that Aura Fire has been looking forward to here. They've got their items and they're back in action now. Kabuki versus Saken, 1v1. He's a little bit trouble, but can he get out? BTR, they've got him trapped. He's stuck. Can he get out? No, he cannot. The Petrify comes in, and that's gonna be Vin that takes him out. And Bigatron, they lose the side lanes, but they secure the win for Saken. Tier 1 on top side, they mowed down, and Sid trying to clear the minutes, denying it away. So BTR will have to settle with just that. Kimura, Saken. Oh, okay, he's fine.
Saken saving his dash just because like the threat of the Paquito is still a thing. He does have damage. But overall, I think what Aura Fire needs to play around is the timing of the hard guard. You only got one hard guard, you only can protect one person, whether it's protecting Saken or protecting Ken. You gotta be the choice. Right now, it's up and available. They're aware of this.
The final charge, the wall charge actually missed, and now they are gonna get chained down. Super Vin loses his life. Zarizo so forced to back off, but the Turtle down towards his final two bar. Who's gonna win the retribution battle? It's gonna be Fan that comes up on top of Ken now. He's gonna get kited out. Even with the hard gun, there's absolutely nothing they can do. So much penetration coming from Aura Fire, and BTR, they're crumbling. They got caught off, and they are gonna go down. As Aura Fire finally bounces back.
Well, this is the time for them to shine. If you have to out-damage Uranus, like no matter what situation, it was working out early on, but I think that earlier, like first time he died was the opening the Aura Fire was looking for to climb back towards this game. Kumara's damage, Sin has sufficient damage. I think overall really great. Oh, Zarizo, one charge missing. Hard guard also expanded. He'll be able to get out, but he'll potentially. Oh, okay, he clears it out by basically that top turret will fall eventually.
Oh boy, that is very, very difficult here. The fourth hard guard available out of Bigatron Alpha. That means more room on the side lanes. But look at this, Aura Fire. They've finally reached a stage where they've got so much penetration to do with tankiness coming from Zarizo, the tankiness coming from Super Ken. And look at this, Kimura is gonna try to set things up with High as well. And the moment this catch and this fight breaks down, Bigatron Alpha does not have the CC if Zarizo doesn't connect his wall charge, and that's gonna be a little bit of mishaps coming in. And Aura Fire, they're finally getting the space they deserve. They are gonna play this safe and dodge the fight, but pay attention to this. Van was under pressure throughout the entirety of the fight, and Super Ken now one level behind against Van, and he's gonna be trying to open up the map, but he's just no longer able to. Think about it.
Here, like assassins will definitely farm way faster than the Uranus. Let's let's close the argument right there. And the fact that Van wasn't punished enough during like the start of the game. He only died once, which is still manageable. Wall charge onto its camera, force the flicker. He still has his combo. He'll be all right. And just so much mobility, able to get away.
Okay, the Lord Dance coming in. Super Ken getting caught up. Instant hard got to connect here. Where's the team? They're not here to actually fight this fight, but the Fender airstrike being baited out means that BTR can actually interject now. And this is the perfect time. Can they get the catch? Because as of yet, they force out the rock base on the sides here. So that's no burst potential coming from Bigatron Alpha. So both sides still, and they stalemate right now. Kimura slowly making his way towards the turtle as well. Ken getting pulled off in the final slash. He gets this position, but he needs to heal himself up. Meanwhile, Aura Fire, they're holding the Lord hostage here. They need to get the resets. Rizzo not letting them off the hook, but they just can't seem to find the damage. They need to find the reset. And as of yet, Aura Fire with this poke tactic is working out in their favor. And they are gonna be zoned out. They're waiting for the next half guard, and Super Ken finally shows in. He needs to make an attempt. Can he get the retribution? No, he cannot. It's a little bit too far off now with the rock face. It connects on multiple one here. Coming from win. They take down Kabuki. BTR. They need to get out, and Aura Fire. They've lost too much in this place. They got the objective. They got the Lord. But to what avail, because BTR will get heroes and they finally find the space. And Kai, great outplay here. He's gonna be able to get out, but Kai... Okay, he's got the slow, but Super Ken, does he want this though? But it seems like he's gonna zone out for his teammate. Tier 1 is gonna be way to go. Kimura is gonna be here to respond, but wall charge finds him from the side. Kai will be the one to fall, and that's gonna be Aura Fire losing yet another member to the hands of Bigatron Alpha.
Yes, Super Ken, unfortunately losing on the retreat battle, considering the level difference. But yeah, basically 2 levels under Van. But Bigatron Alpha, they have damage from their other cores, and Aura Fire was not ready for that. Even though they secured the Lord, this is the first Lord of the game. Bigatron Alpha will just be able to clear it out. I don't think it will even collide with their Tier 2.
Yep, this is as close as it gets, because as of now, Kabuki is just an absolute monster when it comes to push and poke tactics, because as of now, the moment the puppets gets dropped from Saken, they have to come into the fight from Bigatron. So if they're able to bait out those spells, the wall charge as well as the hot guard, they're all Gucci for Aura Fire. So they can choose their fights a little bit more guerrilla warfare tactics. And that's something that I think Aura Fire will excel the most, especially when you have a Link in play as of now. But so far, beautiful defense coming from BTR, but look at this. They force out the pump, but oh, the Feather Airstrike zones off Win. He gets his regen, but can they actually get the catch? Because as of now, Vin has got his eyes looking for Saken, but Saken is just a little bit too far off right now.
As you can see from that defense, they don't lose in much in terms of infrastructure. And looks in terms of the item, this is a damage crop. There's a reason why Cerezo is not as tanky as you would like. He's going for damage against the Paquito, while Paquito's going for more sustain. And instantly, you can see Van having a much better time this game to almost 3k network up against the Uranus.
Yep, and as of yet, Saken already having a lot of items here. He's slowly progressing against Aura Fire. So that's something that I think they are going to be a little bit more worried here, because the moment Saken builds his max item slot, this is where things get very difficult for Aura Fire, because eventually he's got the attack speed, he's got the damage to zone out everyone from Aura Fire. But now we do see a pause coming in. That means they need to actually figure out what's going on. But this gives a little bit of breathing room for both teams to think, how do they win this game? Because both have very, very clear winning conditions and still achievable at this stage of the game.
Agree. I mean, like, also give us a moment to take a quick breath and step back and assess the situation. Was this Uranus jungle too experimental, or do they still have the tools, the late game power spike they need to deal with the likes of Aura Fire?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When it comes to the power spike, I would say both can play in the late stage game. They're both equally strong, but it comes down to who gets the first great engage, and that's going to be what dictates the tempo, right? So when it comes to this matchup, whoever gets the best first engage will have most likely 30% in their favor won in terms of the team fights. But that's the thing. Right now, at this stage of the game, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like whoever makes the first move, and if it's the wrong one, they pretty much lose the entire fight.
Yeah, instantly the Lord fight, even though that they were able to secure the Lord, Van was 2 levels up, had that retribution advantage, but instantly you can see BTR just collapsing onto the remaining members on the side of Aura Fire and instant just negating the damage from the Lord whatsoever. Of course, first Lord of the game, not gonna deal too much. We're actually going for a bit of in-game pause. Do hang on tight. This is the last best of 3 we have, ladies and gentlemen, for tonight. And just sit tight and shout your predictions and show your support for the respective teams.
Yeah, but as of yet, Aura Fire finally getting the lead that they need, right? And you talked about 40,000 network lead, right? It feels like Aura Fire, they may be leading, but I think in about 4 to 5 minutes time, the goal lead doesn't even matter. Everybody's gonna be the same here. Yep. It's gonna be a battle between Winter Drunken Swaps, Immortality. It will get into that stage because in terms of global presence, Aura Fire does have that first take initiative because you have a link, right? The global presence coming in from BTR pretty much plays around this Angela, catching people off guard with those hard guard. But at this stage, Super Ken isn't able to get out without being punished because of all this penetration coming from Aura Fire. You've got penetration coming from Hai, you've got penetration coming from Kimura, you've got penetration coming from Kabuki. Any of these heroes can take them down to set up for Ren to actually potentially threaten him. So that's going to be a very awkward fight, especially if Bigatron is not prepared for this fight here. But as of now, they are going to force Aura Fire into them. And this is smart because having this Lord aggro means that they will have a little bit more room. However, bottom lane, Vin, he tries to make an attempt here onto his Van. Rough Waves comes in, but Van, he does have the damage threat in him. They force the Hardguard to save his life. So that's a big ultimate bait coming from Van. And this is perfect time for Aura Fire to say, I am going to hold this Lord hostage. And Super Ken not going to be able to get those aggro for now. That means Aura Fire, they will be able to force Bigatron in an awkward position, but it seems like they don't want to take the risk. They are going to wait on the lanes here to be shoved up, so it is going to be a reset. The Lord Dance coming from both sides.
I think Vin, even if he died earlier, he did his job. He forced out the Tempest of Blades from Van. But as I say that, the cooldown is back online. That's up for the taking. See Halbert purchased to deal with this Uranus as well as Angela, because he's gonna need as much damage to shred through the armor of this Uranus.
At the same time, the Lord is about to collapse as well. They need the Lord Pit here, and that's gonna be Sake to steal the play. And now BTR, they're gonna go collapse onto his Aura Fire. They're not prepared for this wombo combo, and Super Ken completely overruns them with Sake. And now the Pull Yourself Together comes in. Kimura cannot kill Sake at all. But at the same time, the Iron Sheet comes in. They do catch him off guard, but the Aura Fire, they will lose this fight. Beautiful stuff coming from BTR. What a clutch coming from Saken.
The fact that Saken, out of everyone, was able to secure the Lord Big W for Bigatron Alpha, and it's 1v2 trade. Van, Kabuki, their main source of damage, is out of the picture. Hardguard is available once again. Super Ken just zoning Aura Fire under the turrets.
Oh my goodness, look at the puppet Sin almost dying as well. Oh my goodness, Aura Fire. This is not looking good because Bigatron, like I said as well, drop one spell and if you're in it, you're it. It's over. Saken is gonna get completely run rampant here. Final side, full Super Ken in. Hardguard keeps him alive. But Turret, he's doing a little bit more damage, but they just don't have the combos. But no, Hai, he got caught out by Vin. He's gonna get taken down. The Lord is gonna channel his way through. But Vin, again, the back line, he fights another. They get Sin, they get Kimura. It's over. Aura Fire, he got caught off guard. And that is gonna be a clean 2-0 for Bigatron against Aura Fire. What a clean game for Bigatron Alpha.
Overall, just as you say, clean sweep for Bigatron Alpha. Congratulations, Bigatron Alpha, the Red Robots. They're on the roll today. What a day one.
Indeed.
Insane.
Undefeated in day number 1. 2-0 Aura Fire, 2-0 Todak. That pretty much guarantees Bigatron Alpha in the top of the leaderboard by the end of day number 1. But can they keep up with this momentum? But like I said as well, top 3 is where you want to be in to actually make it into the challenge finals. And so far, Bigatron is on the right track for day number 1 here for Snapdragon Pro Series here, Michelle.
I think not just that, like they're on the best possible track ever to get towards like top 3 within their group. They're unstoppable force. And even though that this is easily the most experimental draft they had, but man, was it a pain to do it. How do you feel about that? I predicted it. I did not want to be right, but man, Jungle Uranus.
You know, I was hoping it to be a 2-1. You know, I was hoping that Orify was able to bounce back, but definitely game number 2, they had a little bit more tools to work with. Unfortunately, when it came down to executions and timings here, this is where Orify just could not find those opportunities to close out this game, because the moment Saken reaches the end game, Melissa is pretty much unstoppable, and that's something that I think Brody was sincerely lacking here. We saw a lot of early engagements coming from Orify, great stuff coming from them. They were able to bait out major spells coming from BTR, but eventually, once you hit the later stage game, this tank's coming from Uranus, this tanky that's coming from Grok is going to be a big problem for the side of Orify, because they just don't have the damage to quickly take down this tanky heroes, and Brody is just not designed to be like that.
I mean, yes, you can rush like Blade of Heptases, Blade of Despair, but as you say, his damage is just lacking when you compare it to the AoE damage that Melissa commits, and the fact that Grok was going for full damage as well. So I think what happened was that Orify was just caught off guard. They're so focused, like I think they tunnel vision, and they're just focusing on making sure that Super Ken is dealt with. They kind of forget everyone else in the background who had enough damage to deal with the rest of Orify.
Yeah, I agree. You know, we saw a couple plays coming from Van as well. You have to give credit to the Angela player here in your regards, because that bottom fight here, if Super Vin was caught off, that would have been a very, very non-favorable position for Orify to actually secure the lot here in the prior this fight. So I would say, sorry, for BTR, my bad, not Orify. But at the same time, you know, props towards BTR, very clean game, but it's back towards the drawing board for Orify. Game 1 was a complete stomp because of the draft. Game 2, just a little bit of mishap, but they're feeling their nerves here. But at the same time, you know, I don't think Orify is going to be out of the tournament yet. They still have the capabilities to actually make it, but it's not going to be against BTR today.
I mean, definitely not the best Monday for Orify considering their performance in MPL ID. I really thought this was going to be meta because it's so new, experimental. I was expecting like better stuff from them. Yes, they had a better draft overall compared to game 1, but in the end, Bigatron Alpha just had like other options, better answers than what Orify had offered.
Hey, Monchel, it's about the Monday blues, man. In this case, a great Monday start coming in from BTR. Unfortunately for Orify, that's not a great start for them, you know. They just need some time to warm up, you know, even for us as well. If working class people, if it's a Monday, we don't really want to work on Mondays. I know that feeling is terrible. They just need a wake-up call. So it's not over yet. But of course, let's talk a little bit more shop here as we go into the details on the itemized stages coming from both sides. Like I said as well, Saka had full item slot here. The Golden Staff, Lilith Raw, DHS, Winds of Nature, as well as Corrosion Side. These are items that are one of the strongest into his late game, which kind of allows Saka to excel at what he does. And the thing about the Melissa is that once you drop the puppet, you have to get out of it. And in this case, I think during the highlights as well, there were a few instances where they were able to bait out Saken's puppet rather early, and the moment his puppet is on cooldowns, Orify immediately collapse the BTR and take the win. So like I said as well, whoever has the best first engage will most likely win the game, but if you miss the first engage, you are pretty much going to be completely destroyed. And and this game in general is a perfect example on both teams trying to find those perfect scenarios for themselves.
I mean, it's just a matter of like forcing baiting cooldowns, and I think Orify had the right idea. Like the minute they see that Heartguard has been utilized, instantly, okay, this go time, we can focus on certain members. Super Ken, I think he was a bit too overzealous. That's why he was getting called out and getting like shut down. Instantly, Aura Firework had ways to come back in the game. This was a lot closer game. I think the fact that Saken, out of everyone, was able to secure the Lord in those circumstances, just basic attack, free hitting the Lord, was able to get like just the final nail into the coffin for this series for Aura Fire. And in terms of the damage dealt, you can see Aura had more damage. I think just like the Heart Guard and with Super Count on Serenus, like so much value you're getting. And I think if anything, this Angela pick needs to be respected and banned. Like you can let the Link through, just don't combo it with the Angela. It's still like, you know, it's still ways to deal with it. And overall damage taken, I mean, no surprise. Super Can's absolute like sandbag in this situation. Look how much damage he took.
I agree, and the composition from BTR was pretty much programmed to Vid. If you think about the draft here, this entire composition coming from BTR was designed to drag this into the later stage of the game. The moment Sake comes online in the later stage of the game, there's absolutely nothing Aura can do, because that's the downside of the drafts coming from Aura Fire. Paquito, great early game, great mid game, great late game, but when you reach end game, well, there's only so much a Paquito can do, because eventually the burst potential of the Paquito gets completely shut down. In this case, Saken's burst is just a little bit stronger in this kind of scenarios. Even for the Link as well, late game, not necessarily the greatest. But whereas for Super Ken, yeah, he doesn't have the damage, but I felt like a lot of times where he actually sacrificed himself, like you said, being very, very overzealous in the scenarios, was all intended to take away pressure from Saken to allow him to get farm. And that's something that I think throughout the entire stage of the game, we did notice that Saken was always one level ahead compared to Kabuki. And this is a very awkward spot for Aura Fire, because you need Kabuki in this early engagements to pressure BTR.
But all that is said and done, let's show our match MVP for today. I mean, like, drum roll, please. Oh, okay,
No
it's
way.
gonna be Key. What is this kill participation? I assume it's 73%, not 7,300%. 209 on this Angela. I mean, okay, let's face it. This is Angela meta. Like, no matter, like, you can like combo it, pair it, whether it's with Angela Ling, or in this case, Angela Uranus. It's really working really well. And I'm glad to see Key once again. I feel like we haven't seen like too much of Vin ever since Vin joined BTR as their roam. Key was always Bigotron's roam, but now coming in as the mid lane, swapping out Moreno, giving Moreno a bit of a break. I think overall this is just a great showing from Key. And now let's just dive into the match highlights of this game too.
Yep, in the highlights as well, in case you missed out early game here, you can see Super Cat just showing so much confidence here. They were able to make so much space, and even in this play here, they sacrificed Chorizo. Personally, I think that Aura Fire, they needed to get killed from this, right? Like, Super Cat on this Uranus means that, hey, I've got stacks on my shields for regeneration. Hey, if you come close to me, I'm gonna build stacks on my damage to actually take you down. And every single time this happens, Aura Fire, if they don't get the kill, means that there is so much room across the map. Pay attention to the minimap in this particular clip right here. Top side, Melissa, Kadita, uncontested, free farm all the way through because of this scenario. So I would say, even though this Uranus seems to be a little bit troll pick here, it's very much intended to set up for the later stage of the game. And when I talk about setup, it means setting up for Saken to have the perfect end game. And that's something that Aura Fire wasn't able to react at all, because they were just so focused on stopping Super Ken, who is, quote unquote, right now in your face time and time again.
Yep, definitely. Overall, congratulations, Bigatron Alpha. Like, I think just like really interesting draft. In fact, I think they played like certain things that Aura Fire likes to play, like the double like mage combo with the Kadita. Angela's in a way is a mage in the way you're played about against like the like of Aura Fire. Like imagine playing your strategies against each other. That's not a good feeling. Overall, amazing, like I would say undoubtedly a strong, convincing win from the side of Bigatron Alpha. And Aura Fire, there's always a chance for you to come back in your group. We are looking forward to more from you.
yeah, GG, well played. And even in the drafts as well, you can see Angela may not be the greatest mage here. It is a great utilitarian, but if you balance out between physical and magical damage throughout your team, it is very feasible. In this case, having the Kadita roam, great, you've got magic damage. Uranus, great, you've got magical damage. Grok, you've got physical damage. Melissa, you've got physical damage. So I would say it was a very, very well-intended draft. I was hoping that it would go for Esmeralda, but it feels like I think the Uranus just worked out in my favor. Like, I was expecting this to be a tank Uranus, right? And if you go for the traditional standard build, having that Uranus, having Grok, oh, okay, this is a Mage Angela, this is a Roam Grok, but that didn't exactly happen for BTR. They understood what could win them the game, because if they just go for Uranus XP, they go for Angela, they will lack a lot of magical damage. So I like this composition. Very nice in the bring BTR. However, can anyone stop them? That's going to be a question here, because eventually somebody's got to figure out how to take them down. Because as of now, 2 series wins coming to BTR means they are top in the leader here for Group A. Not sure the top of the top, but definitely guaranteed top 2.
I mean, getting 2-0 for their 2 matches today, I think it's a really strong start. Putting them, I think, first in their group for now. I would say, I think the best way to counter Bigatron is that just draft your best, because I think right now, the coach, the brain behind BTR right now is like drafting like a madman, and I like it. Even though I think everyone else in pubs are like, oh, I don't want to see tech like Jungle Uranus or Jungle Baxia paired Angela. It's going to be huge pain for every one of us in our pubs. But I think that's how the meta is now. It's so flexible with the recent emblem changes, and hopefully with the addition of new heroes as well, we see how all this will shake up the Land of Dawn.
Yeah. And I'm curious to see how the standings is going to be going up here, because even though they got 2-0, but let's take a look at the temporary standings for now, because there are still upcoming matches that are still ongoing right now in the other stream matches, in other Stream C or Stream A. So for now, the best stream pretty much finished on the game. But as of now, this is the standings. Bigatron Alpha #1 in Group B, alongside with Ren, who's currently 6 points as well in second place. But for Group A as well, we have Echo having 6 points, Yudu Red Giants on second place here with 4 points, alongside with Burn X Flash, RSGSG, as well as RSGPH. And well, I don't know what you guys were talking about. I don't know what the other casters in the group were talking about as well.
What happened to Onyx Esports and EVOS Legends?
People said Group B was going to be a difficult game. But guess what? Group A seems very competitive right now.
Oh my word. Look at how close it is right now. Oh my goodness.
It's weird to see both Evos Icon as well as EVOS Legend in the bottom in day number 1. We've heard so much rumors here, especially coming from Eterna, from Mirko. EVOS Icon, arguably the better team compared to the main team from EVOS Legends, but for both teams to be in the bottom, this is not a good start. Like, I think people are starting to adapt and bring up new variations in their draft and compositions, but oh no, it's not over yet. The standings is just temporary for now. It's not the official scores, because there is still matches that is ongoing on the other streams. So I want to see how things progress over the days. But for now, what I do know from the side of Group B is that Toda technically should be in the bottom, because they've pretty much lost all their series thus far.
Definitely not looking good for the Swordfishes, and overall a lot of concern towards EVOS Icon as well as EVOS Legends not having the best play. Of course, there's still ongoing matchings as of yet. With the current standings, there is definitely a sense of pride seeing you the Red Giants just like 2 points behind Echo, knowing that we are coming pretty close behind.
You know, it's not over yet, but of course the earlier upsets here coming from Yudu Red Giants against RSGPH. Wow, that was something that I did not expect as well, if you think about it, because technically RSGPH, when they came down to MSC for 2022 series, they just got champion and dominated the way through, almost near identical composition. So I was very surprised that actually happened. But of course, every time, meta changes, things change, playstyles has to be adapted. So I guess Yudu Red Giants, they are on the right track for now, representing Malaysia. I'm a little bit happy about this, but it's not over yet because eventually it's still the group stages. Where it matters most right now is qualifying in towards the grand finals, and that's going to be happening in Jakarta, and that's going to be something that it won't matter the most. Qualifying is just the basics, but winning champion is going to be the long run. Like 65k first place, oof, I want that chunk of money.
That sweet, sweet cash that they'll be able to get their hands on. Of course, as people mentioned, like this is only day one, and we're really getting so many surprises, upsets with the recent meta that's currently ongoing. Overall, Terrence, what rare picks do you hope to see in the upcoming days?
I want to see Ixia, but at the same time, it's pretty much not allowed for this tournament for now.
Not
so
allowed,
it's relatively
yeah.
new. Unfortunately, we don't get to see it. I played it, hate it, absolutely don't really like it. I don't think it's going to be meta anytime soon. But at the same time, for you guys watching at home, if you guys want to know updates, you guys want to know whatever is happening here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, be the first to know and get your latest updates and news at esl.gg/MLBB/newsletter. So if you guys want the juicy, spicy info, you guys want those cringy moments video contents here, especially from the talents coming from Group A and whatever insider scoops of the teams, this is the perfect place to get your information. Not Instagram, not Facebook, not TikTok, not whatever. It's not from your friends. It's gonna be from this website. You want those very, very juicy content, it is gonna be there. And here's a little bit tip for you guys. I'm pretty sure somewhere along the line that I think, okay, we are gonna see some TikTok dances by the players brought up by Rose. Not sure if that's gonna happen, but I have a gut feeling that might be happening in this website. You can actually check it out there.
Okay, that's something to look forward to. Our host, Rose, I would say one thing she does best, forcing our really shy, passive players out of their shell and have some fun.
Yeah, you know what? Here's a little bit of fun one here. I'll do you one better here. Which player do you guys want to see do a TikTok dance? Go over to Rose's Instagram, message her, spam her, and then say, you know, send my regards from IC Baby 12. Tell them that and force her to do it. That would be really, really ironic though. That would be really fun. I like it.
I think she's getting spam, like regardless, with people with requests to do TikToks, do certain dances. But tell us where in the comments, or maybe just message ESL, like follow their socials. I mean, other than newsletter, to stay up to date, because you don't want to be lagging behind the meta, because we're ever changing in the land of Dawn.
Exactly. Two things you can do: spam Rose, spam ESL. Because why? Like it or not, if you spam Rose, she can choose not to do it. You spam ESL. Hey, you know what? Too many people are bugging me. Too many people are annoying me about this. You know what? I'm gonna force Rose to do it. You know what? I'm the boss. I'm gonna, hey, which talent is free? I'm gonna need you guys to force a TikTok dance with some of the players. Whichever player, just spam, you know, throw down, do that, you know. I know producers are gonna kill me if they are listening. If they're not paying attention, good. I don't want to be called out for this. Okay, yeah, producer is listening. I'm scared now. But of course, let's talk a little bit more on the overall general things that's happening here for Group B. We have the 3 top players of the highlights for you guys to vote for. On who do you think is the best player for day 1 in B3 here thus far?
Right, I mean, first off, Sanford, like, his performance on Trisla was just impeccable. Like, this easily every Trisla's main's wet dream. like perfect KDA, unkillable, so much damage across the board. What more can I say?
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, when it comes to the individual play here, Sanford definitely a force to be contender here. The San combo, they definitely showed up what they are capable of. And for him on this Terisla, he was one of the more predominant players in this game because of the fact that Echo PH did not have this roaming composition. He did his role as an XP, the perfect setup. He was able to beat up multiple spells on his team to actually win the game, to win the fight. So I would say Super Ken is going to be the next contender as well as Dota 2. If you guys like him, you can also vote for him. This is going to be some of his highlight moments when he was playing his
I would say agile play. Like just this game in general here, 2-0 against Hoda, 2-0 against the recent game here against Aura Fire. It just shows you that he's such a great jungler when it comes to snowballing and identifying what he needs to be done.
And like for your Malaysian fans, also there is also Skies. As you see, really predominant on this Murdis pick, and this is a young like prodigy in the making. So these are all, I would say, are they all? No, except for Sanford, the rest are junglers. So Sanford really holds a special place in production's heart.
Yeah, definitely here. That was one of the best plays here coming from Group B. And of course, Skies coming in from Red Giants. No one expected them to actually go this far, but taking a 2-0 against RSGPH with Skies on and Martis, that was a crazy game here. But you guys have got to vote for those clips. But before that, guess what? I'll do you guys one even better. If you guys are looking to see some really good MLBB action, you want to be in your face, potentially see your casters, your favorite players, you can actually watch it live in the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals in Istora Senayan, Jakarta. Same place as where M4 is designed here. It is going to be on the 21st to 23rd of July, which is coming in an upcoming day. So if you guys are currently watching these games, these are currently the group stages here. It's a little bit of warm-up matches here, give you guys a little bit of taste on how one of the best Mobile Legends are being played on screen. This is just the warm-up, but if you're gonna feel the actual experience, you can get your tickets at esl.gg SPS MLBB tickets starting at 30,000 rupiahs. And the reason why is that tickets are getting very limited now. Like, we've upgraded the seats for you, we've upgraded the spots for you guys. From a medium-sized coffee, it's now a large-sized coffee. In this case, get it now, because from what I've heard, 2 months ago, premier seats, all the top seats, the front row seats, sold out in the first week, and this was 2 months ago. So I would say, if you guys are looking to actually watch your favorite pro players, your casters in particular, this is the perfect time to go for it. You know, watch your pro games. We're gonna have it in this coming week. For now, yeah, that's pretty much for me. Yeah, watch out.
I mean, Terrence, overall, are you planning to fly into Jakarta as well?
I want to. Unfortunately, saying my wallet is saying otherwise, and in this case, you know, if I were to fly there, it is going to be in ESL's budget, or maybe even Snapdragon Pro Series budget, but most likely may or may not happen. Pray for me, but I most likely not going to be happening.
All right, production, hope you're here listening to us. We would like some free tickets. Anyways, jokes aside, now we're going in towards the winner's interview with the coach of Bigatron Alpha. Production, is the coach ready for us? Okay.
Well, you know, I'm excited to see what kind of interview here. In particular, I want to ask, you know, how they're doing for sure. I'm curious to see what was going through their mind putting the Uranus jump. This is something that I did not expect as well, and you know, it's technically shouldn't work, but it was just designed really well, and I really like the drafts, the opening drafts coming from BTR 2.0, and so far, they look very prepared, and I want to see it pick the brains behind the games here, and I want to see how they actually draft this game. This is something that we don't really have this kind of opportunities when it comes to identifying the players, identifying the brains, who's the bronze, who's the meme, who's the troll. In this case, I might be the troll here, but at the same time, you know, you guys don't want to see me. You know what? I'm done. You know what? Enough of me. Nobody wants to talk about me. Let's take a look at what the guys from BTR think about this.
Yep, let's throw it in.
Hello there.
Hello.
Coach. You know, how are you feeling today? You know, so far, very clean 2-0s, 4 games in general here, Coach.
Can you hear us, Coach?
Can you hear?
I can hear you, Monshel, but I cannot hear Terrence.
Okay, so we're having this issue where only one person can talk. All right. So, Terrence, repeat your question. I lost my train of thought.
Very simple, you know. How are they feeling, you know, 2 series in a row? Please translate.
So overall, how are you and the team feeling winning 2-0 for your day 1 matches?
We're feeling good. We're happy, of course, and yeah, looking forward to the next matches for sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Personal
you
question.
Monchel, you want to translate back to me because I don't understand that. What did he say? What did he say?
No,
I didn't understand. Feeling
He's
good.
really
Okay,
happy
I get it. Okay.
and
Yeah.
really comfortable. Yeah. So personal question. So coach, are you happy to see me? I have casted both matches, and well, we'll see how this goes. I think it's just a mere coincidence, but of course, kudos to your brain and how you really drafted around. But was the Uranus jungle planned?
Yeah,
No,
we
but-
planned that. We practiced that already, and we want to see if it works in a professional environment. And yeah, if it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. So yeah, we're just kind of trying out what we have practiced.
All right. Okay, so basically you're saying that everything that BTR does right now has been like time tested, scrim.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
You're an absolute madman for doing this. But overall, Terrence, any last questions you have for Coach Aldo here?
You know, how long have they been training? Can you tell me a little bit more on how who is the brains behind the team? You know, and at the same time, who is the one making the complete shot to say I want to pick this hero, and who decides who's the shot caller for the team here, Marshall?
Okay, to summarize, Terrence asks who is the brains behind the team and who is the main shot caller for Bigatron Alpha.
It's Superfin. He's the main shot caller, and yeah, he's
Ooh.
the in-game leader for Bigatron Alpha.
What about the drafts, Marshall?
Oh, what more?
What about the draft?
Okay,
What about
he
the
asked,
drafts here? The decision from the BTR.
I'm gonna translate. So basically, Terran asked that I would say, Coach, do you have the final say in terms of picking the draft, or the Supervin has the final say?
In drafts, it's I have the final say. Yeah, and the players are just give me like suggestion, but I will have the final say in the drafts. So, yeah.
Okay, that overall give us insight on how BTR wants to play. Thank you so much, Coach, for your time. Congratulations for your victories as of yet. And any last words for today?
Yeah, hopefully we can go to Istora for the playoffs for the group. Yeah. So yeah, thank you for the fans that supported us, and yeah, hope we can give the best to them.
Thank you so much, Coach. Very humble of you. We look forward for more amazing plays from your team. Terrence, take it away.
Oh, that's it here. Thank you so much, Coach BTR, coming in here, and of course, Monchel for translating for us. But at the same time, that was a very productive interview, and thank you guys so much. Goodbye, Coach. And we are going to be continuing with the show here by the end of today as we continue on to close out the series for today. Because as of yet, Snapdragon Pro Series has given you guys one of the most action mobile legend bang actually here on Twitch as well as YouTube and everyone wherever you're watching as well. We've got A stream, B stream, and C stream. The best stream pretty much concluded for today, and we hope to see you guys again tomorrow and the day tomorrow. But of course, before we actually close up the stream here, we would like to thank our amazing sponsors for providing the thing here with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, the chipset that is designed to give you the best performance in today's games and all the games thus far is what keeps me going here. And of course, Monchel, you know, when it comes to the best phone, we have to talk about Galaxy S20 Ultra, where you share your epic moments and level up your gameplay. And even today itself, you can see high-level gameplays by the pro players because of the fact that they're using the Galaxy S23 Ultra. It's crazy, right, Monchel?
Exactly. They are playing the phones live in the venue. And let's not forget, we have DHL. This FB Bot Dash Cup, you have stand a chance to win up to 5,000 euros. You take part in the link below. Terrence says that this game is a lot harder than looks, but consider your options. Like, take a chance. This good amount of money could be yours. And of course, last but not least, unleash the beast with Monster Energy. Overall, this has been the energy drink that's been keeping me like alive throughout the entire day. Couldn't thank them enough. I'm still wide awake. I'm gonna crash right after this stream, but I'm still feeling good thanks to Monster Energy.
Yep, and of course, if you guys are wanting for more Mobile Legends bang action here, you can come back tomorrow as we take a look into the schedule on what tomorrow is going to be happening here. And of course, to start things off, we have 3 games in total in the B stream here. Starting things off, we have Echo PH going up against RSG PH, followed by Todak going up against Aura Fire, and then closing things off is going to be RSGPH again, but this time they're going up against the Cambodian favorites here, Burn X Flash.
Ooh, really spicy. And of course, you can see all the matches that will be streaming on Stream A, Stream B, and Stream C respectively. So I would suggest opening like several like tablets, phones, your PC to watch all the games because all this non-stop action here right in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yep, but at the same time, when it comes to the matches as well here, I feel like Stream B is definitely the best stream to watch, right? It's always going to be the best stream. You can come back here tomorrow once again. Don't watch Stream A, man. Bunch of losers over there. Don't watch the talents there, man. But as you know, of course, if you guys are there to support the team, of course, you can watch Stream A. You can also watch Stream C. But at the same time, we hope you guys have enjoyed so far. That pretty much is going to be scheduled for tomorrow. And once again, come back to Stream B. Yeah, we would love to have you guys once again. Yeah, Stream B. Best stream, right? Best stream. Not A, not C, it's B. B starts with best, starts with B, right? Correct? Yeah, I'm right, Winchell. Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely know your alphabets. Overall, like, this was a really long, drawn-out game turns. Like, you casted, like, the first, I casted the rest with Holler, and now you. Overall, any final closing before we mark the end of day 1?
B stream. Best stream. Best starts with B, not A, not C. Yeah, that's it. Remember that. B. Yeah.
Alright, stay tuned to Stream B, and we'll see you tomorrow. See ya. Bye.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a threat? They all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
on a rhythm and I'm up the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, on my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Bad up the beat, when they all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Bad up the beat, when they all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, shaping the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they send for me, get this, witness the birth of a legend. The past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said for me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.